Warriors sent by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had gradually arrived and informed all the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm of what they'd seen about the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm. Many forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm began to make plans, and some of them were about to take action. The balance of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been maintained for many years, especially after the battle between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The balance had reached the ideal status. The two strongest forces, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, were both greatly weakened, and the world of human cultivators and the demon world also remained calm. This was a situation that all forces wanted to see. Therefore, it could be said that only the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were the biggest losers of the battle. Because of this, a battle between peak forces was hard to break out when the strengths of all parties were balanced. Last time, when the two major forces, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Shangxiao Divine Palace, came to Futian City, a war still did not break out. But now, the balance that had lasted for many years seemed to be disturbed. And it had to be disturbed. If no one took the initiative to break it, according to the astrological prediction, in the future, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would seize the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm, become the most prosperous force, and restore its glory in Gu Tianqing's era. Maybe they would even surpass it. Violet Heavenly Palace was the one that least wanted to see this situation because it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, as soon as they received the message, the Violet Heavenly Palace immediately sent people to visit the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss the plans. After Brahma's pure sky got the news, they seemed very calm and didn't do anything. The same was true of the 10,000 Divine Mountain, perhaps because the Lord of the Jiang clan had made the commitment to them. In the demon world, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would definitely not go visit the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan because of Yi Futian and Yusheng. The Demon God Court was not very concerned either. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan and the Yingzhou Mountain were excited about this, especially the Purple Golden Rat clan, which always had ambitions and wanted to ruin Gu Donglu. But if Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven restored its power to that of Gu Tianqing's era again, Gu Donglu would stand at the peak level. At that time, if they wanted to lay a finger on Gu Donglu, it would be an extremely difficult thing or even impossible. Now, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty seemed to be ready to take action. The Purple Golden Rat clan and Yingzhou Mountain both sent warriors to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss plans. The frequent communication between the top forces of the human cultivation world and the supreme demon clans was not a usual thing, so it naturally attracted many people's attention. Soon the news could no longer be concealed, and it gradually spread in the Heavenly Mandate realm and soon passed to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. In an instant, the whole Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was shocked, and in Futian City, countless warriors felt a little uneasy. Many warriors gathered in front of the Celestial Gate and wanted to find out about it. If a war broke out, the consequences would be horrible. At this moment, below the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, countless warriors gathered. They looked towards the direction of Celestial Gate, and someone said, "I heard that inside the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there were spatial wills of great path rushing straight into the sky, and the cross-realm supreme teleportation matrix was launched. They must have sent Tianyu and other top young figures away, so they were already ready to take action." Indeed, after being silent for so many years, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven finally has Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, who have shown peerless talent. Obviously, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty begins to feel anxious. Although they have not yet reached the step of war, they have lost the patience to wait. Everyone had made their guess, and many people could see through the situation today. How should we Celestial Gate cope with this? Some people said, worrying about the Celestial Gate. Last time, those two major forces came here to suppress us, but Futian Celestial City was united as one and overcame it. Today it is the same. Why should we fear the war? Someone said with indignation. However, the people around him shook their heads and said, "This time is different. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wants to urge the entire Heavenly Mandate realm to be hostile to us Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. I wonder if there will be other forces involved. If so, it is meaningless even for Futian City to participate in the war." This level of battle still largely depended on the strength of top cultivators. It seems that, as we have guessed, fortune is on the side of the celestial gate of vast heaven, and now the heavenly mandate dynasty is frightened. Many people nodded. The heavenly mandate dynasty would do so only because they were afraid. They encouraged other forces to join them so that they could wipe out the celestial gate of vast heaven and exterminate the threat. Once the war started, any kind of result might happen. In the past, Gu Tianqing and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were good examples. No one could guarantee that warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could safely retreat. Otherwise, they would not let Yi Tianyu immediately return to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Apparently, they were worried about Yi Tianyu's safety. Above the celestial gate, the misty pavilion halls were also shrouded by a faint depressive atmosphere. People of the celestial gate of vast heaven got the news earlier than the people of Haotian City. At this time, in front of a palace hall of celestial gate of vast heaven, many warriors gathered. All of them were elders of the celestial gate with unusual temperaments, and they were here to discuss the issue. In front of the palace hall, two figures stood there. They were lords of the Jiang clan and Hua clan. I assume you all have heard about the thing from outside. What do you think? The head of the Jiang clan asked. He wanted to ask what people had in mind and if they had any good ideas. Should we try to contact the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan to let them join us? Someone suggested. These two forces of the demon world were somehow related to Yi Futian. Two lords were silent and did not say anything, just watching these people. Today, countless cultivators were gathering in the Haotian city outside the celestial gate. How about we? Another person said. Warriors expressed their thoughts, but two lords still looked nonchalant, as if they could frankly accept all this. At the beginning, when they took Gu Donglu back to celestial gate of vast heaven, they had expected that today would come. Good. You are dismissed. At this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan said. There was a strange look on everyone's face, but they still nodded and requested to leave. Soon, warriors of Celestial Gate all left, and only these two lords stayed. What do you think? The Lord of Jiang clan asked the Lord of Hua clan. The Lord of Hua clan shook his head and said, In this situation, I am afraid that we should not start a war. Not to mention, we may be defeated. Even if we can repel the enemies, how would other forces think of us? Gu Donglu and Yi Futian have just begun to show their talents. Then, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty invited someone to tell the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm, which indicates that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty indeed wants to kill the two of them first. I didn't expect it either, the Lord of Jiang clan sighed in a low voice. He hadn't expected that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty invited such a powerful figure to tell their destiny. In this way, the uproar would happen much earlier than planned, and many of their ideas would be disrupted. Is the Matrix ready? The Lord of the Hua clan asked. The Lord of the Jiang clan nodded his head and said, In the past, Tianqing fought to the death and didn't reveal the truth until the last moment of his life. Now, so many years have passed and finally, this matrix can be used again. I don't know why, but I feel sad. If possible, I don't want to restart it in my whole life. As he talked, he looked toward the Lord of Hua clan and said, Thank you for all the years of suffering. At that time, the three of us swore an oath to bring the Celestial Gate back to the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now, the opportunity has come, the Lord of Hua clan smiled and said. It seemed that his state of mind was affected by the crisis. However, on the contrary, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was eager to destroy them, and the rumors they spread were enough to prove that the future of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was very bright. If so, let us continue to live up to the promises of the past, the Lord of the Jiang clan said to Lord of the Hua clan with a smile. Sure, the Lord of Hua clan nodded and said. They smiled at each other as if, at this moment, they had returned to the time when they were both young. Let's go. They walked forward at the same time and directly crossed the void sky. With just one step, they came to the top of the Celestial Gate stairs and looked down toward the numerous warriors in the lower sky. Many people were stunned when they saw these two people's appearance. All warriors took a bow and said, We are here to salute you. Go back and focus on your cultivation, the Lord of Jiang clan said loudly, and his voice spread through the void sky. Everyone could hear it clearly. Go back? The warriors all froze. They did not understand. What did the Lord mean? At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Warriors of several top forces came, and the warriors who took the lead were from Wang Yambing's family. The lord of the Wang clan was at the forefront, and he looked up and said to people of the Celestial Gate, "If we deploy all the powers of the Haotian city, we could afford the war. And gamble on people's lives and Haotian city's fortune?" The lord of Hua clan looked at the people and asked, "Remember, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven is the Celestial Gate of Haotian City. Even if the Celestial Gate disappears, as long as Haotian City still exists, and there are cultivators left in the Haotian City, the Celestial Gate will last forever. Next, everyone, immediately go back and focus on cultivation." The Lord of Hua clan announced loudly. People were puzzled, but still left. "Just go." The Lord of the Jiang clan waved his hand and said. People hesitated and began to discuss, and some people started to leave. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Warriors of the Wang clan walked up into the void sky and said, "I still have some cultivation skills. Before, I always wanted to compete with you, but now it seems there is no need." Hearing what he said, the two lords also smiled. This was how warriors of the Celestial Gate should do, in the Celestial Gate style. "I should go too. I have saved a bottle of old wine for this moment. Let's have a drink," the Lord of Hua clan said with a smile. The other two people nodded, then turned around and went back to the Celestial Gate. In the distance, Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang stood there quietly, looking at these figures with composure. Yi Futian also applauded for them secretly. They were figures with real composure and confidence. "Master!" Yi Futian looked at Master Qi Xiangang beside him and called. Master had been able to roughly foretell one's fate, and now he had entered the Renhuang Plain. Was he also able to see through all this? "Just let it be." Qi Xiangang patted Yi Futian's shoulder and said. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were both people with great fortune. Although the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would go into crisis, it would also be reborn. Yi Futian watched Master walking away, speechless. The war was coming, but they were all so calm. He shook his head and also walked away. However, a few days later, Haotian City would be shrouded in an atmosphere of horror. Chapter 1490, The Battle of Celestial Gate. In Haotian City, countless people looked up at the sky, and everyone could feel an oppressive atmosphere in the city. Above the sky dome, there seemed to be an invisible storm. Under the pressure of the might, the bright sunshine disappeared in an instant. The air became lifeless and depressing, making people feel unsettled and hard to live. "It's coming," everyone murmured, their hearts trembling. They all knew what it meant. For a few days, there had been all kinds of rumors in the Heavenly Mandate realm, especially in Haotian City. It was said that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited an unusual figure to foretell the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm, and the figure said luck was on the side of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. For this, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had begun to contact top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm to besiege the Celestial Gate again. This time, nobody knew how many forces would come. The might was getting stronger and stronger, but the people of Haotian City still had not seen anyone coming. Finally, above the sky, some godlike figures came into view, who exerted pressure and headed towards the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Although battles in the world of human cultivators usually covered a wide range of space, fighters still followed the rules and hardly killed innocent people. Although Haotian City was under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Gate, there was no direct relationship between them. People of Haotian City didn't belong to the Celestial Gate, so the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could not kill civilians of the city. This was against the path of heaven and would damage their fortune, becoming an excuse to let other forces undermine them. As for the hostility between them and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, it was the grudge between two sects, the dispute between two forces, and should be a normal thing. During the chaotic period, such a battle happened frequently, but during peaceful times like today, this kind of top-level battle was not common. In addition to these godlike figures, from another direction of Haotian City, countless divine thunder dropped down from the sky, annihilating the void sky. The sky was shrouded by clouds of thunder. It was as if the doomsdays had come. "The violet heavenly palace is here," countless people whispered, hearts tremoring. However, it was also within expectation. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the strongest ally of the Shangxiao Divine Palace, and they were direct participants of the past incident. Because of this grudge, Violet Heavenly Palace would not let go of the celestial gate of vast heaven and would try their best to ruin it. So, after they knew about the prophecy, the Violet Heavenly Palace also made up their mind to immediately destroy the celestial gate. Warriors of these top forces were all extremely decisive figures. Once they made up their minds, they would take action immediately and could even launch an immense war. People of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven all had perceived the intimidating and horrifying life force. At this moment, everyone over the Celestial Gate looked solemn. At the front of Celestial Gate, two figures stood side by side. They were the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, Jiang Chengzi, the lord of the Jiang clan, and Hua Jiangshan, the lord of the Hua clan, were standing there, their clothes fluttering in the wind and their bodies shrouded by the celestial light. Numerous people of the Celestial Gate looked toward these two figures as if they were real immortals, detached from the world. How long haven't we fought side by side? Jiang Chengzi asked, looking up at the sky. It's been too long, I can't remember it, Hua Jiangshan replied. Indeed, it had been too long. This feeling is quite good. Jiang Chengzi smiled at Hua Jiangshan and said, Get away. I have no feelings for you, Hua Jiangshan replied. Jiang Chengzi laughed. At this time, the celestial aura shrouded the space. He just wanted to fly straight up to the sky and fight since he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. It was as if, suddenly, he was young again. Countless people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven heard of the conversation between these two lords and showed strange looks. Usually, these two lords were solemn people and rarely made jokes. Except during formal meetings, people rarely heard them conversing. People didn't expect their relationship to be so good. Many people's hearts felt warm. These two major clans of the Celestial Gate, in fact, sometimes also had disputes. Now seeing their lords having conversations like this, warriors all felt a bit ashamed of themselves. There was a reason that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven could pass down in this way. Otherwise, the interior would collapse even before the outside forces invaded. At this moment, an extremely sharp life force came. A figure with a hard body like a divine weapon stepped forward. He looked forward as if nothing was in his eyes. He was a peerless weapon. He was the lord of the Wang clan. Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan turned their eyes to him, and the lord of the Wang clan said in a low voice, Sorry, did I bother you? Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan were speechless. Other people were also speechless. However, there was no time to joke around at this moment. Terrifying life force fell from the sky. A group of godlike figures appeared in the distance and released the same life force from their bodies. All of them wore imperial robes and were full of pride. The person who took the lead was the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and he came here to lead the fight in person. If he wanted to destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, how could he fail? In the hand of the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, there was a gigantic pin, which was the authentic Qinqiu brush, a horrifying Ranhuang-level weapon of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty that could extinguish everything with one stroke. Boom! From the other direction, the sound of dull thunder roared. The divine thunder descended from the sky and shrouded the entire celestial gate. A group of people appeared over the sky, and the warrior who took the lead held in his hand a supreme Ranhuang-level instrument, Violet Heavenly Divine Hammer. The divine hammer was huge. Endless divine thunder dripped down from it, like apocalyptic light. In addition, from another direction, a gust of demonic qi came, and the demon warriors of Yingzhou Mountain had reached. This time, so many great forces joined hands to enter Celestial Gate with the purpose of destroying the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Yingzhou Mountain was not involved in this turmoil. Although they had a grudge with Futian, they didn't have much hatred for him and did not need to participate in this. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan had participated, so Yingzhou Mountain did not want to miss this opportunity either. Nowadays, Yingzhou Mountain was relatively weak among all the top powers. If the Purple Golden Rat clan prospered with this opportunity, Yingzhou Mountain would be put in an embarrassing situation. Therefore, they must join this battle and fight for their fortune. In addition to these forces that were ready to participate, many top figures had also reached the Futian city. Most of them were just going to watch the battle. After all, this battle was directly related to the life and death of a top power, and this supreme-level war would directly affect the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm in the future. Finally, warriors of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky decided not to participate but would just look on. They were a bit shocked to see such a lineup. From the situation, they could tell it would be hard for the celestial gate of vast heaven to survive this time. Would the celestial gate of vast heaven be destroyed before it was restored to its heyday? The warriors of the Divine Elephant clan had also arrived. Above the sky, the Divine Elephant Emperor came in person and looked down at the sky below. Although Futian had inherited from the Divine Elephant clan, they couldn't directly participate in this great turmoil. However, if Futian was in danger, they would help him. Moreover, in this battle, Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven should also have some cards. Destructive might befell. In the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty above the sky, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty raised a brush and made a stroke toward the void sky. The sky dome was split into two, and a beam of killing light came down from the sky dome and chopped toward the place where Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was. Just one stroke seemed to be able to destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He had no reservations and just launched the strongest attack. The destructive force, even the after effect of it, was hard for any Saint Plain warriors to endure. Since the war had started, they would show no mercy and just want to uproot the Celestial Gate. Boom! At this moment, a boundless and dazzling matrix was lit up in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The vast and boundless Celestial Gate burst out with infinite celestial light. On the top of Celestial Gate, a complete pattern of the Divine Matrix appeared and rotated above Celestial Gate. The Juetian diagram. The scene made all the warriors stunned. This was the Juetian Matrix transformed from the Juetian diagram, which shrouded the boundless area of Celestial Gate. The fortune of the Celestial Gate and the might of the Great Path were soon swallowed into the Matrix, and even the aura of the Great Path between the sky and earth fell down wildly, and everything was swallowed by the Juetian diagram. Did Gu Tianqing leave this? Many people showed surprise. This was Gu Tianqing's ability, which did not belong to Jiang Chengzi or Hua Qingshan. Could it also be what Gu Tianqing had arranged? Boom! A frightful sound came, and in Futian City, countless people's hearts beat fast, and blood was roaring in their veins. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the thunderstorms of catastrophe appeared in the sky, especially the sky above Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. It was completely covered by the lightning matrix of Doomsday. In the other direction, a divine spear thrust out from Yingzhou Mountain, and with one strike, it opened the sky. Numerous beams of spear light penetrated the void sky and thrust down. Under the ground in front of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the sound of rumbling came out, and cracks constantly appeared on the ground. It was as if there were many figures moving underground, and there was a faint divine light shining from it. Warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan, people thought. These rat warriors walked through the ground and wanted to go directly to the interior of the Celestial Gate to destroy it. Warriors of the four forces took action at the same time, and all of a sudden, the entire Celestial Gate was completely covered. The Juetian diagram swallowed the fortune of the Great Path and spun around the Celestial Gate. Everyone seemed to be standing over the Juetian diagram, while Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan stood at the center of the matrix. Boom! Countless fairy phantoms surround their whole bodies. Jiang Chengzi rose against the trend in the Juetian diagram, raised his hand, and launched an attack towards the sky. A loud roaring sound came between the sky and earth, and countless palm prints covered the sky and blasted toward warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Hua Jiangshan also started to move. He stepped into the void, and the life force from his body kept rising and becoming stronger. The Lord of the Wang clan also took action. The celestial light was shining around him. He drew palm prints with both hands and let out a shout. In the matrix, hundreds of millions of divine swords appeared and thrust at the sky dome. At the same time, some divine swords flew to the front of the Celestial Gate and then went down. They smashed madly into the ground and thrust towards the warriors of the purple golden rat clan underground. All of a sudden, a supper battle broke out, and the people who took part in were all top figures. It was difficult for others to participate in a battle this level. Even Ranhuang level figures could only assist, and for Saint Plain warriors, they were not qualified to stand aside, let alone participate. If they got involved in it, they would likely to be wiped out instantly. Launch the Matrix, Jiang Chengzi, shrouded by celestial light, said toward the lower sky. Many people showed surprise. Launch the Matrix? Wasn't the Juetian Matrix the Matrix he had launched? Where was the other Matrix that celestial gate of vast heaven wanted to open? Above the celestial gate of vast heaven, the whole gate was trembling. Extremely dazzling fairy light erupted, and in an instant, countless dazzling rays of light shot in all directions. Even top figures' eyes were temporarily blinded by the light. What is that? Many people murmured while covering their eyes. When they narrowed their eyes into slits and tried to look at the scene again, they saw a three-dimensional star atlas with countless light beams of the Great Path shooting out of it. Besides, this three-dimensional star atlas was being integrated into the Juetian Matrix. Gu Donglu was sitting in the Matrix and was also at the center of the star atlas. There was a gust of strong life force coming from his body, and a phantom of a peerless figure could be faintly seen. It seemed to be Gu Tianqing. Around Gu Donglio's body, many illusory figures showed up, all surrounded by the flowing fairy light. Not only that, but many Ranhuang-level warriors came to form a circle around him and madly infused their energy into Gu Donglio's body and launched the Star Atlas. What is this? Those top figures thought, puzzled. They found that countless warriors of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were stepping into the Juetian Matrix and standing at the eyes of the Matrix. Each eye of the Matrix was corresponding to one position in the Star Atlas. Boom, the world was roaring, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was collapsing and shattering. All the force of the Celestial Gate seemed to be swallowed up by that terrifying Matrix, and the Star Atlas became bigger and bigger, radiating toward all the nine skies. Boom, boom, boom. The great path in the sky seemed to be resonating with it. Countless beams of divine light shot down and shone with the divine light emitting from the Matrix. They continued moving into the distance and extended in infinitely distant places. Some warriors looked up at the sky and saw beams of light directly come out of the sky, and all of a sudden, the light beams seemed to go out of sight. All of Futian City was shaking, and infinite life forces of Great Path rushed into the Matrix and merged with it. Above the sky dome, a figure was standing there. It was as if she stood alone outside the sky, but at this time, beams of light shot from the side, and in an instant, the light extended to the infinite distance and shot out of the sky dome. Her perception reached into the distance, stretching out madly, and she found that her perception could not catch up with the movement of the light. The path diagram. She looked down at the Matrix in the lower sky and murmured. The Star Atlas that merged with the Juetian Matrix launched a new Matrix. It was rumored that when Gu Tianqing traveled outside, he obtained a treasure which had the coordinate positions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Some people even said that if the secret of the treasure was unraveled, it could lead to the Great Path of all 3,000 realms in any place. However, because no one had seen it, and Gu Tianqing had never used it in front of people, the gossip only lasted for a while, and later, the world forgot it. Now, it seemed that the rumor many years ago was true. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace blanched a little, and they also felt the terrifying power of the heavenly might. People of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven wanted to escape. Let's do it, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. His finger pointed toward the sky, and the Chinchio brush dropped down from his hand. Numerous killing light beams shrouded the endless area and chopped down. The Chinchio brush came from the sky and thrust toward the super matrix. Boom! The thunder of doomsdays engulfed the sky, and the catastrophic thunder covered tens of thousands of miles of Futian City. In the sky above the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the thunder of catastrophe was even more terrifying. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace held the Violet Divine Hammer in the sky and smashed down the hammer. In just one moment, An extremely stout purple divine thunder penetrated the void sky and blasted down into the lower sky. Everything below it would be wiped out in the heavenly thunder. Everyone in Futian City felt a chill go down their spine. The attack was too horrible, and if it had targeted Futian City, numerous people would have disappeared from the world in a flash. Those who were standing a little close could not dare to watch the battle anymore, and all fled. This level of war could no longer be watched from a short distance. Even the aftermath of the fight might endanger their lives. "Let's open a way," someone said in the endless divine light. A few figures rose from the Jueshin matrix. They were Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, one of whom headed toward the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the other went to the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The lord of the Wang family headed toward the warriors of Ingzhao Mountain. 3 beams of divine light pierced through the sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Yi Futian was also in the matrix. When he looked up at these 3 figures, he felt stirred. The celestial gate of vast heaven was worthy of the word celestial in its name. Warriors were all staring at the upper sky. They saw Jiang Chengzi pass through the destructive thunderstorm, Hua Jiangshan's finger thrust toward the Chinchou brush, and the divine weapon transformed from the Lord of Wang family colliding with the long spear of Ingzhao Mountain. 3 glowing beams ran through the sky, and the people in the matrix just saw the thunderbolt matrix of doomsdays above the sky dome be destroyed. All the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace had to scatter. Even the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. In the void sky, a beam of light shot toward the void sky, and drops of blood flew down. The situation in the other 2 directions was the same. The arrays formed by warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Ingzhao Mountain were directly separated, and many of the warriors were even injured, which showed how strong the attack was. The celestial gate will last forever. At this moment, a voice came from the matrix in the lower sky, and the sound made the void air tremble. The moment these words were said, another beam of celestial light rose straight into the sky toward those warriors. "The celestial gate will last forever," another voice came. "The celestial gate will last forever." The voices came one after another, and the bright rays of divine light shot out. A terrifying scene appeared. Many Renhuang figures transformed into intimidating light beams of the Great Path, attacking warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. So many gallant heroes of Celestial Gate of vast heaven all turned into immortal phantoms at this time and pierced through the void sky. Warriors from the Shangxiao Divine Palace and the Violet Heavenly Palace were all hit hard. Many Renhuang figures let out low moans, and even the Imperial Lord and the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord were injured in the first round of attacks. Warriors of the Celestial Gate punched out their strongest blows with the power of the Matrix, which penetrated the void sky, and then left. But some of them were also seriously injured before leaving. Roar at this moment, a giant figure of the purple golden rat king appeared over the crowd. It opened its big mouth, blocked the road, and swallowed a Renhuang warrior. Gu Donglu looked up at the sky and glanced at the purple golden rat king. The next moment, countless beams of spatial light shot directly onto the sky dome, and all the rays in the matrix thrust out at the same instant. PPPPPPPPPFFFFF, a series of sound came out, and many Renhuang figures' bodies in the upper sky were stabbed. Their bodies exploded, and a lot of blood dripped down from the sky and disappeared in the light. What is that? Many people were shocked. Roars that trembled the space came from the sky dome, and people saw that the purple gold rat king was stabbed by countless beams of divine light. Many bloody cuts appeared on his huge body. He shrank his body and ran away instantly. He moved out of the way. Sacred light shrouded the celestial gate of vast heaven, and the matrix rotated and headed toward the sky dome along with countless beams of divine light. A group of figures showed up from all directions and headed straight into the clouds. At the same time, the entire matrix emitted countless beams of terrifying light, shooting toward every direction of the sky dome. "The day when the celestial gate returns will be the day of your annihilation," voices said at the same time, extremely solemn. The divine light in the surroundings seemed to open the way, and so did all the warriors who fought. As for the center of the large matrix at this moment, countless warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven directly merged into the divine light and disappeared between the sky and the earth in a flash. No one stopped them, and they would head toward the most distant place without interruption. Stop them! An angry shout came from the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. He was shocked to find that all the warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven were shrouded in the matrix. At this moment, they turned into countless beams of divine light and shot towards the sky. They wanted to take away the whole celestial gate. Many warriors launched attacks, but the terrifying divine light next to them directly blocked their attacks, protecting the infinite divine light in the large matrix and left. They could have gone beforehand, but they did not. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to exterminate the Celestial Gate. How could they just let them go without paying the price? Although this might lead to injuries and even death, and some people might lose their chances to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm because the Great Path of Space was attacked, they still did so with no hesitation. The path diagram will send them away from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many people murmured, trembling inside. The whole Celestial Gate would move. The day when the Celestial Gate returned, they would be annihilated. Those unstopped divine light beams rushed directly into the endless void sky and disappeared. It was as if they opened a road of great path and took away all the warriors of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. The imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked up at the void sky, but his majestic face looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. He remembered the time when the figure foretold the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The fortune of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was almost destroyed. It was extremely dim, but it still existed. Wasn't the prophecy what was happening at the moment? Everyone from Celestial Gate of vast heaven left, and the Celestial Gate collapsed. Their fortune was almost extinguished, but the people of the Celestial Gate all left. People in Futian City also looked up at the sky. They saw countless beams of divine light shine directly through the sky, and an infinite bright light appeared on the sky dome. All of them disappeared with the divine light. Could this matrix take them directly out of the Heavenly Mandate realm? That bright path matrix might make it possible. This matrix is so powerful, but why didn't they use it in Gu Tianqing's battle? Someone people thought, shocked. During the battle of that year, the technique of the matrix was not mature. Gu Tianqing had been studying this matrix at that time, but he passed away before the matrix succeeded, leaving it to his two friends. Can those who were blocked by the attack also leave the Heavenly Mandate realm? Someone whispered. No! The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty yelled after hearing the whisper. His face turned pale, and he immediately turned around and walked away. He ordered, "Let's go back." The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace also realized it. The three big figures who attacked previously rushed out and were obstructed by terrifying forces. They left after forcibly breaking their arrays. Those three figures were most likely unable to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm, or had they never thought of leaving? What's going on? People asked each other. They didn't get it when seeing the warriors depart from the sky. All the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Shangxiao Divine Palace were evacuated in a very short time. It was as if they were worried about something. The two clan lords and the Lord of Wang family didn't leave, someone said. They are still in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Before, the three top figures launched an attack with the power of the Matrix and directly separated the enemy's arrays. The power that erupted at that moment even wounded the Imperial Lord and the Lord of Violet Heavenly Mandate, but at the same time, they must have also suffered the same. The extremely strong force of the collision caused the road of Great Path to the Sky Dome to be incomplete. Only the Celestial Gate army that was protected in the middle was able to enter the complete road. The Celestial Gate warriors who fought in the beginning were trying to escort them. As for other warriors, they might have been hindered, but they intentionally did so, most likely because they did not want to leave. The Celestial Gate of vast heaven had been passed down for many years. Today, it collapsed under the siege of many top forces, as if it had to repeat the past. How could the Celestial Gate warriors reconcile themselves? In the past, they had paid a terrible price for it, and the Gu clan was totally destroyed. Now, would it happen again? Couldn't the Celestial Gate of vast heaven obtain good fortune and be at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? They must let them pay a painful price, even if the cost was the breakdown of the celestial gate. This was the battle they had chosen. After hearing the voice, people's hearts trembled slightly. Didn't the three warriors leave the heavenly mandate realm? If so, where would they go? Now that celestial gate was no longer here, they would have nothing to worry about. It was not hard to speculate where they were going. The heavenly mandate dynasty, the Shangxiao divine palace, and the other two clans from the demon realm wanted to destroy the celestial gate and let the celestial gate turn into ruins. If there had not been the Matrix, nobody of the celestial gate of vast heaven could survive, since they wanted to completely get rid of the celestial gate. In this case, what would Zhang Chengzi do when they left? The heavenly mandate dynasty and the violet heavenly palace, these two forces were closer to the celestial gate of vast heaven than to the demon realm. If these two forces can't catch up with them, I am afraid they will have big trouble, someone said, watching the figures disappear from the sky dome above. Because the top forces came with the purpose to destroy the celestial gate, they had deployed their best warriors, including the Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord themselves, to prevent anyone from escaping. Currently, the defensive power of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Temple of Violet needed to be weakened greatly. The purple-golden rat emperor's face was gloomy. Although his bearing was outstanding, due to the natural ugly appearance of the purple-golden rat, he looked even more eerie. His body was stained with a lot of blood. However, he was greatly traumatized. "Let's return to the demon realm first," he said. Immediately, warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan also evacuated and returned to the demon world, just in case anything happened. Warriors of Yingzhou Mountain also started to evacuate. Soon the four allied forces had all left. Many warriors of other forces were still here, lost in thought. The battle of the top powers involved too many issues, and if they were not careful, they would face backlash. This was also the reason why wars rarely broke out between top forces. Many people secretly left through the sky. They could feel that the super matrix of Celestial Gate had evacuated all the warriors of Celestial Gate. Perhaps they could cross the realm borders, and the path matrix was used to record the coordinates. Combined with the large matrix, the treasure obtained by Gu Tianqing at that time could shuttle between different realms. Soon, the warriors from all sides of the Heavenly Mandate realm left, and only the people of Haotian City were still here. They looked at the place where the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was located. Now the gate had collapsed, and all the celestial aura disappeared. All the fortune and energy had been integrated into the large matrix and launched it, consuming all the power of the Celestial Gate. The Celestial Gate, it's gone, people sighed. At this time, the area around the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven seemed extraordinarily quiet, and countless people looked at the front silently. Here was the sacred land of Haotian City, the symbol of it. Today, it was a ruin. In the distance, there were still figures flashing. All of them were people of Haotian City. Seeing the sight in front of them, everyone felt the desolation, as well as a tinge of sadness. Didn't the fortune teller of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty say the Celestial Gate would be full of good luck? Someone said with a sigh, looking up at the sky. Since they had good luck, why did it end up like this? Was the fortune of the Celestial Gate really disrupted by the war? As long as the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven are still alive, the Celestial Gate will still exist, someone said loudly in a somber voice. Previously, including the two clan lords and many Ranhuang figures, many top figures broke into the opponent's arrays and escorted the people of the Celestial Gate to leave. What these people did was to save Air Hope, and they didn't mind staying here. As long as hope existed, the Celestial Gate existed, and fortune would be on their side. Indeed, Gu Donglu obtained the power between the sky and the earth, gathered all the fortunes of the Origin Mountains, and received Gu Tianqing's teachings. He alone owned a great amount of fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now he left, but by the time he returned, he would revive the Celestial Gate and call on all the Celestial Gate warriors to return. The Celestial Gate lasts forever. One after another, these voices came, filled with endless hope. That was the hope for the future. They remembered what the Celestial Gate warriors had said before departure. In the future, the return of the Celestial Gate would mean the elimination of all those powers. Today, The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace participated in the battle to destroy the Celestial Gate, and in the future, they would have a price to pay. Fortune was not easy to be extinguished. Those forces couldn't take it away. After this battle, people in Futian City also seemed to have undergone some changes in their states of mind. Their willpower seemed to become firmer and more unified. They finally understood why their two lords refused to participate in the Battle of Futian City. It turned out that they had long thought about everything and did not want the people of Futian City to be involved. At this time, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, a bright beam of divine light appeared, but the light became dimmer and dimmer until it dissipated. A figure showed up. The figure had outstanding temperament and was covered with a snow-white robe. His long hair was partly white. Although he was middle-aged, he seemed to have experienced vicissitudes. At this time, there was a blood stain at the corner of his mouth. The white robe on his body was also torn and stained with blood. The figure was the Lord of Hua Clan, Hua Jiangshan, one of the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He glanced down at his robe and whispered, "It's dirty again." Then, he took off his shirt and took out another white robe from the storage ring. Hua Jiangshan was a neat freak. He put on the new robe and dusted it several times, and only then was satisfied. He also wiped off the blood stain from his mouth and then looked into the distance. There seemed to be dazzling celestial light in his eyes, which penetrated the infinite space. He stepped forward, and suddenly countless white shadows appeared over the sky dome. They were many broken shadows, like countless phantoms of Hua Jiangshan. The scene was shocking. A bright beam of white celestial light appeared over the sky dome and ran across the void sky at an incredibly fast speed. Vroom! The white celestial light came from the sky dome, which was so fast that nobody could see his figure inside. A Saint Plain warrior was cultivating in a mountain in the south of Heavenly Mandate realm. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "Who's there?" he shouted. A beam of white fairy light passed directly above his head. He could see nothing but a beam of white light, which frightened him. How could he be so fast? He was of Nirvana Saint Plain, but he didn't even see clearly before the figure disappeared. In the Thunder Punishment City of the Heavenly Mandate realm, there were warriors guarding every entrance of the city. At this time, a beam of white light landed outside the city. "Who's there?" Several soldiers shouted and rose up, trying to stop it. Hiss! The white light faded away, and the two soldiers who tried to block him froze in the air, and then their bodies fell into the lower air. Their eyes widened, as if they didn't believe they were dying. They were warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace guarding the Thunder Punishment City. Who dared to kill them like this? What's that? In the city of thunder and punishment, countless people looked up at the sky and murmured with confusion. A beam of white light just flew over their heads and headed directly toward one direction. It was heading toward the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace. On the top of Violet Heavenly Palace, several old men were cultivating. At this moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, as if they had sensed a very dangerous life force. One of them shouted, "What brings you here, sir?" They rose and looked towards the distance. Their voices spread across the Violet Heavenly Palace, shaking every Heavenly Palace cultivator's heart. The white light was still shooting straight towards the Violet Heavenly Palace. A Runhuang-level warrior was moving forward. The thunder light engulfed the sky with astonishing force. He stepped out and launched a destructive punch of the great path toward the white light. The sky and the earth made loud roars. Boom! The white light and the purple light brutally collided. It was so fast that people's eyes couldn't even follow it. Finally, the white light stopped and turned into a hazy figure. The hair of the figure in white robe fluttered in the wind, and the fairy light flew around his body. He pointed a finger forward. The divine light annihilated the sky. The Runhuang figure let out a scream, and his body gradually disintegrated. SBHHHDD blood splashed out, and the Runhuang figure's body was shattered directly. The figure in the white robe continued moving forward, and his white clothes were stained by blood. Boom! A gust of horrifying life force shrouded the entire Violet Heavenly Palace, and some figures broke into the air and came. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace trembled. Some people were coming to attack the heavenly palace. Hua Jiangshan, an old man, said with a trembling voice. The palace lord had led people to besiege the celestial gate of vast heaven, but why would Hua Jiangshan, one of the two clan lords of celestial gate of vast heaven, show up here? Boom! The horrible might shrouded everyone. Hua Jiangshan took a step out and pointed his finger forward. In a short time, the celestial light of the great path directly penetrated many warriors' bodies. Many people groaned, vomited blood, and showed extreme fear. How could this be? Hua Jiangshan continued moving forward and laid down a finger again. He killed a person in front of him, and the blood splashed on his face. But at this time, he seemed to have no feeling, and his eyes were cold, with no trace of emotion. Today, his hands were doomed to be dirty. Some people said that a celestial cultivator could turn into a demon with just one thought. He had been cultivating in celestial laws for many years, but today, he had become a demon. Launch the Matrix. A loud yell came from the violet heavenly palace. The warriors who stayed in the heavenly palace gathered together around the palace. In a flash, the destructive might appeared over the sky dome and swept across the vast sky. The terrifying divine thunder over the sky dome covered the entire Thunder Punishment City. People in Thunder Punishment City were shocked, and their hearts kept trembling. At this moment, all of them looked up at the sky and stared in the direction of the heavenly palace. What happened there? They wondered. A while ago, a dazzling beam of white light ran across the sky. Was it because of the white light? Someone broke into the violet heavenly palace. The palace lord led people to Futian City today and attacked the celestial gate of vast heaven, someone murmured. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had just realized something. The battle against a top force could backfire on them. Had it backfired on them? However, this time all the top forces had joined hand. How could they let warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven escape? Even though they escaped, why did the top forces not chase after them and let them attack the violet heavenly palace? They were puzzled and didn't know what happened. If the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lord of the violet heavenly palace had known that there was such a super matrix in the celestial gate of vast heaven, they must have acted more cautiously, but there was no if in reality. At this moment, Thunder Punishment City had truly become the land of thunder punishment, and heaven seemed to want to release the power of thunder punishment and wipe out everything. The warriors of Violet Heavenly Palace ran madly toward the void sky and entered the super matrix of thunder punishment. It was the matrix of world destruction and was guarded and controlled by several senior Renhuang figures of the Violet Heaven Palace. Although the palace lord took the best warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace to besiege the celestial gate of vast heaven, it was impossible for Violet Heavenly Palace to leave no warriors behind. In fact, many Renhuang figures were still here. Hua Jiangshan glanced up at this catastrophic super matrix, which was the guarding matrix of Violet Heavenly Palace. He had directly broken into the palace before they had time to launch the guarding matrix to defend the sect. But after they launched it at this moment, the power was still appalling. The celestial light was shining brightly into the sky. Numerous fairy shadows appeared over Hua Jiangshan's body and headed towards the sky dome. Numerous fairy shadows constantly descended below the matrix. It was as if they wanted to support this super matrix with flesh and blood. Boom! The fairy shadows merged and involved Hua Jiangshan's body in a supreme immortal shadow. The shadow kept expanding, and he took a step upward. A celestial ladder created by mystical ways was released. He seemed to be stepping on the celestial ladder. With every step he took out, his life force became more powerful, and his figure became stronger. It was as if nothing could stop him. The great path over the sky roared, and Hua Jiangshan's body turned into a supreme celestial form. He pointed a finger toward the void sky and penetrated the thunder, annihilating the great path, and fell directly over the terrifying matrix of doomsday. In just one moment, above the sky dome, countless beams of celestial light like lightning appeared in the large matrix covering all the skies. Countless wills dropped from the sky above the matrix, which resonated with the two forces below. A rumbling sound came out, and the matrix was trembling, and many cracks appeared on it. Boom! With a loud noise, countless bolts of thunder and lightning exploded. At this moment, the sky seemed to fall, and the doomsday was coming. The violet heavenly palace was split into many parts, and countless buildings collapsed. In Thunder Punishment City, numerous people let out yells of despair and were destroyed in the aftermath of the Matrix. Nobody attacked them deliberately, but the thunderous Matrix was so horrible that the forces could not be controlled when the Matrix collapsed, causing many people to die. Figures of the violet heavenly palace were shaken in the sky. Blood oozed out from their mouths, and their faces turned pale. They launched attacks with all of their strengths. The appalling Renhuang might overwhelmed the sky, and the Renhuang figures were all staring at Hua Jiangshan. They must guard the violet heavenly palace. Infinite thunder and lightning penetrated Hua Jiangshan's body, but he still stood there, stepping forward in the void sky and making all warriors' hearts tremble. Many broken images appeared, and at this time, Hua Jiangshan turned into the ultimate celestial form. Plork, plork, plork. One after another, many Renhuang figures were eliminated. When Hua Jiangshan stopped, his finger was pointing at the center of a senior warrior's eyebrows. Blood splashed on him, but Hua Jiangshan looked quite calm. It was as if he was completely undisturbed. Dead, all dead. Elder, Master. There were many voices coming from everywhere in the space. People of the violet heavenly palace looked up at the sky, all in deep despair. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, one of the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, naturally stood on the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Except for those few giant figures, almost nobody could fight with him. The Renhuang warriors who cultivated in the violet heavenly palace were all peerless figures with fame, but at this moment, they all died at the hands of Hua Jiangshan. How sad this battle would greatly hurt the vitality of the violet heavenly palace. And it was not over. Hua Jiangshan glanced down. At this moment, the sky above violet heavenly palace became extremely silent, and only the cold wind was whistling. Lord of Hua clan, aren't you going to let the young warriors go? A voice said. Above the silent violet heavenly palace, a figure walked out. He was the supreme form of violet heavenly palace, Zhan Yuan. He walked out and looked at Hua Jiangshan. Today, in the heavenly palace, Hua Jiangshan had gone on a killing spree. The violet heavenly palace had never suffered such a heavy loss. Hua Jiangshan raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a big invisible hand gripped Zhan Yuan and raised him in the air. Zhan Yuan stared at Hua Jiangshan. You don't need to look at me like that. You know better than anyone what the violet heavenly palace came to the celestial gate of vast heaven today for, Hua Jiangshan said calmly. People of the violet heavenly palace looked pale. Of course, they knew why they had come. In the past, all the people of the Gu clan were exterminated. This time, all the top forces joined hands to go to the celestial gate because they wanted to repeat the past and let the celestial gate of vast heaven become history and disappear from the heavenly mandate realm. However, now, Hua Jiangshan was here. Hua Jiangshan's white clothes were stained with blood. Hua Jiangshan looked at Zhan Yuan's face, and at this moment, he did not see fear from Zhan Yuan's face, but Zhan Yuan just looked at him indifferently. This made Hua Jiangshan smile. He said, after all, the supreme form of the violet heavenly palace is not a despicable person. Today, I am supposed to kill everyone in the violet heavenly palace. But if I do this, the violet heavenly palace will not be able to witness the future. So today, I will keep you alive to let you one day see who will stand at the top of the heavenly mandate realm. After these words, he let go of Zhan Yuan. Even though Zhan Yuan was the supreme form of violet heavenly palace, he still let him go. As he had said, today, the violet heavenly palace came to exterminate everyone in the celestial gate. Now, he had started his killing spree like a demon, and he had nothing to worry about. But he still didn't kill Zhan Yuan because he wanted to let the violet heavenly palace witness the return of the celestial gate. As for Zhan Yuan, the supreme form of Great Path, there were Gu Donglu and Yi Futian in the celestial gate, so Zhan Yuan would not be a threat to them. Vroom. He took a step forward, reaching the top of the violet heavenly palace, and then stomped down. All of a sudden, above Thunder Punishment City, the towering castle of the violet heavenly palace was shaking violently. Many cracks appeared, and it began to collapse. Countless giant rocks rolled down, and the heavenly palace was reduced to ruins. Today, the celestial gate of vast heaven disappeared, but the violet heavenly palace should also be wiped out in the same way. After doing all this, Hua Jiangshan flashed away and walked into the void sky. The Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace took away their best figures, so although this battle would greatly weaken the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would not hurt their foundation. Those who went to the celestial gate of vast heaven were the strongest figures. But even so, from now on, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be restless because of it. A super battle also broke out in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the foundation of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was deeper, and many allied imperial forces surrounded it along with countless warriors. The power of the Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was also very terrifying. Zhang Chengzi had his killing spree there, and killed a lot of warriors and then left. He couldn't completely break the defense of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had suffered a significant loss. He left just because he didn't want to give them a chance to fight back. If he waited until the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty returned, it would be impossible for him to escape. The Lord of the Wang clan was not as strong as Zhang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, and he was not so lucky either. After he forcibly broke into the arrays, his path of teleportation was blocked. After teleporting for a short distance, unfortunately, he was caught by the thought of the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, who rushed back home at full speed. Warriors of their level could easily cover thousands of miles with his thought, which was a terrifying power. At this moment, in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm, a figure turned into a divine weapon and quickly flew forward. However, a person behind him kept chasing him. It was the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Other warriors had received his order and were running back to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at full speed. Although he was worried, as long as these warriors all went back, it didn't matter even if he was absent for a while. There was killing intent in the eyes of the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Both people's speeds were extremely fast, and the Lord of the Wang family was completely transformed into a real weapon of the gods and shuttled between the sky and the earth. "Do you think you can escape?" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. He thrust out a palm from a distance, and the great path between the sky and earth roared and swept across the distant void sky. However, this palm slapped over the divine weapon and made the speed of the Lord of Wang clan even faster. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate looked sullen, but at this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan felt a sense of crisis. He frowned, and suddenly, the ground was split into half directly, and a horrifying demon aura swept across the sky. Soon, a horrifying purple-golden rat descended and devoured the great path between the sky and earth, and was even about to swallow him as well. The Lord of the Wang family immediately stopped and threw out a divine weapon. A terrifying dark crack appeared in the void sky, followed by a flash of blood. The Lord of the Wang family had to stop, but his body was dripping with blood. One of his arms was bitten off, and the blood was flowing down madly. Boom! A violent attack hit behind him at the same time, making him vomit blood. There was no way to go. All of a sudden, warriors of both forces arrived. "I feel pity for you. Having joined the Celestial Gate and seeking your death," the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said coldly. The Lord of Wang clan could have just been an outsider. "Seeking my death?" The Lord of Wang family looked up at the sky and suddenly laughed. He suddenly felt relieved. For many years, he had regarded the return to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the biggest obsession. Now he could let it go. "I, Wang Yu, deserve to be a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Wang family can live up to the glory of the Celestial Gate." He said this loudly, roaring to the sky. The sky shook, and countless divine weapons descended from the sky. The divine light of Great Path penetrated his body, and the weapons dissolved. The Heavenly Mandate Realm world had been calm for many years since the battle between Gu Tianqing of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the old and new Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. But now, Another war broke out and shocked the heavenly mandate realm. This battle involved the 5 supreme forces and made countless people in the heavenly mandate realm feel unsettled. In a brief period of time, every detail of this war swept across the entire heavenly mandate realm, including the demon world. It had become a real sensation. The scale of the war was the largest in the heavenly mandate realm since Gu Tianqing's period, and the influence was also the strongest. In this battle, the celestial gate of vast heaven was destroyed. The celestial gate launched a supermatrix and moved all the warriors of the celestial gate away. But some warriors who guarded them did not leave, and even the top 3 figures of celestial gate were left. Jiang Chengzi of the Jiang clan went to the heavenly mandate dynasty, and many people were severely injured or killed by him. But what was even worse was the violet heavenly palace. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, went astray and became a demon. His white clothes were stained with the blood of many Ranhuang figures of the violet heavenly palace. It was said that Zhan Yuan and other people's lives were controlled by Hua Jiangshan, and with one thought, he could have exterminated all the warriors of the violet heavenly palace. However, Hua Jiangshan did not do so, which made many people in the heavenly mandate realm think that Hua Jiangshan, who went to the violet heavenly palace, was a kind person. Most people would have chosen to kill them if they had been in his situation. However, the celestial gate of vast heaven was not so lucky. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang family, wanted to bring his family back into celestial gate of vast heaven but failed. However, he still went to the celestial gate of vast heaven when the celestial gate was in danger. Wang Yu, during a tragic battle, was disarmed but had severely injured the king of the golden rats. He soon passed away, but he had lived up to the glory of the celestial gate. It was as if he had never left. Although he had some flaws in the past, this tragic battle still showed the loyalty and valor of this top Ranhuang figure. He indeed lived up to the glory of the celestial gate and deserved to be a cultivator of the celestial gate. A super battle ended. After that, the top forces such as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Divine Palace crazily searched for the Ranhuang figures of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, who had not left, and found that many of them had been killed. However, after that, they also found it out that Hua Jiangshan and Jiang Chengzi also killed many of their Ranhuang figures. These 2 people still hadn't left the Heavenly Mandate realm, which made the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace restless. Besides, it would be challenging to besiege and kill these 2 lords. As long as they acted secretly, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Shangxiao Divine Palace could hardly kill them. The Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord also had concerns. They would no longer dare not leave alone to assassinate them unless they had already been found. Everyone understood that this would be a long-term war, and the Heavenly Mandate realm would not be peaceful. As for the vast majority of people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, it seemed that they had really been sent away by that supermatrix and were no longer in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was rumored that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace had already begun to send people to other realms to search for those people's information, and they seemed to try to use this to threaten Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, who were hidden in the dark. Everything that was happening in the Heavenly Mandate realm confirmed the prophecy of the demon realm that the Heavenly Mandate realm would change. Today, it had changed. The Celestial Gate disappeared, and the Violet Heavenly Palace was rebuilt. Was this the beginning of the change? Each of the many things that happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm recently seemed to touch people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The whole Heavenly Mandate realm was still shrouded in the shadow of that battle. At this time, there were many traces of the Great Path on the ground in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many people came here to see the remnant wills. At this moment, 2 rays of celestial light came down. The crowd looked up and immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped moving and looked at these 2 figures that showed up, Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan. They stood in the void sky and perceived the remaining wills in this space. They could hardly feel it, and there were only some traces on the ground that were caused by the aftermath of the battle. Here was the place where Wang Yubing was disarmed. Wang Yu died here. They walked down and came to a place. Over the ground, there was a trace of white light, which was a fragment of a broken sword. The sword fragment still contained very strong sword wills, and no one dared to approach it. Jiang Chengzi walked there, took the fragments, held it tightly in one hand, and looked forward. Jiang Chengzi, the lord of Jiang clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Hua Tianshan, the lord of Hua clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Both of them spoke at the same time in a somber voice. They announced loudly, "Today, the Wang clan is granted to enter the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and become a part of the Celestial Gate." After these words, both of them turned into two beams of celestial light and disappeared, as if they had never been here. However, above the sky dome, the echo lingered for a long time. The Wang clan was granted to enter the Celestial Gate, and all the disciples of the Wang clan would become members of the Celestial Gate. People were in shock for a long time and felt their blood boiling. Wang Yu lived up to the glory of the Celestial Gate, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would not disappoint him. Today, Wang Yu's wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. However, the day when the Celestial Gate returned, what would the scene be like? No one knew. The storm of the heavenly mandate realm was rising, and who knew about the future? The thing that happened in the heavenly mandate realm, after a while, even spread to other realms. When the supermatrix of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was opened, people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were sent to many different realms. In the higher heavens realm, the most sacred place of cultivation was the Shangxiao Divine Palace. It was very solemn. In the Shangxiao Divine Palace, over a palace hall, someone was looking into the distance. The person was wearing a gorgeous golden suit, and his eyes were tinged with golden divine light. He was the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Yi Tianyu. The news of the Heavenly Mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm, so he had also received the news during his cultivation in the Divine Palace. In the beginning, when his father asked him to leave, he had already known that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would lay a hand on the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Otherwise, father would not let him go immediately. At that time, he had an inexplicable feeling. Of course, he hoped that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would revive and destroy the Celestial Gate, but at the same time, he did not want Gu Donglu and Yi Futian to fall so early. These two opponents on his way of cultivation motivated him to keep moving forward and never relax. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, both of them would become gallant figures of this era. However, in the end, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty failed. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven opened a supermatrix and sent their warriors away. It was said that they were sent to many different realms. Today, where were Yi Futian and Gu Donglu? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind Yi Tianyu. Someone said to him in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" After she said it, the person came to Yi Tianyu's side and looked into the distance with him. Her voice was so beautiful that everyone would be curious about her appearance when hearing her voice. Her face was also extremely gorgeous and would not disappoint anyone. "Nothing," Yi Tianyu said and smiled at her. This lady was also a core disciple of Shangxiao Divine Palace. She was extremely talented and was also a princess of a top force in the higher heavens realm. She had heard that Yi Tianyu encountered some setbacks in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and even his marriage proposal was refused. "You are thinking about your family thing, right?" "I have heard a little bit," the woman smiled and said. "The storm in the Heavenly Mandate realm suddenly rises up. Maybe all these 9 realms would be affected by it. We must work harder." "Yes," Yi Tianyu said and nodded. The 9 realms had been calm for many years, but commotion could rise again at any time. The Heavenly Mandate realms was a good example. Even though he was a disciple of Shangxiao Divine Palace, a peerless and talented figure, in reality, his current plane was still not enough compared with other warriors of top forces in the 9 realms. There was an area in the higher heavens realm called Taishan region, and the main city of Taishan region was Taishan City. The most prestigious restaurant in the city was named after Taishan City, which was called Taishan Restaurant. This restaurant had received a lot of big figures. The restaurant was very large and magnificent, just like a royal palace comprised of many towering buildings with extremely luxurious embellishments. There were many special seats set in the lofty buildings and in the garden outside. At this time, a fragrance of the wine came from the restaurant garden. The scent was so alluring as if one would be charmed just by taking a sniff of it. The Taishan restaurant always served the best wine, and all wine and dishes were all very expensive. Ordinary people never dared to enter. In such an expensive restaurant, music was indispensable. There was a pavilion in the garden. Peach trees around the pavilion were blooming, and leaves were slowly falling down, covering the area. Someone was playing zither in the garden. The scenery was beautiful, and so was the zither. The zither music was in harmony with the scene, adding a serene mood to the restaurant. Some guests were drinking and looking towards the pavilion. In front of an ancient zither, a figure in white clothes was sitting there, with long black hair loosely falling around his shoulders. His face was flawlessly handsome and made people want to praise his unparalleled elegance. He was indeed so in such an atmosphere. Mr. Shun's accomplishment in music is indeed marvelous. I wonder how powerful it will be when used with the music spell, some guests in the restaurant discussed with a smile. I heard that not long ago, some guests had a dispute here, and Mr. Shun soothed their emotions with the music of zither and easily solved the dispute. I don't know who his master was, but his master must be an unusual person, someone said softly. All the laws in the world were interlinked, and since he could master the skill of playing zither at such a high level, he must be an extraordinary person. Not to mention that Taishan restaurant invited him. It is said that Mr. Shan cultivates in zither sword, and could use the music of zither to release superb power of the sword. Right? If there is a chance, I want to see it. When everyone was talking, the music of zither stopped slowly. Someone sitting near the window looked toward the musician in the pavilion and said, "If Mr. Shan is interested, would you like to become my zither teacher?" Many people followed the voice and looked up. The person who spoke was a lady with a flawless body and a glamorous face. Nobody could move their eyes from her, but she, as an empress-level figure, had an intimidating might in her body. The music master looked up toward her, rose, and smiled. "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty, but I don't want to leave yet." The empress looked at him with a smile, and then her body flashed away. Suddenly, several warriors also rose into the air at the same time. A sedan chair appeared in the void sky. Her delicate feet stepped into the void sky, and she entered the sedan chair. She took a look at the young man and left. The young man silently put away the zither, then rose up and left. He was Futian, who had changed his appearance. He came to the higher heavens realm from the heavenly mandate realm. Futian returned to the backyard of Taishan restaurant. A young man and a young woman came to him, both with extraordinary temperament. "Mr. Shan, I didn't expect that your zither music would receive praise from Empress Ji. That is great." The man looked at Futian and said with a smile. Before, the figure who invited Futian to become her zither player was Empress Ji, a figure who had a great reputation in Taishan City. Empress Ji was a big-hearted and extremely charismatic person, a goddess figure in countless cultivators' eyes, but they could only look up at her and dare not to fantasize about her. Even though Empress Ji was not married yet, she was the empress. Mr. Shan's zither music is very unusual and refined, and has a very deep artistic mood. The moment the music starts, people can engage in the atmosphere. "No wonder Empress Ji also appreciates your music skills," the lady said, and smiled lightly. She looked at Futian's handsome face, but somehow could not see through him. According to his temperament and his mastery of music, Futian seemed to come from a famed family and should not be of ordinary status. Although he called himself the zither sword master, everyone had only heard of his zither, and no one had ever seen him draw a sword. There seemed to be a mysterious life force around him. Moreover, with his accomplishments, Futian should not be willing to just work as a restaurant zither musician. Although Taishan restaurant was not an ordinary restaurant, everyone knew who the owner of this restaurant was. "I am flattered," Futian responded with a smile. The two looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly. So far, they did not understand what Futian wanted. If he were an ordinary person, it would be good to be a zither musician in the Taishan restaurant, but Futian was not ordinary. His cultivation plane and his mastery of music had proved this. "Brother Shin, would you like to visit my teacher with me and become his disciple?" repeated the young man. His teacher was the owner of Taishan restaurant. In the Taishan region, No one dared to look down upon the owner of Taishan Restaurant. His status in the Taishan region was extraordinary. Taishan Restaurant was the top restaurant in Taishan City, and no one had dared to make trouble in Taishan Restaurant, all because of the transcendent status of the owner. The Lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan Restaurant were actually brothers. This was a fact that everyone knew, and it was not a secret. Of course, in addition to their status and strength, they also had a super powerful master. Therefore, it could be said that if the owner of Taishan Restaurant wanted to take a disciple, it would become a very big sensation, and countless people in the Taishan region would crave this opportunity. However, Futian seemed very indifferent when he heard the young man's words. He shook his head expressionlessly. He didn't come to the restaurant for the Lord of Taishan Restaurant. His reaction is what I expected. The young man looked at Futian and thought. Futian had declined a few times. Futian didn't come to the restaurant to visit his teacher. Even though the young man just tentatively asked about it, Futian directly declined and shook his head casually, without any hesitation. So, what did Futian come to Taishan Restaurant for? They didn't see the slightest clue during these days. I'm going for a walk, Futian said with a smile, and then went outside. His habit was the same as before. The young man and young woman took a look at each other. Let's go, the young man whispered and then went out. Outside the restaurant, Futian was heading forward. As the main city of Taishan Realm, Taishan City, this ancient city, was extremely prosperous and had countless warriors, even including many Ranhuang-level figures. It could absolutely be counted as one of the most powerful zones in the entire Higher Heavens realm. The Taishan region had a relatively condescending position in the Higher Heavens realm because a supergiant had been living on the top of Taishan Mountain. It was a terrifying top figure of the Higher Heavens realm. Because of him, this place was called the Taishan region. Although he did not establish a sect, his status was as prestigious as that of Futian City in the celestial gate of vast heaven. He was a peak figure in the realm, and all the disciples he had raised were all extremely famed figures. Among them, there were the Lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan Restaurant. Futian carefully watched the scenery in the city. In the ancient city, Saint Plain warriors were everywhere, as if in the Nine Supreme Realm, the Saint Plain was just a common thing. Presumably, this was due to the regional advantage of copious spiritual resources. Futian sped up, and with just one step, he entered the void sky. He disappeared from the place in an instant as if he could flash away anywhere in the air. After he left, two figures appeared where he was before. They released their thoughts, but only found out that Futian's trace had vanished. So fast, they said. They looked at each other, shook their heads with bitter smiles, and then came back. The speed of the musician was also appallingly fast, and just in an instant, they couldn't find him anymore. Let's go to the realm of ruin, the man said. Going to the realm of ruin? The woman looked at him and said with a smile. I heard that the young sister of the city lord residents would also go there. Don't think too much. It is said that a great warrior has appeared in the realm of ruin recently. Many people were planning to challenge him. There are indeed many of Uncle's disciples ready to go there, the young man said casually, while they were both walking in one direction. The realm of ruin was a very famous place in Taishan City, and it was a trial place for countless cultivators of Taishan City. The entrance to the realm of ruin was located in the center of Taishan City, where there was a very mysterious place. The front of the place was like a hazy land of ruins covered by invisible light. If one went near it, it would become an invisible existence. In front of the illusory ruins, there was a gate, which was the prestigious gate of the realm of ruins. Through this huge gate of a height of 100 feet, one could enter the realm of ruins, which was an independent space large enough to accommodate a city, such as Taishan City, easily. The history of the realm of ruin was extremely ancient. It was said that there was a relic a long time ago. Countless warriors had been there to explore the treasures, but after many years, the realm of ruin had now evolved from the land of treasure hunting to a trial ground. Numerous cultivators entered the realm of ruins for trials to judge at what level their strengths were at, which was extremely helpful for their understanding of cultivation methods. At this moment, outside the realm of ruin, a group of figures arrived. Everyone in the group had a very extraordinary temperament. The person who took the lead was a woman with a pair of eyes which seemed able to talk to you. and she fixed her gaze on the two young men in Taishan restaurant. Sister Luoyue, the young man called with a smile. Immediately, everyone looked toward the young lady. Had Princess Luoyue arrived? The daughter of the city lord, his most precious girl. Luoyue naturally also noticed the young man. She looked calm and nodded gently. She asked, "Are you also going to enter the realm of ruins?" "Yes, go take a look," the young man responded with a smile. The lady next to him looked embarrassed. Did he just want to take a look there? "Okay, good luck, brother," Luoyue said and walked toward the huge gate of Realm of Ruin. The moment when she stepped into that gate, a strong sense of thought surged. Later, Luoyue disappeared. Not just her, but the people who followed her also lost traces and entered the Realm of Ruin. I don't know if there will be a good show. Princess Luoyue was also free to come here. In addition to her, several other powerful characters have also entered the Realm of Ruin this time, right? People discussed outside. It was said that all this was related to a mysterious swordsman in training. Inside the Realm of Ruin, the scene was completely different from the outside world. Here was a real independent space, and it was also a great land of ruins, vast and boundless. In one place, there was a gust of sword force passing by and thrusting toward a person's head in an instant. After the sword passed, blood splashed out, and the man froze there, looking at the figure in front of him, completely baffled. The figure changed his thought and disappeared from the Realm of Ruin. The swordsman in training who defeated him was dressed in white, and his face seemed to be covered with mist. He could not see his true appearance. Many people who entered the Realm of Ruin would do so to avoid the grievances in the Realm of Ruin being taken to the outside world. The figure in white was Futian. When he came to the Shangxiao Divine Palace, he first entered the Taishan restaurant and later immersed himself in such status every day. He played zither to purify his heart and cleanse his state of mind, going to the Realm of Ruin to temper his own swordsmanship and improve his comprehension in battles. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Many figures descended from the void sky and showed up in different positions in front of Futian. Every one of them had a very strong life force, and they were all cultivators of unblemished plain. When their life force bloomed, a violent storm wrapped around Futian. Futian waved his palms, and suddenly a row of swords appeared in front of him. He glanced at the figures in front of him and raised his hand. The swords came out and penetrated through the void sky. Boom! Several figures walked up at the same time, and their spirit was amazing. They tried to stop the swords, making the swords shriek and slow down their high speed. Futian took a step forward, and his sword grew stronger, like a sword-shaped storm. He pressed his finger forward, and the sword screamed as if he couldn't control it anymore. The sword attacked those warriors at the same time. In only one moment, several warriors were penetrated by the sword force, but behind them, a nirvana plane figure appeared, surrounded by the horrifying force. Vroom. Futian walked in the void and headed towards the nirvana saint. When he took the step, the sword crossed the sky and shot straight to that figure. That warrior raised his hand and blasted out, making the sword collapse. The winds howled, and behind Futian, numerous sharp swords appeared. Each sword seemed to contain one life. "Go!" he ordered and pointed one finger. A series of swords thrust out. The Nirvana Plane warrior moved forward and strode in the void sky. His fist punched out, and the void sky trembled violently. All the swords were shattered. Futian waved his hands, and around his body, numerous swords surrounded him. Each sword was devouring terrifying sword light, as if the swords had formed a sword matrix. Vroom. Futian followed the swords. Numerous swords destroyed everything and attacked the warrior. The void sky screamed when he stepped out, and the surrounding space seemed to be exploding and shattering. A terrifying storm of the great law swept across heaven and earth. The warrior punched his fists at the same time and smashed the swords crazily. However, the sword light circle of the great law seemed to be endless, and the sword will even seem to attack the warrior's soul, which made him extremely unsettled. Finally, Futian raised his finger to the other side, and the tens of thousands of great law swords were integrated into one at the moment. The great law was penetrated, and the Nirvana Plane figure let out a low groan. His face turned pale. He looked up at the man in front of him in shock. Who was he? How could he, as a cultivator of unblemished plane, so easily defeat a warrior of nirvana plane? It was as if anyone who stood in front of him could be killed by his sword. Futian's shape flickered, and his body turned into a sword. It continued moving and passing the other. He came upon a massive stone pillar. Below the stone pillar was a land of ruin, and on the top was a disk, upon which Futian sat cross-legged. The realm of ruin was discovered many years ago. It was regarded as a relic. This stone pillar was able to stand for many years without collapsing, which was enough to prove its sturdiness. His white robe fluttered, and the sword will flowed upon him, creating an oppressive flow of sword will around him. They were like sword mudras, but also like a sword runes, rotating around his body. But each of the sword mudras that was formed by the sword rune contained powerful sword will and sword spirit. It was as if they were alive, circling Futian's body. The news of the battle at the heavenly mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm. Futian had also heard about the situation while at Taishan Tavern. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang clan, was killed in battle. The two major clan lords of Celestial Gate were still at Heavenly Mandate Realm, leaving the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace no time to rest. Judging from how the battle ended, the truth was that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not suffer significant losses, but the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paid the price. The Celestial Gate was leveled and forced to move. It was definitely a fate that the people of Celestial Gate found hard to accept. Who would be willing to leave their home? The disintegration of the Celestial Gate was a kind of sorrow, but escape was also a kind of sorrow. In this supreme path realm of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though Saint Plain indicated extreme talent, which would enjoy great renown in times of peace, but in the time of war, it would be the first on the enemy's hit list. During times of hostility, the most talented would be the first to be eliminated in order to remove any potential threats. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was going to kill the third senior brother and him. The prospect of the Celestial Gate was only going to be ever more prosperous, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty couldn't afford to wait any longer, hence the death blow. He clearly realized that only strength was all that mattered, so now he came to the higher heavens realm. He was very clear about what he needed to do. The realm of ruin was the best place of trial for those of the Saint Plain and Taishan City. Any cultivators of the Saint Plain could come here to test themselves, and without fear. Many were made famous in the realm of ruin, known by all. However, he came here for the purpose of tempering and improving his strength. These days, many had been defeated by his sword, so in the realm of ruin, many wanted to find him for an exchange. Nowadays, he no longer needed to take the initiative to find opponents since opponents would come to him. Several figures came out of thin air, and some came through the ruins. Around the stone pillars where Futian was, there were also some shorter stone pillars. There were people standing on them. The eyes of many were focused on Futian. These people all appeared very silent. Some had hidden their faces, while some were exposed to the world without disguise. Who are you, and under what major clan are you cultivating with? Someone who came through the ruins and looked at Futian and asked. There was a misty atmosphere hovered in front of Futian. His entire visage was hidden in the mist so that it appeared very vague and unclear. No one could really see his face. Judging from his battle record, he should be somewhat well known in Taishan City, but no one had heard of anyone who cultivated in the sword technique he used. Futian still sat there quietly without opening his eyes. It was as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. He was only focusing on his own cultivation, giving a sense of mystery and an extraordinary temperament. More sound of footsteps was heard again, and everyone turned their attention to the newcomer. Suddenly, in the ruins, many backed away and opened a path. Princess Luoyue is here. Princess Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City and possessed an extraordinary status. It was rumored that in the future, it was very likely that she would cultivate at Taishan Mountain. She was a truly excellent lady among ladies. Those by her side were no ordinary characters either. A strapping young man on her left had a battle axe slung across his back. Just a glance and one could feel his dominant and overbearing personality. His name was Deng Hu. Though his name seemed insignificant, his strength was extremely aggressive, as he was known as the Storm Saint, whose storm battle axe was known for its power to inflict terror. In Taishan City, he had no opponent within his plane. The one on the right was a handsome and elegant young man with a gentlemanly demeanor. His name was Lin Yuan. These two men were both trusted disciples of the Lord of Taishan City, and they were both very strong. Now, it seemed that they had both come for this swordsman. Interesting. A voice spoke, and a middle-aged man clad in black appeared next to Futian. When people saw him, their hearts tightened. He had also come. This man did not disguise his face, and in the realm of ruin, he was among the few strongest people and had few rivals in the Saint Plain. However, he did not come to fight, but purely to watch the show. These days, almost every day, this swordsman would enter the realm of ruin. After many days of exchanges with these people and demonstrating his extraordinary talent, most people had heard about this, so they all wanted to see who this character was. It is him. Behind Luoyue, a woman looked in the direction of Futian, her eyes hard, and said, "His sword is very fast." Princess Luoyue looked stoic. She glanced at Futian. The speaker was her cousin, whose cultivation was also unblemished plain. Upon hearing that she had met a master swordsman in the realm of ruin who had finished the match in one strike, her cousin was so scared that she immediately left the realm of ruin because she was afraid that if Yifu were serious, she wouldn't even have the chance to get out. The space of the realm of ruin was a curious place. They could be moved out of the realm as soon as they moved their minds. Therefore, they could boldly go through the trials here and battle. When their safety was endangered, they could always leave with a mere thought. Very few had lost their lives here. But that last time when she fought Futian, if his sword was meant to take her life, she had no chance to get out, as there was no time for a single thought. Futian's sword was unimaginably fast. "I heard that your sword is very fast," Princess Luoyu said to Futian. Futian opened his eyes to look at the speaker and said quietly, "It serves." "Do you remember her?" She pointed to the woman next to her, who had been defeated by Futian. "She looks familiar," Futian responded, which embarrassed the woman. She had a deep memory of Futian, but to him, she was just somewhat familiar. "It seems that you, sir, have had many victories in the realm of ruin," Princess Luoyue said again. The more people that he defeated, the less he would remember those he defeated. Futian did not respond. He did experience many battles in the realm of ruin. The people in the unblemished plain were typically being vanquished quickly, as not many could afford to continue exchanging with him. Although she looked familiar, she did not make a deep impression. "I am Luoyue of the City Lord's residence at Taishan City. I've come to see your strength," Princess Luoyue introduced herself. Although her status was lofty, she did not possess a dominant or arrogant demeanor. In the realm of ruin, the status was a lot less important than strength. "Sounds good," Futian nodded. Although the City Lord of Taishan City was just the master of a city, in actuality, it was considered to be quite a powerful principality. Judging from the position of Taishan region in the higher heavens realm, Taishan City was equivalent to the 8 major thunder clans of the Violet Heavenly Palace in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and it would be the strongest clan amongst the 8. His master, Lord Taishan, was a giant figure in the higher heavens realm. This Taishan region was named after Lord Taishan. The owner of Taishan Tavern was also a disciple of Lord Taishan. Therefore, it could be said that Princess Luoyue was also a disciple of Lord Taishan, so her status was undoubtedly high. The princess does not need to get personally involved. "We also want to experience the strength of this mysterious swordsman personally," someone next to Futian said. Many people wanted to take their shot today, and it would look like they also did a favor for the princess. It was a win-win situation. "My thoughts exactly," another person said. "So, who will be first?" someone asked. This swordsman was well known, and it was not easy to defeat him. The one who made a move first wouldn't necessarily get any advantages. "All of you, all together," Futian said. The group of people revealed a surprised look. Together? This mysterious swordsman was truly audacious. "Please, then." A figure walked up, the power from his body bloomed, and suddenly, the space became incredibly heavy. Violent banging sounds were heard, and along with him was an extreme sense of oppression. He walked toward Futian. Each step he took was akin to that of an ancient god. Everyone could clearly feel the power of the oppression, and many people's blood seemed to be frozen in their veins. Futian was expressionless. Suddenly, a character's sword madra flew out in front of him, turning into a brilliant light. It traveled through the air, its speed fast to the limit. The cultivator didn't hesitate and blasted out with a punch. The bright aurora of the fist shattered the void. Many shadows of the fists became one with an absolutely domineering stance and aimed the sword madra. There was a sharp piercing howling, and one after the other, the fist shadows were pulverized. A ray of light directly penetrated the row of fist shadows and then shot straight at the man, right between the eyes. Buzz. A ray of light was shining, and the figure disappeared. The sword madra arrived with a roar and landed where he was, and then stopped. Clearly, the opponent had already escaped from the realm of ruin. This, many felt a sobering effect inside. How humiliating. The sword madra that was released actually stopped, circled the void, and returned to Futian's side. Just a sword madra alone was more than what the other party could bear. The character sword madra around Futian's body suddenly burst into dazzling divine light. With Futian's thoughts, all the sword madra traveled through the air at the same time and aimed directly at all the cultivators who had just walked out to meet him. All of a sudden, an extremely violent air current of the great path erupted in this space. All the cultivators made their moves at the same time to release the might of Wei, and each of the figures was dominant and powerful in their own right. But puffing sounds were heard continually, and those bright sword madras were like the divine light of the great path, flowing endlessly between heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, they left nothing living behind. Everything was destroyed, just as the way. In an instant, many were injured and flew back, and some were scared to withdraw. The people in this plane were simply unable to compete. Futian slowly got up. His body was dazzling all over. The sword light surrounded his body, and a sword appeared behind him. The light of the sword soul was incredibly brilliant, just like a king of swords. All methods of the ward were similar. Some powers, after they had been comprehended and understood, when applied to swordsmanship, were equally as powerful. How could these idiots from Taishan City understand? What a strong sword! Everyone around wore a grave look. At this moment, in the realm of ruin, many who were around were geniuses in Taishan City, whose strengths were inordinate. But when they saw Futian's sword, they still felt a little astounded. The sword that was formed in the shape of the sword madra contained an extremely powerful sword will as if it had the life of sword spirit. It could defeat the enemy instantly. Its power was extremely overbearing. Those who were in the same unblemished plane as him could not exert their strength at all, and was defeated with a blow. Princess Luoyue stared at Futian. Just as her sister had said, this man's sword was very strong indeed. Although he hadn't shown how fast the sword could be, what power he had shown was already terrifying. The light of the sword circulated around his body, and Futian, at this moment, was like a sword himself. The sword spirit that appeared behind him was his life spirit. This was a very pure cultivator of the swordsmanship. A trace of the might of the Wei flowed over Luoyue, and she was somewhat eager to try. She wanted to see Futian's strength, but Deng Hu and Lin Yuan took half a step forward and said to her, "Junior sister, let us test his sword first." Deng Hu and Lin Yuan were both of Nirvana plane, and they were extremely strong. It was as they were the disciples of the city lord of Taishan City. They had studied many powerful scriptures of methods, and were famous even in all of Taishan City. Now to say that they wanted to engage with someone in the unblemished plane, it would appear that they were bullies. But this swordsman was indeed strong, which was seen by everyone. Even someone of the Nirvana plane may not be able to defeat him. Luoyue hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Deng Hu stepped forward and came to the place above the void, facing Futian. He had a very strong sense of pressure on him. It was as if one could feel his overbearing prowess through the space. Deng Hu of the City Lord's office. To fight against you in my current plane seemed kind of unfair, but your sword is really strong. So there is no choice but for me to experience it, Deng Hu said as he took off the great axe behind his back. He held the battle axe casually, slung it over his shoulders. An invisible storm suddenly came out of nowhere, raging in this void, like sharp blades that made everyone feel as if every inch of their skin was being cut by a knife. Many who were around felt cold all over. Deng Hu was known as the Storm Saint, and at his level, not many in Taishan City could rival him in battle, so never mind someone from the unblemished plain. There had never been such a battle like this before. He had crossed plains to challenge others, because no one could cross the plain to fight him. "Are you ready?" Deng Hu asked Yi Futian with a loud and overbearing voice. "Please," Yi Futian replied. The disciple of the city lord of Taishan City was already someone of extraordinary status. His master was Lord Taishan himself. With his arms still on his shoulder, Deng Hu moved forward and up. Suddenly, a terrible storm blew from heaven and earth, and the will of these storms turned into tangible entities, like many lines that were capable of cutting through space, scraping toward Yi Futian. The sword madra around Yi Futian's body swept out, his body as the center. A storm of swords formed, and the two extremely suppressive forces met and collided, making an extremely sharp and harsh sound. The storm was getting stronger, and in an instant, it annihilated this space. Even the stone pillar, on which Yi Futian stood, was completely submerged by the storm. The sword madra could not prevent the storm from invading. Deng Hu took a sudden and violent step down, which seemed to contain extremely domineering power to suppress him as he trampled down. In addition, the storm was sharper than swords, cutting through the void, wanting to cut Yi Futian's body into pieces. If the person who stood in the storm, at this moment, was an ordinary figure of the Saint Plane, being killed right away would be a very probable outcome. "Aren't you ready to make your move?" Deng Hu seemed to have been giving Yi Futian a chance to make the initial attack, but Yi Futian was not at all in a hurry. The sword will encircled his entire body, resisting the force of the storm, and he was immersed in the storm. Deng Hu's left hand stretched out. It suddenly made a grabbing motion in the space, and with a loud bang, a dull sound exploded between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's space seemed to be squeezed by the storm as the terrible storm continued raging. It was as if wanting to tear his body into pieces. An extremely domineering will of the way suppressed his body. Buzz. The sword spirit behind him chimed, and countless sword madras surround the sword itself. The sword that was transformed by the sword spirit became sharper and sharper until it turned into a giant sword, piercing the space. "Whack!" Yi Futian spat out the command, and the sword will hacked at the way, split the storm in two, and countless sword madras continued moving forward straight ahead. They turned into countless airflow of swordsmanship and directly slaughtered toward Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu smiled. No simple person would enjoy such a prestigious reputation. This man had caused such commotion here. Naturally, he was not a simple character. With his arms forward, the battle axe carried a terrible storm. There were countless storms above the sky surrounding the battle axe. Each storm was like an extension of the battle axe. This battle axe was not some high-level magical implement, but it had become well known in the hands of Deng Hu. Therefore, it was known as the battle axe of storm. Countless storms lingered above the battle axe. Deng Hu stared at Yi Futian while he wielded the axe in a strike, which opened up the heaven and collided with the sword Yi Futian wielded. In an instant, its domineering will had destroyed the sword chi, which demonstrated its prowess. Yi Futian put his hands together with the sword in front, and countless swords madras now united into one. At this moment, the sword chi was at its greatest, and from his body, rays of sword lights exploded into the sky, aiming for the storm in the void. "Go!" Yi Futian let go his grip, and a sharp, harsh sound was heard. The sword was incredibly fast, and it directly broke through the light of the battle axe and slaughtered toward Deng Hu in the void. Seeing this, Deng Hu revealed a look of surprise. He stomped into the void as his body twirled, and another axe strike was unleashed. Countless storm lights now transformed into an invincible axe will that tried to cut through the void, aiming toward that sword and Yi Futian. The battle axe and the giant sword collided, and terrible light of destruction radiated out. In the next moment, the sword dissipated. It was as if split into countless swords in an instant, cutting through the void like a sword matrix, heading toward Deng Hu. Any of these swords was extremely fast. It was as if it contained the will of space, directly crossing the void and slashed toward him. Buzz! A sword light crossed near his neck, and he felt a chill all over his body. With a great shout, the battle-axe started to spin, and immense light of the battle-axe wiped out all existence. But the sword seemed to have eyes, seemingly able to avoid its strike, and continued their attacks without ceasing. Is the offensive power of his sword this strong? People were shocked in their hearts. That was Deng Hu, the Storm Saint, a disciple of the city lord of Taishin City. Many glanced at Yi Futian. His entire person seemed to be inside a sword veil, which took the shape of a sword, just enough to shroud him inside. His eyes closed, and with the great path of the vast heaven and earth resonating together, the swords on the surrounding swordsmen were all trembling. It was as if they were not under the control of their owners, and even the sword chi in the bodies of these swordsmen was also moving toward him. It was not only here, but also in many places inside the realm of ruin, many figures flickering over. They were surprised when they saw what took place in front of their eyes. With a great roar, Deng Hu spun in the void, and the world was cut in a thread. Many sword madras were pulverized into nothingness. He glanced at Yi Futian. As an existence of the Nirvana plane and a disciple of the city lord, this battle seemed to leave him in disgrace. Even though Yi Futian's talent was extraordinary, he should be able to easily crush him, given his status. The battle-axe of storm was raised, and at this moment, thousands of storm lights gleamed between heaven and earth like thunder. The hearts of many skipped a beat. Before Deng Hu's axe had a chance to strike, they had already felt its majestic temperament. Deng Hu was about to release his exclusive skills. Many people's hearts were beating fast. They had no idea how strong this strike would be when it was used. Yi Futian looked up into the void. His expression was normal, still tranquil. The sword's spirit appeared directly in the sword that was held in both his hands, puffing out miles of sword light. Pissed! Deng Hu's axe was slammed down, and a light appeared above the firmament. A line, from top to bottom, chopped down to the place where Yi Futian was. Soul lost. Yi Futian spat as his sword struck. It could make someone lose their soul. Above the void, the line and the sword collided with one another. It was as if it was the impasse between the axe and the sword. Go again, Yi Futian commanded, and another sword was born from his body, traveling through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword continued to break through the air, and the void seemed to be crushed and shattered, extremely suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. Will of the Way collapsed and shattered. The light of the battle-axe was broken and destroyed. With a loud bang, that giant axe light also collapsed with it. The sword broke through the air and descended in a moment in front of Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu's battle-axe slammed down again, but in that instant, he felt that hundreds of thousands of swords passed through his body, and his spiritual soul trembled greatly, penetrated by the infinite sword will. Buzz! The crowd only saw a flash of light, and Yi Futian's figure descended. His palm slapped on the sword, and traces of sword lights pierced through the void. Deng Hu snorted, and his body was knocked out. Deng Hu was defeated. Everyone who saw this changed their expression. Their hearts were greatly shaken, and their bodies surged with excitement and the desire to try themselves. Was this person's combative power really this great? As he had felt everyone's reaction, Yi Futian's hands formed a seal in the void. At this moment, the void of the great path was filled with sword will. No matter they were, the real sword might was everywhere. Swords emerged from the void directly and surrounded Yi Futian's body, hanging upside down in the sky. As Yi Futian's mind moved, the swords immediately pointed to each of the cultivator, and everyone felt the oppression of their spirit souls. My one sword is enough, Yi Futian said, and even his voice seemed to contain sword will. When his voice fell, everyone felt that countless sword will had descended on their bodies, and the real swords descended soon after. In this instant, even though they were cultivators of the Nirvana plane, they also gathered powerful forces together to resist this strike. Boom, boom, boom. This sword strike was meant for everyone, including Luoyue. Surging sword might appeared around Luoyue. She also cultivated in the art of swords. However, When Futian's sword arrived, she felt that she was pierced by hundreds of thousands of swords. Poof! A silent groan. The sword will seem to penetrate through her body. Her mind moved, and she disappeared. Not only her, but many people disappeared from where they were, and it was the same with Futian. Outside the gate of the realm of ruin, many figures, who were being sent out from the realm, appeared. Strong waves of the will of Wei fluctuated, and many were still in the state of battle. Luoyue also appeared in another location. She glanced over and assessed the people around her as if she was looking for something. It was not just her, but others were searching, looking toward this space outside the realm of ruin, wanting to find the trace of that mysterious swordsman. That guy was really strong. A rough voice spoke, and it was Deng Hu. His attitude was aggressive, still carrying the battle axe on his back. His eyes swept across all directions of the land and lingered for a moment on quite a few people. He was the true disciple of the city lord of Taishan City, and his talent was considered outstanding. But he was defeated by someone who came from another realm in the unblemished plain. This type of combat prowess was incredible, especially that last sword strike, which was able to hack away the spiritual soul through sheer air. When the sword will exploded completely, it shook everyone's soul and spirit. It had been as if they were about to be torn apart. In the end, he wiped out all the cultivators with a single sword strike and claimed that a single strike was enough. When did such a powerful person appear in Taishan City? He murmured in his heart. His deep eyes swept across the crowd, but he still couldn't find Futian's trail. Previously, Futian had concealed his face, but his temperament and breath could still be felt. At this time, amongst those who appeared outside the realm of ruin, there was no trace. Are you still here? At this time, a voice spoke up. It was Luoyue. Those who participated in the battle and the onlookers in the realm of ruin obviously knew who she was referring to, but many people outside the realm of ruin were somewhat puzzled. Who was the princess looking for? No one responded. It was exceptionally quiet outside the realm of ruin. Did anyone saw a swordsman coming out of the gate of the realm of ruin? Lin Yuan asked the onlookers. If he had come out, then those who were outside of the realm of ruin must have seen him. Many people shook their heads. They had only seen a group of people being sent out one after another, but no one behaved like a swordsman. Just now I was outside the gate of the realm of ruin. All of you almost came out one after another, and there were many, someone remarked. Many who watched the battle before knew that there was nothing to see inside, so they came out. So, he should still be there? Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp, sweeping across the surrounding crowd, but he still could not find him. Your swordsmanship was excellent. Why not show yourself? Luoyue continued to implore. I actually saw that among all who had come out earlier, someone left quietly, seemingly good at the way of space. An older man, who stood in the void, said. Luoyue's face turned grave. Someone left? Yes. The old man nodded. This man came out with everyone else and left directly through space, masking his breath. Even his face was obscured. It's most likely him. Luoyue's look changed slightly. Why was this man so mysterious? Was there something that he could not reveal? This person's swordsmanship was superb. He must come from a famous clan. Is it possible for Princess Luoyue to guess who he is? Someone asked. They were also one of the cultivators who was vanquished by Futian. As the lady of the city lord's office at Taishan City, she was bound to be well-informed and know some powerful figures with great swordsmanship. Sword technique that attacks the spiritual soul, Luoyue mumbled. The strongest swordsman in Taishan region was on Taishan Mountain, but as far as I know, there was no such disciple on Taishan Mountain. Taishan Mountain was where the master, the city lord of Taishan City, cultivated. The sacred land of Taishan region had the strongest sword techniques, but Taishan Mountain did not have such a cultivator. Not to mention, if the other was someone who cultivated at Taishan Mountain, there was no need for disguise. The other seemed to use the realm of ruin as a place of trial, and maybe he will come again tomorrow, next to Luoyue, her younger sister said. Luoyue nodded. From the realm of ruin, someone came out again. They were two disciples of Taishan Tavern, and they both walked toward Luoyue, saying, Did junior sister cross sword with that swordsman? Luo Yue nodded. How was it? Asked the youth. Very strong. Luo Yue nodded, causing the youth to show a color of surprise. He said, Too bad. I missed it. You didn't miss anything, junior brother Ma. You wouldn't be able to fight him either, Deng Hu said next to him. The young man looked at Deng Hu, as he was the junior brother Ma referred to by Deng Hu. His name was Ma Yi, and like Deng Hu, they were both from Taishan Mountain, so he could be considered Deng Hu's junior brother. This person is very strong, Luo Yue said, looking at Ma Yi. All of us at Taishan Mountain must work hard to cultivate. Ma Yi looked at Luo Yue, somewhat surprised. This junior sister of his was the precious daughter of the city lord, who had a lofty heart and was extremely proud. Her talent was outstanding, and listening to her tone, it seemed that the battle that took place previously had touched her deeply. If you say so, then he must be really strong. If there is chance, I must meet him, said Ma Yi. Now, there is an interesting person in Taishan Tavern who was very good at Guqin and played superbly. Even for us, we would be entranced by it. Are you interested in listening? Luo Yue was slightly surprised. Though she was a fan of music, she had just seen such an outstanding swordsman. She did not have much interest in music right at this moment. Uncle hasn't been to the tavern for a long time because of the many affairs he was handling, so I would like to invite junior sister and 2 senior brothers to catch up at the tavern, Mai continued. The woman beside him gave him a look. Ma Yi was really trying hard to court his junior sister. But as a woman, she was more sensitive, and as a bystander, she could see that Luo Yue didn't share his feelings at all. What's more, even if Luo Yue had these thoughts, the person she would choose must be a disciple who cultivated with the masters on Taishan Mountain, or the best among the branches of their clan. Ma Yi's talent, good though it was, left much to be desired, falling short of Luo Yue's expectations and standards. Very well, we may as well take this opportunity to visit Uncle. Luo Yue nodded gently, and the group departed, heading toward Taishan Tavern. In an attic behind Taishan Tavern, Yi Futian sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. Thanks to these days of cultivation, his swordsmanship finally made a breakthrough, and he was able to wield the sword of the broken soul. Next, if he concentrated and solidified his comprehension, his swordsmanship would not be less than his other abilities. This way, as a musical swordmaster, it would be enough for him to take firm root in the upper heavens realm. Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had mobilized the Super Grand Matrix to move the Fey clan, but all the cultivators were sent to different locations. He had no idea how many people were in the upper heavens realm. Even if there were many, how vast was the upper heavens realm? Now, they could only each work hard on their own to cultivate. In this situation, he had to act cautiously. Otherwise, if the people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty got wind of his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly send Renhuang cultivators to come and kill him. Even the Overlord himself would issue the license to kill. After Brahma Sky City, the determination of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to kill him had become extremely strong. Presently, he had no idea of the whereabouts of the master, eldest senior brother, Wu Chen, and Xiaqing Yuan. It was good fortune that Yu Shang was cultivating at the Dragon Gods. If Yu Shang came out of closed cultivation and learned of the news related to them, perhaps he would be angry. But Yu Shang was discreet. He was not worried. Is young Master Shen here? At this moment, a crystalline voice was heard, and Yi Futian got up and looked down below. He saw a beautiful woman standing there. It was the woman who had been with her brother, Lingling. I am, Yi Futian replied. Today, the master is hosting a banquet to entertain a distinguished guest. Could young master add to the occasion with your music? The woman smiled and asked. It was not that she did not respect Yi Futian, but that Yi Futian was the tavern's musician. Now, the housemaster of the tavern was having a banquet. For him to play was just part of his responsibility. Moreover, although he was only a musician in the tavern, everyone was respectful and polite to him. At least, on the surface, the disciples of the housemaster had not been rude to him. This was a presentation of their level and breeding. Very well, Yi Futian nodded and walked out of the attic, and came to Lingling's side. Thank you, young Master Shen. Lingling nodded with a smile, then led the way. The two quickly came to the banquet site. When Yi Futian saw the guest, there was a slight disturbance in his eyes. but no one had noticed. This guest was someone he had just met not too long ago. It was Luoyue. The housemaster of Futian Tavern sat at the head, and this was the first time for Futian. To his surprise, the housemaster of Futian Tavern was an empress who was elegant, noble, and full of grace. Common men hardly dared to look at her directly, but her eyes were very gentle, and she glanced at Futian. Greetings to the housemaster. Futian bowed his head to pay his respect. He had heard that the housemaster of Futian Tavern was the junior brother of Lord Futian, but he had not heard any mention of her gender before. Sit, the housemaster said casually. Thank you, housemaster. Futian nodded and found his place. He then took out his guqin. The sound of guqin was heard instantly. It was extremely ethereal, quiet, and soothing. Has Uncle heard of anyone who is an expert at this kind of swordsmanship? Luoyue asked the housemaster. Apparently, she was talking about what had happened in the realm of ruin. Although there is, his disciples couldn't possibly be in the Taishan region, nor would he deliberately hide his identity, the housemaster replied. So, is it possible that it was a casual cultivator? Luoyue continued. I am not sure, he said with a smile. I didn't expect that there would be a swordsman that would be unforgettable to you. I just felt that it would be a pity if such a swordsman did not cultivate at Taishan Mountain, Luoyue said in a low voice. Indeed, there are a lot of top-notch methods over there, the housemaster smiled and said. Her master was Lord Taishan, a legendary man in the upper heavens realm who collected the treasures of the world. Some said that Lord Taishan was the cultivator who had the most extensive collection in all of the upper heavens realm. But Luoyue, don't mind it too much. A truly excellent person will show their brilliance sooner or later. It can't be hidden, the housemaster continued with a smile. She cast a glance casually at Futian. This musician in her tavern was not a simple character. Luoyue didn't think much of it and continued to chat about other things for a while. I heard that the heavenly mandate realm has undergone major changes, with top principalities starting fights. Has Uncle heard of this? Luoyue suddenly asked again. I have. Why? If you are interested, why not ask your father? Asked the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. He has been out cultivating practicing recently, Luoyue responded. Is that so? Several months ago, a great battle did erupt in the heavenly mandate realm. The celestial gate of vast heaven, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the violet heavenly palace suffered a considerable impact. Moreover, Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, had been cultivating at violet heavenly palace and is said to possess outstanding talent. The swordsman you saw in the realm of ruin may not measure up to his level, the housemaster said. Luoyue nodded. How many geniuses were there in the land of the nine realms? Even Taishan Mountain had some enthralling characters. The swordsman in the realm of ruin was indeed very strong, but whether or not he could compare with those at the peak was something else. Perhaps, Luoyue whispered. Luoyue, what do you think of the guqin? The housemaster of Taishan Tavern asked. Luoyue turned her attention to Futian, who was playing quietly. Futian lowered his head while strumming the strings. It was as if he was completely unaware of the conversation between the two. His music had already completely integrated into the mood of the banquet. If no one had mentioned it, Luoyue had almost forgotten it. It was not that the music was poor, but that it was so elegant that it lured the listeners into feeling that it was part of the banquet, just like the wine and food. It's remarkable, but hard to pinpoint just what made it so breathtaking, Luoyue replied in a low voice. She glanced at the musician. His temperament was gentle and graceful, extremely handsome. Though he seemed to be quite ordinary, in some ways, he was particularly striking, just like his music. Young Master Shun is the tavern's musician, and guests of the tavern all praise his superb skills, the woman next to her said with a smile. Great truths are always simple. The housemaster of Taishan Tavern smiled. She looked at her disciple and asked, What's his name? She didn't directly ask Futian, clearly because she didn't want to interrupt his cultivation, and she also wanted to test his concentration. Master, his name is Shunjing, the woman responded in a low voice. Shunjing, simple and unassuming. The name is just like the person. The housemaster of Taishan smiled. At this time, Futian's music slowed down as he came to a complete stop. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Elder's praise is hardly deserved by Shanjing." The housemaster of Taishan looked at Futian and smiled. To play the music without being distracted, your music reflects your emotional state, gentle and humble, handsome and full of grace. But humility itself is a different kind of pride. You must have seen and experienced many things. She was also a lover of the Guqin, or she would not have hired a musician in the tavern. With her current cultivation, she was able to detect someone's personality from their music. Although she did not exhibit her authority and majesty, she was a well-known character within the Taishan region. Even in the entire higher heavens realm, disciples of Lord Taishan were high in rank, never mind just Taishan region. Those who were ordinary would feel a trace of restraint when they met her, but Futian's music sounded extremely stable. No trace of unsteadiness could be detected. The identity of this musician was probably more than what met the eye. Of course, she did not have much interest in digging. No matter what his true identity was, or whether or not he deliberately approached her, it didn't matter much. In Taishan region, no one dared to plot against her. This was a kind of self-confidence. Lord Taishan, whose status in the higher heavens realm was known by all. Futian quietly acknowledged the other. He did not expect that by playing a simple song quietly, he had allowed the other to see so much. Here is a little small something for a talent like you. When the opportunity arises, I will recommend you for a tryout at Taishan Mountain, the housemaster continued with a smile. She did not intend for Futian to respond, which surprised the others at the banquet. Luoyue also gave Futian a serious look. Although she could feel the excellence of the music, was Futian's music that outstanding? Taishan Mountain was a holy land of the upper heavens realm. Everyone there was not simple. Even if there were to be a musician there, only the top ones could qualify. Obviously, her uncle greatly appreciated Futian's musical ability, hence the thought of recommending him to Taishan Mountain. Mai and the other also looked at Futian with some surprise. Clearly, they did not expect their master to have this idea. Futian himself also regarded the other party with some surprise and saw a smile from the housemaster of Taishan when she looked into his eyes. It seemed that his mood could still be affected. When Futian detected the eyes of the other, he immediately collected his thoughts and replied, "Much gratitude for Elder's commendation. I only said that I would recommend you. Whether or not you can go to Taishan Mountain stills depend on your level." The housemaster of Taishan smiled. But Luoyue knew that since her uncle had spoken, there was not much of a chance that this matter wouldn't go as she wished. Her uncle was the youngest disciple of the Grandmaster, and was also a woman. Because the Grandmaster mainly spoiled her, the Lord of Taishan, her wishes, especially for such trivial matters, wouldn't even be questioned. Futian nodded slightly only to hear the other party continue. "You are an expert in melody. Have you heard that Taishan Mountain has one of the 10 famous divine melodies in Divine Prefecture? If you were able to enter Taishan Mountain, perhaps you may have the opportunity to experience it." Futian had never heard of such a thing, but after all, he had just arrived and could not have known about so many things here. His dark eyes gazed at the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. Futian got up and bowed slightly. "As you wish." The housemaster of Taishan smiled casually. "I will bid my goodbye." Futian turned and left, and there was a slight turmoil in his heart. After he came to Taishan Tavern, he had rarely communicated with the others. He had only exchanged a few words with Ma Yi and his junior sister. Futian understood that those two were the disciples of the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, whose status in Taishan City was very notable. Although they were appreciative of his musical ability, it was more out of curiosity, and they didn't care too much about his existence. As for the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, he did not even know that it was a woman, only that the housemaster of Taishan was a disciple of Lord Taishan. Obviously, he did not anticipate that the housemaster of Taishan would see through him so clearly. What was even more surprising to him was that the housemaster of Taishan knew of his intent, but still didn't seem to mind. She even actively wanted to help him, which made him somewhat thoughtful. There were many legends and geniuses in this world, and one should never be too full of oneself. The truth was that were many who were much smarter than himself. Futian came to Taishan Tavern as a musician, indeed aiming for Taishan Mountain. Only at the top places could the best people be met and the best view be had, which would only be that much more helpful for cultivation. But he never expected that the housemaster of Taishan Tavern would recommend and introduce him so quickly. After Futian left, everyone at the banquet looked at the housemaster of Taishan with surprise. Mai asked in a puzzled way, "Master really intends to recommend Shan Jing to Taishan Mountain?" The housemaster of Taishan nodded. As far as she was concerned, she would not deceive a younger, junior person. Futian also understood that in front of a powerful Renhuang, there was no value in deceiving him. But master, why? Mai didn't quite understand. Just as Futian thought, although Mai was very curious about him, he didn't really consider him to be at the same level. Even Mai could not enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate. Luoyue and the others were also puzzled. Although the musician's performance was outstanding, would it worth introducing him to Taishan Mountain? This tavern has been in operation for many years. Many people from various walks of life have been through here. This is the first time I've seen this man, but his melody revealed many things that the eyes cannot see. Xinjing gave me a feeling that he has more than meets the eye, and I want to see if I am right or wrong, she smiled and said. Uncle was aware that he wanted to enter Taishan Mountain? Lin Yuan asked. Obviously, he was a bit more astute. The housemaster of Taishan nodded. If he came intending to enter, then why does uncle still help him? Luoyue asked. Cultivators of the world, which one of them does not have a purpose? Take you, for instance. Which one of you doesn't want to enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate? The housemaster of Taishan smiled. Don't worry too much about that as long as it doesn't affect you. Besides, it was only as a musician, not as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. What he can accomplish in Taishan Mountain will depend on his own efforts and abilities, and it also confirms my judgment. It is a minimal effort to help others, so why begrudge it? And I will still receive his gratitude. Luoyue has been enlightened. Luoyue nodded slightly when she heard those words and lost in thoughts. According to her father, her uncle's talent for cultivation was extremely high. From this small matter today, she could see uncle's generosity. It's late. Luoyue, are you staying here at the tavern for a few days, or are you going back to the city lord's office? Asked the housemaster of Taishan. Luoyue will not disturb uncle's cultivation, Luoyue replied. The group got up and bid their goodbyes and left. What happened today touched Luoyue in her heart. One instance was with that swordsman in the realm of ruin, who defeated all others in the Saint Plain with a single blow. Then, there was what she had just seen in the tavern. Although it seemed inconsequential, she could still learn from it. As the night descended, the tavern was bathed in the quiet beauty of the night sky. Somewhere in an attic of the tavern, sounds of the guqin playing could be heard, which seemed to add more color to Taishan Tavern. Taishan region was named after Lord Taishan. This territory was, in reality, the territory of Lord Taishan. It was not necessarily his intention that it was this way, but when a person grew strong enough, many things tended to happen naturally. Moreover, Lord Taishan himself did not have the idea of creating a territory. Otherwise, Taishan region would have been even greater. Now, Taishan region was composed of three main territories, which were the three major forces. The main city, Taishan City, was next to Taishan Mountain. Because of its close proximity to Taishan Mountain, it was the core of the region, and the city lord was the second disciple of Lord Taishan. Furthermore, the youngest disciple of Lord Taishan was also located in this city, the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. Among the two other territories, one was created by Lord Taishuan's eldest disciple, who created Taishuanism and was hailed as the Taishan Hierophant. The Taishan Hierophant was also the eldest disciple of Lord Taishan. After so many years, the territory of Taishuanism was now the largest in Taishan region. It long surpassed that of Taishan City, and its influence was great, with many powerful characters within the cult. Lord Taishan no longer bothered with matters of the outside world, so Taishuanism was considered the primary principality of the Taishan region. And another force was created by the third disciple of Lord Taishan. It was named String Palace, and this disciple was named Emperor of String. This was the only one that did not have the name of Taishan. But even so, The branch of Taishan had long been the absolute ruler in this territory. Yi Futian had carefully researched the specific situation of Lord Taishan these past few days. Previously, he didn't even know the gender of the housemaster of Taishan, but had just assumed male as a matter of course, which was careless on his part. Fortunately, he had no dishonorable motives, so it did not affect anything. Since that day, he had not been to the realm of the ruin again, which made Luoyue, who had been searching there for many days, a little disappointed. And it was not just Luoyue, but many others were eager to find him but to no avail. The mysterious swordsman had completely disappeared after that glorious battle, and not been heard from again. This caused many chatter among the people of Taishan City. The mysterious swordsman who had a glorious moment in Taishan City, would he appear again? However, Yi Futian was unaware of all this. He spent most of these days cultivating quietly and practicing music. In fact, he rarely practiced music as he had before. On this day, Yi Futian finally had an opportunity. The housemaster of Taishan was going to Taishan Mountain to visit her master, Lord Taishan. In addition to her few disciples, Yi Futian was also included. There was a Fey mountain in the higher heavens, named Taishan, which rose into the sky and shines with the sun and the moon. Taishan Mountain was extremely famous only because of one person, Lord Taishan. On the ethereal and misty Taishan Mountain, it was exceptionally quiet. Although there were also many cultivators, the expanse of Taishan Mountain made these many celestial palaces seem tranquil and solitary. Many on the mountain got up and paid their respects when they saw the housemaster of Taishan. After all, Lord Taishan ever only had 4 disciples, and the 4 disciples had already achieved fame to exhibit their excellence. The housemaster of Taishan was the youngest in age and ranking only because her cultivation was a little lesser. But even so, she was a big name in the higher heavens realm, so no one dared neglect her. The housemaster of Taishan came all the way to the core area of Taishan Mountain. Above the sky in front of her, there was an unworldly celestial palace. She stopped outside the palace, and in front of her, an old man came forward and bowed slightly to the housemaster of Taishan. He was very polite and said with a smile, "Miss Four is here." "Uncle Lon." The housemaster Taishan responded with a smile, addressing him as uncle, showing equal respect. Uncle Lon was also a Ranhuang who had been in the service of Lord Taishan for many years. Even when they were cultivating with Lord Taishan, the old man was already at their master's side. Although the old man acted as a steward in Taishan Mountain, he was considered a close and personal valet of Lord Taishan. No one dared to disrespect him. In fact, since it was not possible for Lord Taishan to manage outside matters, he was in charge. Therefore, the old man was addressing her as Miss Four, because, after all, he had watched the housemaster of Taishan grow into an empress. "Master is not in retreat, is he?" The housemaster of Taishan asked with a smile. "No, you came just in time. Great teacher came to visit my lord as well," Uncle Lon said with a smile. His words stunned the housemaster of Taishan. Although her perception was extremely powerful, she could not spy on the household of his master with divine spirit. That would be disrespectful. The great teacher was her eldest senior brother, the chief disciple of Lord Taishan, who was now known as the Taishan Hierophant and was also the strongest among the 4 of them. Disciple Jun Mu greets uncle. At this time, a young man with extraordinary temperament came over and bowed slightly toward the housemaster of Taishan. "Jun Mu, a disciple of Taishan Hierophant. Is the eldest senior brother here to ask the master regarding matters of cultivation?" asked the housemaster of Taishan. "If so, I will visit master another day." Behind them, Yi Futian watched quietly, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart as he watched the scene played out. Was there discord between housemaster of Taishan and her eldest senior brother? She should be happy to see her senior brother here. Why would she want to leave? "Linger is here," a voice called out. Yi Futian saw a middle-aged man walking forward. His stride was great with each step he took, and he was wearing a loose robe. The breath coming from his body was calm and peaceful. His face was smiling, and his body was full of an unfathomable atmosphere. The Taishan Hierophant, the eldest disciple of Lord Taishan. There were not many who would dare to refer to the housemaster of Taishan by her maiden name. Eldest senior brother, the housemaster of Taishan smiled and said, "If I knew you were here to visit the master, I would not have disturbed your visit. I am only to check in with master this time. Master knew that you were coming and asked me to come and welcome you, and you actually tried to slip away. Am I that scary?" The voice of Taishan Hierophant was strong and powerful. Yi Futian faintly felt that the Taishan Hierophant's plane was extremely high. "Not at all. I'm only afraid that it will disturb the discussion between master and senior brother." The housemaster of Taishan smiled, and then looked at Uncle Lon next to her. "Uncle Lon, I met a musician at the tavern whose art was excellent. Would you take him to see if he may stay on Taishan Mountain as a musician?" Uncle Lon didn't ask who he was, but just smiled and nodded. "Fine. Xinjing, come over and meet Uncle Lon." The housemaster of Taishan looked back at Yifutian and said. Yifutian stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Uncle Lon. "Greetings from Shanjing to the Honorable Elder." Uncle Lan's eyes fell on him, and his eyes contained some deeper meaning. He moved his eyes away and smiled. "Rest assured, Miss Four, I will handle it." The housemaster of Taishan also glanced at Yifutian. It was just a look without any emotion, but Yifutian felt an invisible pressure of might. Suddenly he had a feeling. Could there be more to the story? "Brother, let's go to see the master," the housemaster Taishan said with a smile. They then left together and walked toward that celestial palace. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the palace, where there was a giant figure in the higher heaven realm, which would also be the first top power he was close to in the higher heaven. The eyes of Junmu, the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, fell on Yifutian. He said politely, "I am the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, Junmu." Yifutian didn't understand the other's motive, but on Taishan Mountain, he wouldn't make the mistake of acting arrogant, so he also replied with respect, "Musician of Taishan Tavern, Shunjing." Brother Shin was able to get a personal introduction into Taishan Mountain from Uncle, which means your talent must be extremely unusual, Junmu said. "Not enough to be compared to the disciple of the Hierophant," Yifutian responded evasively, as there was no easy answer to give. "If there is ever an opportunity, I must experience your music," Junmu said, which surprised Yifutian. The word experience contained double meanings. One was the pure appreciation of the music. The second was learning from each other. Musicians in the world of cultivation cultivated in Guqin path. Thus, the appreciation of music could also mean battle. What Junmu meant was more like the latter. "Of course." Yifutian feigned ignorance and nodded with a smile. No matter which one he meant, it didn't matter. "Young Master Shun, come with me," Uncle Lon said at this time. Yifutian nodded and then left with Uncle Lon while the other disciples who came with the housemaster were waiting outside. Mai couldn't help but glance at Yifutian, feeling a little envious. Yifutian had the opportunity to cultivate at Taishan Mountain. Uncle Lon and Yifutian were walking, and Yifutian had some doubts but found it inappropriate to inquire at this moment. After all, he was just a musician, not yet qualified to ask anything about Taishan Mountain. "You have questions?" Uncle Lon looked at Yifutian and asked with a smile. "Some," Yifutian nodded. "Speak less, observe more." Uncle Lon smiled and didn't tell him anything else. They came to a place with two words written outside, String Pavilion. The String Pavilion was very quiet. Although it was quaint, it was very clean. In the String Pavilion, Yifutian saw many gyukins. On some of them, he even felt the will of the way. There were also many prestigious gyukins. In addition, there were also many musical scores on the shelves. This place was very elegant. Although it was unoccupied, it felt like it was not devoid of a master. "What is this place?" Yifutian looked at Uncle Lon. "This is the place where the third young master cultivated before. Now whenever the third young master returns to Taishan Mountain, this is where he stays. Everything here was left by the third young master. You will stay here from now on and take care of the String Pavilion and these gyukins. Of course, you can also play them, and you are welcome to peruse these music scores," Uncle Lon said with a smile. "Among them, there are quite a few famous ones." "The former residence of the String Emperor," Yifutian secretly exclaimed, a little surprised. His first time at Taishan Mountain as a musician, and he was receiving such great treatment? He hadn't considered all of that before and just wanted to start as an ordinary musician regardless of his status. Elder, there are no tests? Yi Futian asked. Uncle Lon shook his head with a smile. Miss Four introduced Yi Futian, so he understood the implications of that. Take good care of the string pavilion. You can use it, and you can read, but you are not allowed to destroy the things inside. As Uncle Lon was speaking, he left, leaving Yi Futian there. After Uncle Lon left, Yi Futian was left alone in the string pavilion. He was still in a trance. He had thought that it would take a long time to come to this absolute holy land in Taishan region, observe the cultivation of the people in this holy land, and make contact with its top characters. He did not expect everything to progress so fast just because of a few words from the housemaster of Taishan. But when he learned that the housemaster of Taishan was one of Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples, he was relieved. But this favor would not be easy to return. Although, officially, he was only the musician caretaker of the string pavilion, Yi Futian was not so ignorant. He could use any of the gyukins at will and peruse the music scores collected here. What kind of good fortune was this? Countless mini geniuses of Taishan region had difficulty even getting to Taishan Mountain, let alone guarding the string pavilion. The string pavilion was very spacious. Many gyukins were hanging everywhere, and as to the music scores on the bookshelves, Yi Futian took some and started reading them, soon becoming absorbed. His accomplishment in music was extraordinary, but the fact was that he had a solid foundation of spiritual will, and he had cultivated in divine melody and demon songs. As for his overall accomplishment in Guqin, there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, he had only studied Guqin when he was a youngster, and his knowledge at the time was limited. And now, everything in this pavilion seemed to open up another door for him. Yi Futian entered a trance and was unaware of the passing of time or whether or not the housemaster Taishan had already departed. However, she should not ask for him again, as her intention was to send him to Taishan Mountain. The string pavilion also had a backyard. In the backyard, there were ancient mounds connected together. There were many man-made caves and flattened stone platforms. There were traces left by previous occupants everywhere, which were probably left by the string emperor when he cultivated here. Yi Futian's body flickered and came to the edge of a mountain. In front of him was a sea of clouds. The clouds were misty, beautiful, and ethereal, and the scenery was magnificent and out of this world. Buzz. Suddenly, a radiant figure emerged from the sea of clouds. Its brilliant wings illuminated heaven and earth. Colorful streams of light, along with divine light, flowed. It was a divine bird. Yi Futian was stunned to see that it was a phoenix. Read more chapter on novel full. The phoenix glanced at Yi Futian, and there seemed to be some surprise in those rebellious eyes. It then turned around and flew away. In the vast sea of clouds in the distance, clouds and fog tossed and tumbled with the occasional appearance of divine creatures, blue cranes, fire phoenixes, and such. There was also an ancient guqin on the cliff by the sea. This ancient guqin was engraved with the pattern of phoenix. It was a phoenix guqin. There were several large characters carved into the giant stone next to it. Flight of the phoenix pair. There is something here. Yi Futian waved his sleeves, wiping away the dust. Below the carving of the words Flight of the Phoenix Pair, lines of ancient golden characters were revealed, just like musical notes, imprinted directly into his mind. It was the music score. Yi Futian sat cross-legged and was quietly absorbing the music score. After a long while, he opened his eyes and came to the guqin, placing his palms on the strings. Accompanied by the movement of his fingers, the rhythm fluctuated. It was like the chanting of phoenix, crystal clear. The guqin played slowly. Its sound drifted toward the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rolled in the distance. The bright streaming light came toward this place as if a divine bird, the phoenix, appeared. Hovering above the sea of clouds, its eyes focused on Yi Futian. The notes flickered and penetrated its mind, but its eyes did not waver, but it still focused on Yi Futian. Finally, as if it couldn't help it any longer, a voice came out of its mouth. It's awful. The sound of the guqin came to an abrupt stop. Yi Futian turned back to look at the phoenix. He was a little embarrassed. He was despised by this phoenix. Sorry, I haven't mastered this piece of music yet, Yi Futian said awkwardly. This Flight of the Phoenix pair was a song of the Phoenix Guqin and could resonate with the Phoenix, but clearly, he had failed. In fact, when he was perusing the music score, Yi Futian thought of Ling the Dragon Master. They could communicate with the dragons by the sound of music and create resonance, allowing them to control the true dragons directly and even release their abilities through the true dragon. This was the talent of the Dragon Master. And this Flight of the Phoenix pair was similar but even more exquisite. I just needed to practice more, Yi Futian continued when he saw there was no response from the other. Just don't torment me anymore, the Phoenix uttered in a human voice. It said with annoyance, several other places have the same unusual Guqin and music. You could just go and cultivate there instead. Yi Futian was speechless. This bird really hated him. Every Guqin is accompanied by its own piece of music? Yi Futian asked. How capricious. Well, some were obtained by String Emperor's predecessors, and some were made by his own hands. You are still far from that level, the Phoenix said. His eyes proud, looking at Yi Futian, he said, Here, there are 6 prestigious songs left, which can all evoke visions, but it is not so easy to learn. Your attainments are too shallow and are not yet enough. My skill is poor? Yi Futian was kind of depressed. This was the first time someone had questioned his musical skill. Very poor, Phoenix said bluntly. How poor? Yi Futian looked really confused. Unbearable, Phoenix responded. Yi Futian's eyes lingered on this Phoenix. A great demon Phoenix of true self-plane. He could easily overcome. It had been a long time since he had unleashed on anyone. Mom, Dad, some people want to hit me. The Phoenix sent out a cry into the far distance. Instantly, in the depth of the sea of clouds, 2 Phoenix cries were heard, loud and clear. A mighty demon emperor swept through, looming over the heavens, and there was a strong pressure of the great path appearing above the sky, landing on Yi Futian across the endless and distant land. Yi Futian badly wanted to give the other a beating, but the tone of his voice changed immediately. He said with a smile, Beautiful Phoenix, we can discuss this. Did this girl call on her parents? Was this fair? The fact that there were 2 Phoenix demon emperors deep in the sea of clouds, what would this mean for the future? No wonder Taishan Mountain was really a sacred place. There were demon phoenixes in its backyard. Wasn't this great? Yi Futian thought that when he got to this state in the future, he would also raise a great, big horde. That would be really cool. How do you know that I am beautiful? The Phoenix's body was dazzling with divine light. She turned into a human form. Her figure, after she shifted into human form, was perfect. Her skin was delicate, and her body was covered in a fiery red feather robe made of divine feathers. She was an extremely sexy woman, hot as fire. I know it just by the voice, Yi Futian said seriously. He couldn't afford to aggravate her. As the progeny of 2 great demon emperors and born in Taishan Mountain, this little Phoenix was probably created with the best between heaven and earth. Even though her cultivation was of the Saint Plane, but she still behaved like a young girl. Even Kong Xian, who was also the descendant of the demon peacock emperor, was still unable to compare with this one. Smart guy. The little Phoenix assessed Yi Futian seriously, then said, You look pretty good. Are you the disciple of String Emperor? No, Yi Futian shook his head. You are not secretly coming here to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, are you? If so, I suggest you leave immediately, the little Phoenix advised. Uncle Lon allowed me to come here, Yi Futian replied. Is that so? The little Phoenix's beautiful eyes moved around as if thinking about something. No one had been to the string pavilion for a long time. Now that someone was here to play music, it would be alleviated of some of its boredom. My name is Feng Yin. What is yours? Shunjing, Yi Futian replied. Feng Yin, just as expected, your name is as beautiful as your person. Feng Yin revealed a bright smile, and Yi Futian secretly felt a little guilty. Little girls were so easy to appease. Feng Yin, can you tell me a little bit about the situation here? Yi Futian asked. Sure. Feng Yin agreed readily, but just then, a wave of heavenly might descended. A voice was heard, Feng Yin, it's time to cultivate. Feng Yan's face collapsed in an instant. Above the void, a phantom figure of a phoenix appeared, looking down at Futian. Shunjing greets the honorable elder. Futian saluted slightly. If Mr. Lan let you cultivate here, then focus on cultivating in quiet and don't disappoint Mr. Lan. That phoenix spoke casually, her voice full of authority and majesty. She then took Feng Yan to leave. As Futian had suspected, Feng Yan's birth was exceptional. She had been born after both of her parents had become emperors, further blessed by spiritual treasure given by Lord Taixian. Feng Yan was born as a congenital saint and could reach saint plane through the natural process of growth. This was a talent only possessed by divine beasts, impossible for humans to achieve. Therefore, according to the comparison between the Phoenix clan and humans, Feng Yan was very young. This young one was very mischievous. However, if Mr. Lan arranged it, she would not do anything. Futian watched the other leave and felt a little bummed out. Since Feng Yan had always been here, she must know a lot about the String Pavilion and Taishan Mountain. If he could have coaxed her to stay, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, the looks from that female phoenix were pretty fierce. Crap, Futian mumbled. He could only mumble slowly to himself. He looked at this area. 6 famous songs. It seemed that he would not be bored on this Taishan Mountain. Thus, Futian cultivated alone in the String Pavilion, as if forgotten by everyone else. No one paid attention to his existence, and he was happy to be by himself. Feng Yan would occasionally come to see him secretly, exchanging a word or two. However, that female phoenix guarded him like he was a thief or something, which really upset Futian. Was he that kind of person? Although Futian was not disturbed, many cultivators on Taishan Mountain knew of his existence. After all, he became the only guardian of the String Pavilion. This position was coveted by many but was hard to obtain. There were many cultivators on Taishan Mountain, including many geniuses of the younger generations. At this time, upon Taishan Mountain, a group was discussing. Yesterday, I passed by the String Pavilion and heard the sound of the guqin inside. It should be the musician who was sent over by Miss Four? Someone said. Shinjing, what is the background of this person? Someone asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads, and one of them said, it was said that he was a musician at Taishan Tavern, and because Miss Four valued his talent in music, she took him up the mountain. Mr. Lan arranged for him to stay at the String Pavilion. String Pavilion, on Taishan Mountain, is the place that many yearn for. Why would someone who had just entered Taishan Mountain can cultivate in String Pavilion? When he spoke, he looked at a young man next to him. That young man was also a cultivator of Guqin Path, whose attainment was great, but still, there was no such opportunity for him. String Pavilion, Rear Mountain, upon the stone platform among the sea of clouds. Futian was sitting cross-legged, playing a musical composition. As the sound of music rose, every note that jumped out was akin to the chanting of the phoenix. There was a brilliant divine light accompanying each lively note. If someone was here, they were bound to have the false sense that it was the phoenix singing. The sound of the guqin sounded like a phoenix chanting. Those notes surrounded Futian's body, and in the void, there were illusions of the phoenix, whirling between heaven and earth. In the sea of clouds, an extremely radiant divine light illuminated, like a picture of a phoenix dancing in 9 heavens, beautiful and perfect, a wonder in itself. In the distance, the sea of clouds tossed and turned, and the light of the golden flame flowed above the sea of clouds. A long whistle was heard, which echoed with the sound of the guqin. A real phoenix godbird rushed out of the sea of clouds, surging upward, its wings spread, flying directly toward Futian. Futian seemed unaware, still playing in meditation. The sound of the guqin continued, as did the sound of phoenix chanting. Countless notes flowed into the mind of the phoenix and resonated with it. In this moment, Futian seemed to be able to perceive the emotion of the phoenix, even borrowing from its spiritual will. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his 10 slender fingers were still playing as the little phoenix flew around him. The shadows of the phoenix danced in the sky between heaven and earth, intertwining into a beautiful painting, just like a veritable wonderland. The little phoenix was extremely cheerful. Her voice was clear and ethereal, singing in harmony with the sound of guqin. After a long while, When the music slowly stopped, she stopped her dancing and flying, then landed beside Futian, shifting into her human form. The flight of the phoenix pair. The little phoenix stared at Futian with her beautiful eyes, a little surprised. She then smiled. You learn quickly. In just over a month, Futian had actually mastered the flight of the phoenix pair and was able to induce the vision of heaven and earth, luring the phoenix into its dance, a natural wonder. That's because I am a genius, Futian quipped jokingly. Little phoenix, before, when I was playing the music, I could feel the resonance with your spiritual will. Could this help your cultivation? Mutual help. If your plane is higher, your spiritual comprehension stronger than mine, then it will help me more. On the contrary, if my plane is higher than yours, it will help you a lot, Little Phoenix said with a smile. Flight of the Phoenix Pair itself was a famous piece created based on the phoenix. It was a lovely song in itself, but if used in combat, its power would be equally strong. So, you are taking advantage of me, Futian said again. Read more chapter on novel full. Little Phoenix blushed slightly and stared at Futian, saying, My plane is temporarily lower than yours, but I'm a natural-born saint. My progression will be rapid. Even Lord Taishian has said that my future is endless, as the definite candidate as the divine phoenix. I'm bound to ride the wind and sail into the 9 heavens. Not to mention, when did I ever say that I would cultivate with you? Fine. It's me who took advantage of you, Futian smiled. After these few days of contact, he and Little Phoenix had gotten familiar with one another. He knew that her temperament was still like a young girl, which made him kind of miss Linger. That's more like it. Little Phoenix's face was a faint pink as she whispered. But that girl-like face was paired with a perfect figure. It was inexplicably attractive. Fortunately, Futian was already used to it, his mind devoid of other ideas. After all, he was not that kind of person. Again? Futian smiled and said, Yes, yes. Little Phoenix appeared a little excited. It was as if she were a natural fit with the flight of the phoenix pair. Feng Yin. A voice came from the void, and a bright divine phoenix appeared. It was Feng Yan's mother. She looked at Feng Yin and said, Let's go. Oh. Feng Yin suddenly lost her enthusiasm. She gave a quick wink at Futian and then moved toward the sea of clouds. Elder. Futian saluted the phantom of the divine phoenix in the void, and that phoenix gave him a deep look of assessment. He was able to master the flight of the phoenix pair in such a short time. She felt a little dazed. Once upon a time, when the String Emperor had also played the flight of the phoenix pair here, the husband and wife were the partners of the String Emperor, and they danced with the music. But then, the Emperor went down the mountain and built his own legacy, leaving the two of them here. The phantom illusion of the divine phoenix gradually dissipated, and the little phoenix had also dived into the sea of clouds in the distance. Futian watched those disappearing figures and cursed secretly. This was guarding against thieves. Unfortunately, he couldn't win in this case. Is Brother Shin here? At this moment, a voice that came from outside the string pavilion that penetrated the void and came to this side, falling into Futian's ear. Futian was a little puzzled. For a month, he had been practicing alone in the string pavilion, accompanied only by Guqin, with only the occasional appearances of the little phoenix. This was the first time someone came to visit. Stepping forward, Futian walked toward the string pavilion, came to the front yard, and saw a group of youths there. They were looking at him. The temperament of these people were all very unusual. He knew very well that for those who could enter Taishian Mountain to cultivate, they would not be simple people. Greetings from Shanjing to you all. Futian bowed with his hand together in salute, gentle and polite. Long have we heard the name of Brother Shen. The young man in the middle of the group, in front, also saluted Futian, saying, Chen Yu of Guqin Valley at Taishian Mountain. Since the news that Miss Four and Mr. Lon sent Brother Shen to the string pavilion for cultivation, we have all been curious. Today we have come to visit personally, and Brother Sheng does not disappoint. Although the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishian were already off the mountain to set up their own prospective settlements, there were still many places for cultivation on Taishian Mountain, such as Sword Abyss, Guqin Valley, and Alchemy House, all of which were managed by some elders on Taishian Mountain. They were all early followers of Lord Taishian, but lacked the opportunity to become Lord Taishuan's personal disciples. Many years ago, Lord Taishuan's 5 major disciples were also from this group, but later, a disciple had perished, and Lord Taishuan vowed never to accept another disciple as long as he lived. Therefore, even though some possessed unusual talent and had received personal guidance from Lord Taishuan, he still would not accept them as personal disciples. After the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishuan came down the mountain, the Taishuan Hierophant would often send some extremely talented geniuses to persuade Lord Taishuan to accept them as disciples again, but he never did. Thus, the people of the higher heavens realm gradually began to understand that Lord Taishuan would no longer have any more disciples. Guqin Valley was a place for practicing the art of Guqin. Lord Taishuan possessed profound knowledge and broad experience. He was an expert at many abilities. The disciples he guided had all become masters of their own rights. Not only that, but Lord Taishuan's collection was also very bountiful. After Futian heard that the visitors came from Guqin Valley, he guessed something. He was not a disciple of Taishuan Mountain, and after being sent to Taishuan Mountain, he was assigned to guard the string pavilion. This was not treatment available for just anyone. Not even the disciple of Guqin Valley had such good fortune. It occurred to Futian that this was probably how connections worked. Who could imagine it was Miss 4 who sent him to the mountain? Or that Lord Taishuan only had 4 disciples in total, and Miss 4 was the only female disciple, so her status must be greatly exalted. Brother Chen flatters me. I am just a simple musician who was fortunate enough to be in the care of Miss 4 and Elder Lon, and to have this opportunity to guard the string pavilion here. I am not worthy of all you gentlemen visiting me in person. If I can be of service, just let me know and Shunjing will come to you. Futian saw Chen Yu was polite and respectful, so he did not bother to probe the reasons behind it. He figured that to avoid any problems, he just had to be even more humble and low-key than Chen Yu. He didn't come to Taishuan Mountain to bring the focus on himself, and he didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to cultivate quietly for a while to improve himself. When everyone heard Futian's words, they gave him a deep and meaningful look. This guy was quite humble, and his voice showed sincerity. Brother Shen is overly humble, and since it was Miss 4 who personally sent you to the string pavilion, your attainment of the Guqin must be outstanding, another person said next to him. Not at all. Futian shook his head. I was just a simple musician at Taishuan Tavern, and I have no idea why Miss 4 would value someone like me. However, it is my honor to have the opportunity to guard the string pavilion, so I will do my best and maintain all the Guqins here. When everyone heard Futian's words, a strange look appeared in their eyes. This guy was so humble and polite, and they could not find any faults with him immediately. No one could outright attack someone so amicable. Xin Jing's attitude was rather impeccable. There are a lot of scores in the string pavilion. You must have read them? At this time, a woman appeared beside Chen Yu, wearing a long skirt, flowing like a goddess. She had an outstanding temperament. She was also a disciple of Guqin Valley. Her name was Li Jin. Guqin Valley did not have many disciples nowadays. Chen Yu and Li Jin were among the best. I have read a few, broad and profound, but there are many scores in Guqin Valley. I am afraid that it will be difficult to learn them all in my lifetime, Futian replied. Indeed. Li Jin nodded slightly. I was fortunate enough to be selected to come to Guqin Valley to observe. I have seen 6 famous scores, but after many days of cultivation, I was still just scratching the surface. I found it impossible to induce the phenomenon between heaven and earth. It is a pity. Jin, you are too modest. Back then, your rendition of the flight of the phoenix pair was almost perfect, Chen Yu said. Shunjing, you are now the guardian of the string pavilion. May I enter and take a look? Li Jin asked Futian. Please, Futian smiled and nodded. When Mr. Lan asked him to guard the pavilion, he did not forbid the others from entering. If he declined, it might cause controversy. Even though he was invited by the housemaster of Taishuan to enter Taishuan Mountain, he still didn't want to attract unnecessary attention, nor did he want to arouse hatred from others. All of them entered into the string pavilion, and Li Jin went straight to the sea of clouds in the rear mountain. A sense of longing was visible in her eyes. She once mentioned to the elders of Guqin Valley her intention to come to String Pavilion to cultivate, but it was rejected. After all, this was the former residence of the String Emperor, whose position in Taishan Mountain was high above all others. Naturally, no other disciples were allowed to come here to cultivate. But she didn't expect that Miss Four would send Shanjing to String Pavilion as a musician. Although he was officially just a caretaker of the pavilion, there were still many conveniences of his job. Li Jin sat down on the stone platform in the sea of clouds, her 10 slender fingers gently stroking the phoenix guqin, then played slowly. All eyes fell upon her at once, and the elegant and crystalline sound of the phoenix was heard. It was especially moving. Under such a mood, Li Jin appeared even more dignified and beautiful. The sea of clouds rolled and turned, and the illusion of the phoenix began to manifest. A faint divine light flowed around her body. Phenomenon. When everyone saw this, they were slightly stunned. The 6 famous songs left by the String Emperor were able to evoke phenomena, so Li Jin's playing had definitely reached a certain level. Yi Futian looked quietly on the side. The phenomenon induced by Li Jin was obviously a bit different from his. It was almost there, but still not pure enough. When the song was over, Li Jin still sat there, with some regret, and sighed in a low voice, "It's still lacking. You have done very well already." "The 6 famous scores are not so easy to master," Chunyu said. Li Jin nodded gently as she stood up and looked at Yi Futian. The look in her beautiful eyes was a little complicated. A simple musician had such an opportunity to come here. If it were up to her, she would also be willing to guard the String Pavilion as a simple musician. Since Miss Four had sent you here, she must have high hopes for you. Concentrate on cultivating the music scores here. All 6 famous scores are as profound as they are broad. Even if you can't learn them all, it would be of great benefit to your cultivation, Li Jin instructed Yi Futian. She was a genius of Guqin Valley and of the Nirvana Plain, so she had the qualifications to instruct Yi Futian. "Well, I'll do my best." Yi Futian didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. "Let's go," Li Jin said and headed outside. Chunyu also looked at Yi Futian and said, "Take this opportunity and cherish it." "Thank you." Yi Futian smiled and watched the group leave the String Pavilion. After Yi Futian sent the group away, he returned to the rear mountain behind the String Pavilion. In a quiet environment, alone, he felt a lot more comfortable. This way, no one should be offended, and there should be no one who would disturb him in the future. He was very satisfied with cultivating at the String Pavilion, and indeed, he owed a great favor to the housemaster of Taishan. This kind of condition to cultivate was simply too perfect to be interrupted, so he would not do anything to provoke trouble to change the state of things. He would try to be as low-key and humble as possible. That way, even if someone wasn't happy with him, they would have nothing to use against him. After all, everyone was a genius on Taishan Mountain. Even if there was some discontent in their hearts, it was impossible to throw a fit without a good reason, as that would have been beneath them. "Are they gone?" A voice came. Yi Futian turned back to look at the little phoenix that appeared behind him, saying, "Why are you here again? Wasn't she taken away by her mother?" It was attracted by the sound of the guqin, but it was far worse than you normally are. How can you put up such a front? Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian with a weird look, somewhat disdainful. "This is called keeping a low profile," Yi Futian said with some indignity. "Who was putting up a front? Where did this little girl get her ideas from?" "Hypocrite." Little Phoenix grunted, then turned around and disappeared just as she had appeared. This place where he cultivated was entirely her backyard. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head, then went to a place to sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, after that day, no one came to disturb him. Even though the disciples of Taishan Mountain had some opinions of their own because an outsider came to Taishan Mountain for the first time and was able to cultivate in the String Pavilion, after seeing that Yi Futian was polite and quite gentle and respectful to the disciples of Taishan Mountain, no one had anything against him. Even as the word spread about Shenjing's low-key modesty, many people at Taishan Mountain knew that there was now a humble guardian in the String Pavilion. In what seemed like a short time, Yi Futian had cultivated on Taishan Mountain for half a year. He rarely left the String Pavilion in the past half a year. Besides music cultivation, he was comprehending music scores or cultivating in other arts. But, all in all, without the distraction of mundane matters, Yi Futian was able to concentrate and completely immerse himself in the world of cultivation. Read more chapter on novel full. And he had no choices either. Now, he couldn't do anything but work hard, because strength was the foundation of everything. His realm was even deeper, his mood was more stable, as the Guqin path was very beneficial to the cultivation of the mood. At this time, above the rear mountain, on the cliff, a figure sat cross-legged and was strumming the Guqin. The sound of Guqin was very rapid, and there was a breath of extreme suppression between heaven and earth. The sea of clouds was also roaring and tossing as the landscape of this space, changing and morphing it. It gave the illusion that time had changed and space had moved. It seemed that the space Yi Futian was in was a world of its own, closed off by the melody. Such a magnificent spectacle, if seen by the people of Guqin Valley, they would surely understand that this was a true natural phenomenon, inspired by the sound of the Guqin, which was the worldly judgment of the 6 famous music scores of the string pavilion. This piece of music was very arrogant, and its difficulty was also extremely high. Yi Futian has been practicing it for the longest time. Now, he basically had all 6 of them under control. Sonorous notes were still beating, but they gradually eased, and the phenomenon between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Finally, the sound of the Guqin stopped, but Yi Futian's 10 fingers still hovered on the strings. He looked at the distant scenery and felt the passage of time. Everything was like a dream. He still remembered the last time he practiced the Guqin like this. It had been with the Grandmaster at Donghai Academy. That year, he was not yet 18. He had just started to come into his own, and Jieyu was with him also. In a blink of an eye, decades had passed, and once again, he was studying Guqin seriously. It all seemed to be a dream. Now, his Guqin path had been refined by these many years of cultivating, and he could no longer be compared to his past self. Unfortunately, all this could no longer be seen by the Grandmaster. Looking at the distant sea of clouds, Yi Futian felt something in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked down at the score, and plucked the strings with his fingers. In an instant, a high-pitched sound of Guqin penetrated the sky. The crane chanting could be heard in the high heavens. In the sea of clouds, there was a sound of a long cry. In truth, there were divine cranes that were being awakened and flew above 9 heavens, as if affected by the sound of the Guqin. They cried from the depth of a lake somewhere. This song was actually a chaotic nation, but the artistic conception of the music was no longer the same as it was before. The sound of the piano was lingering, and the cranes were dancing. They were surrounded by heaven and earth. In the depths of the sea of clouds, there seemed to be 2 pairs of extremely bright eyes penetrating the boundless infinity. Their gaze landed on Yi Futian. There were 2 figures standing above the clouds, a man and a woman, with extraordinary temperament. Both were wearing fiery red phoenix robes. They were the parents of little Phoenix. He had also learned worldly judgment, the woman whispered, a little startled. In half a year, he has learned all 6 famous scores. This kind of musical attainment, perhaps he himself was unaware of, the man also said, a little surprised. Compared to the string emperor of yore, he was not greatly behind. They vaguely understood that Miss 4 sent Yi Futian to Taishin Mountain, perhaps not entirely because of the 3rd young master. Yi Futian's talent in the ways of Guqin path was really special, so he was sent here by Miss 4 to come to the string pavilion for self-study. In just over half a year, he had actually learned 6 famous scores. His future was limitless, and in the future, he would perhaps be another sensational figure like the string emperor. After completing the 6 famous scores, he practiced many other scores again. And on this day, Yi Futian finally walked out to the piano. However long he had been at Taishin Mountain was how long he had been cultivating in the string pavilion. This was the first time Yi Futian had experienced the scenery of Taishin Mountain. Sometimes he encountered other cultivators on the way, but he didn't know them. When he was asking for directions, these people of Taishin Mountain felt even more strange and looked at him weirdly. Who was this guy? Was he really a cultivator of Taishin Mountain? He didn't even know where the Sword Abyss was. Was he serious? Sword Abyss was located in the southern part of Taishin Mountain and was the place of sword cultivation at Taishin Mountain. The swordsmanship at Taishin Mountain was extremely prestigious. Lord Taixian had collected many sword methods, and whose own swordsmanship was also superb. The second disciple of Lord Taixian, the current city lord of Taixian City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taixian. His reputation was enough to shake the world and became a dominant lord in his own right. Therefore, when Luoyue, the princess of the city lord's residence of Taixian City, heard that there was a powerful swordsman in the realm of ruin, she went there in person because she also cultivated in swordsmanship. Sword Abyss, as its name suggested, was an abyss. When Futian came here, he saw a sword peak directly inserted into the ground. Above that giant sword peak, there were ancient palaces located at different points of the peak with excellent views. In front of the sword peak, there was a huge canyon. Below, there were many palaces for cultivation, cave residences, and a gymnasium. Futian had come from the canyons below and looked up at the land above and the sword peak in front with a slight wave in his heart. A good place, Futian admired. Not only that, but the entire sword abyss was filled with the infinite breath of swordsmanship, extremely saturated. This was the real holy land of swordsmanship. Above the void over the gymnasium, an amazing battle was taking place. Above the void, a figure in blue was standing between the heavens and the earth. His fingers were pointing to the sky, and countless divine swords appeared above the sky. It was shocking to behold. Many below looked up and saw the body of his opponent sail across the void, and in an instant, like the catastrophe of swordsmanship, the void seemed to be crushed under the swords. Crisp, crackling sounds came out, and hundreds of sword marks appeared on the body of his opponent instantly, some of them even stained with blood. Great swordsmanship, Futian praised inside. It was indeed worthy of Taixian Mountain's sword technique. Brother Wan's sword technique is getting stronger, the other disciples of Sword Abyss exclaimed, smiling. Even the one who was defeated just grumbled, "Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy." It seemed that he did not care about his injury at all, which was inevitable in such sparring. "Your sword progress was not inconsiderable," Brother Wan said to the defeated man. The two went down together and cleared the battlefield to allow others to go up. The cultivators stood on the sides watching the battle, and Futian also stood there. The swordsmanship of the two were equally strong. It was at this time that senior brother Wan seemed to notice Futian's existence. He lifted his feet to go toward Futian, and the people around him suddenly realized that this person did not seem to be a cultivator from Sword Abyss. "Are you a cultivator from somewhere else in Taixian Mountain?" Wan Shui asked with some doubt. This was the first time he saw Futian. He did not recall ever having seen this person on Taixian Mountain before. "Shunjing, caretaker of the String Pavilion. Pleasure to meet the brother of the way." Futian bowed. Suddenly, the people around him were a bit surprised. So this was the musician in the String Pavilion. They had all heard of Shunjing's name, but this was the first they had seen him. Disciple of the Sword Abyss, Wan Shui. Wan Shui responded to Futian and saluted him in return. He said, "I heard that you were cultivating in the String Pavilion. So, what brought you to Sword Abyss?" "I know a little about swordsmanship and have cultivated in sword techniques, and have always admired the talent of those who cultivate in swordsmanship. I knew that there was the Sword Abyss, a holy land to cultivate sword techniques on Taixian Mountain. I desired to come and take a look to see if I could gain some comprehension to help with my progress in swordsmanship," Futian replied. "Please do not laugh. Brother Shun is dedicated to learning, but specialization is important in cultivation," Wan Shui said. "Since Brother Shun has the opportunity to cultivate in the String Pavilion, you should concentrate on that." "Quite so," Futian said, still with a smile. "I am only watching from the periphery occasionally, and not immersed in it, and I will still concentrate on the art of the Guqin as my main cultivation. Not to mention, in Sword Abyss, I could also practice music, and perhaps I can resonate with the cultivation of swordsmanship." Wan Shui glanced at Futian and thought that, just as rumored, this musician of the String Pavilion was humble and gentle. He didn't expect him to be so interested in learning. No wonder Miss Four had helped him. "Just as well. But you are not a disciple of the Sword Abyss, so you should take care not to step in places you shouldn't set foot in," Wan Shui instructed. Futian nodded with a smile. "Thank you, brother." The Sword Abyss was very large, and occupied one side of Taishan Mountain. Aside from what Yi Futian saw in front of him, there was also the Sword Cliffs and Sword Residence behind the Sword Peak. Sword Cliffs was also known as Sword Cliffs of Trials. Countless cultivators honed their swordsmanship there, leaving sword marks on many cliff walls, many of which were left by ancestors of great swordsmanship. Sword Residence, on the other hand, was the cave residence where many swordsmen cultivated. It was a blessed place, like heaven on earth. After the cave residences were emptied by the ancestors, they became unoccupied, and there were most likely records of swordsmanship comprehension inside. In addition, there were also superb sword techniques inherited from Taishan Mountain itself. Lord Taishan was knowledgeable and had many sword scriptures in his collection, some of which were definitely the most supreme. Many years ago, Lord Taishan himself was also a magical talent. Yi Futian watched the practice of swordsmanship in the Sword Abyss and watched disciples practicing. He was deep in thought. Although most of the disciples of the Sword Abyss could not beat him in swordsmanship, there must be someone among them with whom he could learn from, not to mention that their swordsmanship had been passed down from Taishan Mountain. The sword that he had just observed wielded by Wan Shuyi was extremely stunning. If the cultivation reached its peak, it would be an incredibly strong sword technique. Like the Guqin path, although he was good at it, he knew that even though he appeared powerful, his true skill was varied and unrefined. In swordsmanship, though he had combined his own comprehension and the soul-breaking sword techniques that he had acquired previously, he was relying heavily on the advantages of the way. In truth, his swordsmanship was far from sufficient, especially in the top tier of sword techniques. He was not nearly as invincible as was rumored in the realm of ruin. What do you think? Yi Futian was watching the swordplay when several disciples of the Sword Abyss approached him and asked him a question, smiling. The disciples of Sword Abyss are superb in swordsmanship, Yi Futian said with a smile. You are an expert in music, and now that you are observing the swordplay, do you have any comprehension? The person asked again. All methods are connected, including the sword techniques. Before, I saw that Brother Wan's swordsmanship was superb. After that, I saw several others' swordsmanship. Though wielded differently, they all had the shades of that one technique. I would greatly like to know if they were all from the same sword technique? Yi Futian asked. That's right. The other nodded and said with a smile, this sword technique is one that all the disciples of Sword Abyss want to learn, but the disciples of Sword Abyss are many. Those in the Saint Plain who can reach the level of Brother Wan are few at best. Even swordsmen of Runhuang Realm at Taishan Mountain find it difficult to accomplish. What sword technique could be that enticing? Yi Futian asked curiously. The fleeting divine sword. The young man smiled and said, but most people can only cultivate to the first level, a glimmer of sky. This first level is the most suitable for those who understand the way of space. Its power is the strongest, the most authentic. Read more chapter on novel full. So it is. But Brother Wan's sword was more than a glimmer. What level is he at? Yi Futian asked. The other looked at him with a smile and said, the second level, cleave of all things. When cultivated to this level, with a single sword strike, the void will be cut into countless pieces, hence the name. How about the third? Yi Futian asked. The third level of the fleeting divine sword naturally would be fleeting. However, only very few Renhuang on Taishan Mountain have cultivated to this level. Once the sword is deployed, time flows like water and years go by, hence the name fleeing. With the fleeting divine sword, there is no countermeasure, and ultimately, this technique is also divided into different strengths. Only those who are experts at a variety of the strengths of the Great Path can reach the peak. On Taishan Mountain, only the Lord has reached the ultimate state of the fleeting divine sword. The other party smiled and explained, gazing at Yi Futian with interest. They asked, Brother Shun is interested in cultivating in this technique? Seeing how unusually powerful this sword technique is, I am a little interested, but my talent is limited. If I choose to cultivate it, I don't know which level I could reach. Yi Futian replied in a low voice and did not deny his intentions. He did not come to Sword Abyss for frivolity, but to cultivate, so there was nothing to hide. It's easy for Brother Shan Jing to get started. Although the fleeting divine sword is the ultimate sword technique, the first two levels are not a secret. There will be no problem if you're interested to cultivate. Moreover, the Sword Cliffs of Trials contains many marks of previous cultivations, so you can take a look, the other added. Futian nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me. It's but a small matter, the other replied with a smile. They continued, if there is any problem, Brother Xinjing can come to us. For sure, Futian answered, and the other left. Futian watched for a few more moments before leaving Sword Abyss. Afterward, besides practicing in the String Pavilion every day, he also watched the swordsmen in the Sword Abyss. Everyone in Sword Abyss knew now that they had a musician who liked to learn. He was also the guardian of the String Pavilion, the one Miss 4 personally escorted to Taishan Mountain. Futian was very quiet at Sword Abyss, spending most of his time watching the swordsmen and observing. He rarely spoke to anyone. Occasionally, he would ask some questions, and his humble and studious attitude made many others like him quite a bit. After all, the disciples of Sword Abyss were mostly in the Saint Plane, and they all had extraordinary temperament. Under circumstances that did conflict with their own interests, they were more than willing to answer Futian's questions when prompted. Over time, Futian seemed to have become one of the disciples of Sword Abyss. Many of the cultivators of Sword Abyss were used to his existence. However, Little Phoenix was often displeased and secretly complained that Futian dabbled in everything. Instead of concentrating on the Guqin path, he had now gone to the Sword Abyss frequently to study sword techniques. With no one to chat with, the Little Phoenix was deprived of some enjoyment, as she greatly liked when Futian played the Flight of the Phoenix pair, with which she could resonate. Every time she heard this piece, she would feel herself progress. It was as if she, too, was moving toward the next level. On this day, a guest arrived at Sword Abyss, which was a quite lively occasion. The young mistress of City Lord's residence at Taishan City, Princess Luoyue, whose father, the City Lord of Taishan City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. Previously, Luoyue had also practiced at Sword Abyss for some time. This was the place where she learned her craft, and today, the City Lord of Taishan took her to visit the Lord. So Luoyue took this opportunity to revisit Sword Abyss. Many disciples at Sword Abyss knew Luoyue, and they were accustomed to addressing each other as brothers and sisters. At this time, there was a sword cliff behind Sword Abyss and Sword Peak. Many disciples were there. This was a famous sword cliff at Sword Abyss. Upon the cliff wall, there were marks of swordsmanship left by a very powerful elder. Many would come here to observe the sword will that was contained within. Luoyue stood in front of the cliff wall and looked at the sword cliffs. Although her father was a mighty figure in swordsmanship and derived other methods of battle from his swordsmanship, the attacks even included those of battle axe. Sometimes, however, it still required the expediency of other sects to absorb even more knowledge. Her cultivation of the fleeting of the divine had encountered a bottleneck at the second level, cleave of all things. It was difficult for her to advance any further. Therefore, she wanted to come to Taishan Mountain again, and so, her father brought her. Looking at the cliff, Luoyue's body could not help but exude a powerful sword will. The sword of eradication was wrapping around this space. For a long time, her shape flashed and pointed toward the void. Suddenly, a great amount of sword chi swept through the void. A devastating storm of sword chi now appeared, cutting through the sky above. Sister Luoyue's sword is even more refined. It won't take long for the cleave of all things to become a reality. At this time, a voice spoke. It was Wan Shuyi, a disciple of Sword Abyss, addressing Luoyue. Senior brother praises me too much. I know my level, and it is still a ways away compared to senior brother, Luoyue whispered. She could not help but recall the swordsman she encountered in the realm of ruins. His sword was very simple, and a single sword strike sufficed. She wondered how it would compare with brother Wan Shuyi. There's not much difference. It is already on the verge, and a breakthrough can happen at any moment, Wan Shuyi said. Luoyue, let me try the sword for you. Luoyue looked at Wan Shuyi, then nodded and said, Thank you, brother. As they finished speaking, the two walked to one side and were suspended in midair. Many figures flashed over this way in preparation to watch the exchange between the two. Clearly, Wan Shuyi intended to use his swordsmanship to guide Luoyue. In an instant, sword chi was everywhere, and as everyone expected, as outstanding as Wan Shuyi's sword, He had left some room because his goal was to guide Luoyue, step by step. Luoyue's sword was very similar to his, but there always seemed to be something missing. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of guqin was heard. It merged into the sword. It was as if the sound of the guqin perfectly matched the exchange of swordsmanship. Some continued to watch the swordplay, while some glanced in the direction of the music. It was Xinjing, who had been playing often recently, and no one was surprised by it. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue's swords were getting stronger. Wan Shuyi began to apply pressure in an attempt to force Luoyue to unleash her sword, but Luoyue still felt that she somehow fell short. At this moment, the sound of the guqin flowed into her ears, and an illusion appeared in her mind. The sound of music was like that of the sword. She could not help but wave her hand. In an instant, the sword light was shining, and a flash of radiant sword light also crossed Luoyue's beautiful eyes. As her heart surged, in an instant, the sword will form her body was getting even stronger. Buzz! One sword manifested. It brightened the 9 heavens and collided with Wan Shuyi's sword. At this moment, the two storms intertwined. The sword was annihilated, and the battle stopped. After a while, everyone saw that the sword chi had gradually dissipated, and in the void, the two stood opposite each other. "Congratulations, junior sister," Wan Shuyi said with a smile. "Success." All the disciples were a little shocked. Senior brother Wan tried the sword for Luoyue and successfully led her to comprehend and reach an epiphany, leading to a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Now, her strength was even more superb. At this moment, Luoyue was still in a daze. The feeling of the sword just now, "Thank you, senior brother, for trying the sword with me." Luoyue bowed slightly to Wan Shuyi. "You were only a step away. You would break through sooner or later. It had little to do with me." Wan Shuyi smiled. A single step could be a trap for a long time. Luoyue shook her head. This was something she understood. At this time, she turned her eyes and looked at the figure on a boulder in front of the cliff. Futian sat there with a guqin in front of him, but at this time the music had already stopped. She remembered the musician at Taishin Tavern, Shunjing, and had heard that he was now guarding guqins in the string pavilion. He was very eager to learn, and had come to the sword abyss to cultivate. Was that moment just now a coincidence? Luoyue murmured in her heart. That flash of spiritual light seemed to be guided by the sound of guqin. Shunjing greets Princess Luoyue. Seeing Luoyue looking at him, Futian smiled and nodded at Luoyue. Luoyue looked at Futian, and seeing that the other did not appear out of sorts, thought that she was thinking too much. "Uncle sent you to Taishin Mountain just as a musician, but there are still many opportunities. Concentrate on cultivating," Luoyue said to Futian, and then left. Futian remained there, his eyes on the cliff, and continued to meditate his sword techniques. Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishin City, but she was not overbearing. Whether in the Battle of the Realm of Ruins or the meeting at Taishin Tavern, he had felt positive about her. Not to mention, she was also related to the housemaster of Taishin as a disciple of Taishin Mountain. His admission into Taishin Mountain to cultivate was a favor. When he saw that Luoyue needed help, he was able to help her with the music without being too obvious about it. After all, even without him, Luoyue would make a breakthrough on her own sooner or later. To him, it was just an easy task that cost him nothing, so there was no reason to be stingy. It was just as how the housemaster of Taishin had helped him to get to Taishin Mountain. "Shunjing, when I listen to your guqin, it matches perfectly with the battle of swordsmanship. It seemed as if I had heard nothing at all. It didn't appear to be intrusive." A person next to him said, "I guess to get to this point, your expertise in guqin superb, and you must also have a deep understanding of swordsmanship?" Futian looked at the speaker and smiled. These days, many recognized him in Sword Abyss, so they would often talk to him. In front of the disciples of Sword Abyss, how dare I speak about the understanding of swordsmanship and show off? Futian said with a smile, full of humility, as usual. The other was accustomed to it as well and smiled. "Could it be that you deliberately hide yourself and your skills? I have never seen you practice the swords in Sword Abyss." The speaker's tone was very casual. They were obviously joking. "I came to Sword Abyss to observe the swordplay. As for practicing, I better practice in secret when I go back so you guys won't laugh at me, Futian responded with a smile. Many around him smiled. Yet another said, but I think that you, Shunjing, are hiding your skills. Maybe you have already made some achievements in swordsmanship. Futian shook his head without saying anything more. His gaze continued to be fixed on the cliff wall. He was meditating. There was nothing more important than cultivation. With this opportunity for cultivation at Taishan Mountain, naturally, he would not waste it. He would use this opportunity to elevate his cultivation. On the other side, Wan Shuyi and Luoyue left together. Luoyue was still thinking about the breakthrough that had just happened. Although she thought it was a coincidence, that sound of Guqin so perfectly helped her. Perhaps even Shanjing himself was not aware of it. Shanjing's music was transparent. Its mood was extraordinary, and it was indeed a talent as far as the Guqin path was concerned. Perhaps this was the reason why Uncle sent him to Taishan Mountain in the first place, but it was not clear why he came to cultivate his swordsmanship. Brother Wan, what do you think of Shanjing? Luoyue asked. Not bad. Humble and studious, his future is promising. But it's unknown just how talented he is. But since Miss Four endorsed his entrance into Taishan Mountain, there must be something outstanding about him, Wan Shuyi responded, which was also his honest opinion. Well, there is a charm to his music. It's very pure. Luoyue nodded slightly. Brother Wan, if you have the opportunity, keep an eye on Shanjing. We have met once, so we knew each other. And because he was also sent by Uncle, don't let him be isolated because he's not a disciple of Taishan Mountain. Relax, Shanjing is well-liked, and many disciples of Sword Abyss also take good care of him. Wan Shuyi smiled. Even without your instructions, because of Miss Four, we will do what we can. Very well. Luoyue nodded gently. Thank you, brother. Her instruction was considered returning the favor of the other, who had no idea how he had accidentally helped her to break through the realm of swordsmanship. Best wishes for him to achieve something great here. Luoyue couldn't help but think of the mysterious swordsman in the realm of ruins. If he came to Taishan Mountain to cultivate, he would certainly have infinite potential. Unfortunately, after that day, the mysterious swordsman disappeared. How would she know that the swordsman she was thinking of was cultivating swordsmanship at Sword Abyss? It was the same person she had asked to be taken care of. Without noticing, some time had passed. Futian cultivated daily. On this day, in the land behind the string pavilion, he stood on the edge of the cliff in front of the sea of clouds. He held a sword in his right hand. His palms were stretched out as if time and space were still, but there was an invisible might in the surrounding heaven and earth. It was extremely suppressed. This sense of might seemed to permeate into every corner between heaven and earth, and it was everywhere. The palms passed over, and in an instant, a dazzling golden divine light flashed and disappeared. A golden trace appeared in the sea of clouds in front of him, which seemed to be bisected, but Futian's movements did not stop there. His feet moved forward, and his arms passed over again, and another golden line bisected the space. It seemed to be cut through. This was the first level of the fleeting divine sword of the ancient sword, a glimmer of sky. With each strike, a line in the void would cut through the sky. As he moved forward, Futian unleashed sword strike after sword strike, and the sea of clouds turned from a state of calmness to highly turbulent, with the storm of swordsmanship tossing and turning. Countless sword marks crisscrossed. It was as if, unconsciously, the swordsmanship had transformed from the first level, a glimmer of sky, to the second level, cleave of all things. After a moment, Futian stopped and stood quietly above the sea of clouds. You practiced this long, and this is it? At this time, a clear voice was heard, and Futian knew that it was the little phoenix. He looked up to Feng Yin, feeling the breath that came from the other. There was a smile in his eyes. You broke through? Yes, now I'm the same as you, Feng Yin said with swagger. Not bad. You broke through without even realizing it, Futian said under his breath, a little envious in his heart. This kind of talent for cultivation was something that even many geniuses could not possess. The natural-born saint was indeed powerful. That's because I am the divine phoenix. Feng Yin held her head up high and looked at Futian with some contempt. Unlike you, Instead of practicing Guqin Path, you ran over to Sword Abyss to practice swordsmanship, and after such a long time, your fleeting divine sword is still at this level. Did you just pass the first level? Ah, Yi Futian looked confounded. Was he being made fun of? He looked at the little phoenix with a smile. It seemed that after the breakthrough, Feng Yin was a little puffed up. At this moment, Feng Yin was staring at him without blinking. Judging from her posture, she was clearly a little excited and wanted to give it a try. Do you also know of the fleeting divine sword? Yi Futian asked with a smile. There are many at Sword Abyss who know of this sword technique in Taiyuan Mountain, so how could I not? Feng Yin said proudly. Yi Futian nodded. The disciples of Sword Abyss had also claimed that there were many who had cultivated the fleeting divine swords, but few were able to accomplish it because its power was great. So all those who cultivated in swordsmanship wanted to learn it, but very few were ever able to reach the peak of its power. Good. Since you know this technique, how about we give it a try? Yi Futian said with a smile. Great. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, Feng Yin came because she was eager to try it. Now, seeing as how Yi Futian offered, she immediately agreed. This time, she would make this guy so embarrassed. It would be a change from his usual air of haughtiness. Let's get started. Feng Yin seemed a bit impatient, and the moment her words faded, Yi Futian instantly felt the temperature between heaven and earth rise sharply. In just a moment, it was like a furnace. An imaginary divine flame enveloped the world, and Yi Futian seemed to be wrapped within it. There was a long whistle. The whistle of the phoenix reached the 9 heavens. A giant illusion of the divine phoenix appeared above the sky. The sea of clouds was branded red under the flames, and Yi Futian's body also seemed to be burning. However, he was still standing there quietly, extremely calm. With some movement from his mind, Sword will traverse the vast space. It was seemingly everywhere. The sharp whistling of the sword came out, a little piercing. The entire void was filled with an extremely sharp breath. I'm going to make a move. Yi Futian looked at Feng Yin. I'm going to make a move too. Feng Yin's pupils were burning with divine flames that shot toward Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian felt his will was also burning. He smiled as he stepped forward, disappearing in an instant, and the sword in his hand also sailed across with his body. Boom! The divine flame on Feng Yin also exploded at this moment, burning the world, but Yi Futian's figure disappeared in front of her. She found out, much to her shock, that in an instant, Yi Futian's illusions were all around her. It was as if he was everywhere, and everywhere he passed, his sword did too. An extreme sense of danger came over her, and Feng Yan's face changed suddenly. She felt that the space she was in seemed to be shattering. She was in a prison forged by cleave of all things. Countless crisscrossed sword marks were about to smash this space. Dad, Mom. Feng Yin closed her eyes and shouted. Buzz. A figure disappeared in a flash, and Yi Futian pulled Feng Yan's body out of there as if intentionally leaving a gap. Below, the space was cut into countless fragments as if completely pulverized. Feng Yin opened her eyes and looked down, rather fearful. Then she raised her eyes and stared at Yi Futian angrily. You were playing for real? Yi Futian looked at her innocently. You actually had the heart to strike? Feng Yin was extremely upset. Yi Futian had no response. 2 extremely dominant authorities of heaven descended, and a pair of phoenix demon emperors appeared in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian's mouth twitched. Was she calling her parents again? How could they play? Shun Jing greets as the elders. Yi Futian's heart was galloping, but on the surface, he was still politely showing his respect. 2 demon emperors stared at him. Their pressure of might bloomed. One could only imagine how much pressure Yi Futian felt at this moment and how wronged he felt. Dad, Mom, he bullied me, Feng Yin said aggrievedly in a weepy voice. Yi Futian was almost weeping himself. How shameless. You want to show off, and now you are in trouble, the mother phoenix said to Feng Yin. It was not a bad thing for this girl to taste some hardships. She did not know her limit. Elder is wise. Yi Futian was grateful. As heaven was his witness, when did he bully Feng Yin? You are not some good bird yourself. She is but a child. Why did you unleash such strong technique? The mother phoenix stared at Yi Futian and asked. Heir, Futian looked stunned, and he really wanted to rebuke with something like, "You are the bird, and in fact, your whole family is," but he dared not. Futian, a child? As a mother, she was on the side of her child no matter what. "You learned your sword technique from Sword Abyss?" Futian's father asked. "Yes." Futian nodded, and the other fell silent. The two demon emperors looked at each other, and their hearts were a little shocked. This guy had learned all 6 famous songs, and in such a short time. He had achieved the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword. Was he here to guard the string pavilion, or was he here to steal the art? If this continued, would all the secret inheritances of Taishan Mountain be stolen? As the end of the year drew close, the number of cultivators visiting Taishan Mountain was increasing, and many of those who had gone to cultivate in the outer realms had all begun to return. On this day, Taishan Mountain was lively. Lord Taishuan's 3rd disciple, String Emperor, had come from the String Palace to visit his master Lord Taishan, which caused many on Taishan Mountain to chatter. Moreover, many thought of Shunjing, the guardian of String Pavilion. Now that the String Emperor had returned, no one knew what he would think of Shunjing. If Shunjing's luck held up, maybe he could become a disciple of String Emperor. Soon after the String Emperor Qin went up to Taishan Mountain, Miss 4 of Taishan Tavern in Taishan City had also come back, which caused more chatter among the disciples of Taishan Mountain. Miss 4 and the String Emperor still enjoyed a great relationship. Every time the String Emperor appeared, Miss 4 would not be far behind. In the palace of Lord Taishan, there were bursts of hearty laughter. Those who heard it all sighed and thought Lord Taishan was probably only this merry when his disciples came to visit. There were many rumors that Lord Taishuan's favorite was Miss 4. Miss 4, who was the youngest and was the only woman among the 4 disciples, therefore, she was naturally favored. Lord Taishan treated her like his daughter. The String Emperor was also younger and liked by Lord Taishan. Futian cultivated in the String Pavilion this day and did not go to the Sword Abyss. He was the only one in the String Pavilion, so he was not very aware of the goings-on outside. At this time, he was still cultivating Guqin in the rear mountain. The quiet space, the misty sea of clouds, the sound of Guqin was melodious, beautiful, and had a strong penetrating power. Between the seas of clouds, there was a dazzling divine brilliance. It was gorgeous and radiant. A beautiful divine bird phoenix could be seen shuttling back and forth between the clouds and cultivation as if inspired to dance by the sound of Guqin. Flight of the Phoenix pair was the piece Futian played most often because it was helpful to Feng Yin. Although he didn't say anything and even often argued with her, Futian still played this song once in a while to resonate with the little phoenix. Although the girl's habit of often calling her parents for backup had greatly annoyed him, he was not in the habit of arguing with children. The rhythm of Flight of the Phoenix pair was extremely beautiful. As the song ended, its mood still lingered. Futian's 10 fingers moved away from the strings as if he felt something. Suddenly, he looked up. A middle-aged man clad in white fur stood there quietly. Without a trace of his breath, his whole person seemed to have blended into the space between heaven and earth. Futian secretly shuddered. Someone had come near him, and he did not even feel it. Yes, he was concentrating on playing the Guqin, but his realm was of a certain level. If the other had wanted to attack him, he would not have even known it, so one could only imagine the prowess of this person. Of course, anyone who could achieve this level had no need to resort to an ambush, as he could kill him at will. Futian got up calmly. He faced the middle-aged man in the white fur and bowed slightly. Shunjing, the guardian musician of the String Pavilion, greets the elder. The person who came here undetected was naturally a cultivator of Taishan Mountain, and a powerful Renhuang at that. His status in Taishan Mountain must be high above all others. Futian had some idea who this person might be. Shunjing, the man repeated in a low tone, and Futian nodded. He raised his eyes and looked at the other, and saw that the man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He looked elegant and gentle with an excellent spirit, and was very attractive. Such a temperament must be irresistible to women. In the distance, the sea of clouds rolled over, and a gorgeous divine light shone between heaven and earth. The two figures appeared directly in the sea of clouds not far from Futian. It was the pair of divine birds, the phoenixes. Their eyes were fixed on the man. They said, "You have returned." Upon hearing their words, Futian knew that his guess was correct. Their master had returned. The master of String Pavilion, the third disciple of Lord Taishian, the String Emperor. The String Emperor nodded slightly only to see the little phoenix fly over in a hurry. Her beautiful eyes looked curiously at the String Emperor in front of her. "Feng Yin, where are your manners?" Next to her, her father prompted her, and the little phoenix came to and bowed. Feng Yin greets the String Emperor. "She is all grown up?" The String Emperor revealed a gentle smile. He looked at Feng Yin. His eyes were extremely gentle and kind. He had witnessed Feng Yin's birth and blessed her so that Feng Yin was born with a unique gift, a natural-born saint. Later on, he visited more infrequently and had not seen Feng Yin much. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was already growing up to be a fine young lady of the unblemished plain. At this time there were footsteps. The two phoenixes shifted their gazes there. They bowed again, saying, "Miss Four." Futian also looked over there. Not far behind the String Emperor, someone walked quietly this way. It was the housemaster of Taishian, who had sent him to Taishian Mountain to cultivate in the first place. She exuded noble temperament, and her statuesque figure was somewhat seductive. "Elder," Futian bowed and said. The String Emperor turned to look at the housemaster of Taishian, whispering, "Junior sister." But the housemaster of Taishian didn't look at him. She walked right past by him, and her gaze landed on Futian. "How is cultivation on Taishian Mountain? Have you gotten used to it?" "It's been very good so far, and the disciples of Taishian Mountain have been taking great care of me." Futian nodded and added, "All thanks to you, elder." "Well," the housemaster of Taishian nodded, "all this talk of elder is making me feel quite old. Call me sister." Futian looked stunned. This was not right. It was very wrong. Although he had met the housemaster of Taishian once and also accepted a favor from her, when did their relationship become so intimate? Sister? Not exactly. This must be some kind of scheme. Many thoughts flashed past his mind in just a moment's time. Just then, the String Emperor had called out to the housemaster of Taishian, and she did not respond. Technically, the String Emperor was her senior brother, and her response was very unusual. The two possibilities could be that 1, they had a poor relationship, or 2, they had such a good relationship that common protocol did not apply. If it was very poor, then the housemaster of Taishian would not have come at all. And then, recalling Uncle Lan's initial attitude of sending himself here directly, Futian suddenly seemed to understand something, and there was a sense of enlightenment. Futian suddenly thought of the piece he had just played, The Flight of the Phoenix Pair. It was about the phoenixes traveling in pairs, and it had exceptional significance. When he considered this, Futian felt tense all over. This was tough. Did he dare to call her sister? Futian said nothing, panicking inside. "What? Do you think I'm old?" The housemaster of Taishian smiled softly and looking charming. "She beautiful beyond description." Old. In the world of cultivation, such a concept did not exist, especially for those whose status was of an empress, as they were eternally youthful. The charm of the empress was so attracted that no one could even imagine them to be that old. But the String Emperor was looking on right beside him. Without a clear picture of the relationship between the two, would he dare? If he got killed, he wouldn't even know how he died. "Don't joke with the likes of me." "I dare not," Futian replied honestly because he really dared not to do so. The housemaster of Taishian still looked at him with a smile, but now there was a bit of contempt in those beautiful eyes. Futian was fine with that. He was perfectly willing to give up when necessary. His life was more important. "This is Shan Jing, a musician in my tavern. Not only is he handsome, but his musical skill was of a high level, so I sent him here to Taishian Mountain. My original intention was to have him cultivate in Guqin Valley, but I didn't expect Uncle Lan to place him here." Just then, those beautiful eyes of the housemaster of Taishian turned to the String Emperor at her side. She said, "Since senior brother has returned, I will take him away. Shenjing, apologize." Futian was a little speechless. He did not believe that the housemaster of Taishian was unaware that Uncle Lan had placed him here. That day when she sent him, She went up the mountain to visit Lord Taishian while Uncle Lon sent him to the string pavilion. At that time, she had not left yet. This was too hypocritical. Futian looked at the string emperor, bowed slightly to pay his respects, and just as he was about to speak, the string emperor spoke first. Not necessary. Futian's body stiffened. He was caught in a dilemma. Since Uncle Lon put you here to cultivate, let's say it was fate. I don't come often, so it is good to have a musician to guard the pavilion for me. In the future, you should continue to cultivate here, the string emperor said to Futian. A lot of ideas came into Futian's mind. If he continued to stay in the string pavilion, would the string emperor use that opportunity to secretly get his revenge? If it was because of that unspoken sister that he was now angry, it was truly unfortunate. Thank you, elder. Futian dared not reveal what he was actually thinking. He bowed to show his appreciation. But he is my person, the housemaster of Taishian said, looking at the string emperor. Futian wanted to die. He didn't deserve to be set up like that. Since when was he the person of the housemaster of Taishian? Then loan me your person to help me take care of the string pavilion, and I will owe you a personal favor, the string emperor said. Since senior brother has put it that way, then I'd be happy to oblige. The housemaster of Taishian smiled and said, Xinjing, from now on, you should guard the string pavilion well. I understand. Futian nodded. 3 days later, Master will speak at Taishian Palace, and all disciples of Taishian Mountain can go and listen. You should go with them. To listen to Lord Taishian speak. Futian was slightly surprised, but he nodded and replied, Certainly. This was also a rare opportunity. Lord Taishian was a man of colossal intellect who knew all things from past to present. He was known as a legendary person in the higher heavens realm. After the housemaster of Taishian glanced at the string emperor, she turned to leave without saying another word. This made Futian quite confused about the two's relationship, but he always remembered Uncle Lan's words, speak less, observe more. So, very wisely, he kept his mouth shut. The string emperor moved his step and walked to Futian's side. His eyes fell on the phoenix guqin. Futian wisely gave way so that the string emperor could sit down in front of the guqin. He stroked the strings with both hands. He whispered, I've not played it for a long time. As he was speaking, he plucked the strings with his fingers, and in a flash, the sound of the ethereal music was heard. It had a very strong penetrating power. The two phoenix demon emperors soared, and gorgeous divine light was extremely bright, covering the string pavilion. The sound of the guqin gradually bloomed, piercing the sea of clouds. It penetrated Taishian Mountain. The sound of phoenix chanting was crystal clear and resounded through the space. The two demon emperors danced above the sky, flying together. It was unbelievably spectacular. Futian looked up into the sky, and all he saw was beauty. But what he felt in his heart was a faint sense of heartache. This was the beauty of the guqin, the faint sorrow hidden within the beauty. The music stopped within String Palace. The two empresses stood behind String Emperor, their hearts full of many different emotions. They had not been like this in a very long time. They had originally wanted to follow String Emperor when he left and went out into the world, but he had asked them to stay at Taishian Mountain. String Emperor looked up, his fingers still resting lightly upon the strings of his guqin. He looked over at Futian and asked, Which of the 6 songs is your favorite? Flight of the Phoenix Pair, answered Futian. Why? Asked String Emperor. I think that music makes the emotions linger. It reflects the player's sorrow and joy, their pain, and their pleasure. Only if they have deep feelings can they play with soul. Flight of the Phoenix Pair contains the deepest emotions of any of the songs, answered Futian. Thus, I think that Flight of the Phoenix Pair is the best one of these 6 songs. String Emperor's gaze rested upon him, then slowly shifted. He looked at the guqin that he had been playing and whispered, It does not make any sense to waste String Palace by keeping it for my return. From now on, if you see anything you like, you may take it, including these guqins. There is no need to ask anyone for permission. Futian was stunned when he heard this. String Emperor was giving String Palace to him. At first, he had entered Taishian Tavern while hiding his identity to come up to Taishian Mountain. He wanted to spend some time there cultivating, but everything that had happened afterward had gone surprisingly smoothly. The housemaster of Taishan had brought him up the mountain, and Uncle Lon had brought him to String Palace. And now, String Emperor was giving everything within String Palace to him. He was not sure what all of this meant. He was not even particularly excited by this prospect. He looked back at String Emperor. Would he really give away String Palace with a single sentence? Perhaps the housemaster of Taishan must have had something to do with this. But really, he was probably overthinking this. String Emperor was a powerful figure. Why would he care about the petty machinations of the housemaster of Taishan? There was nothing that he could do to hurt him. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian bowed in thanks. Although he was not excited by this, he still would not refuse it. The two empresses stared deeply at him. This guy had not been on Taishan Mountain for very long and had already stolen so much. Now he had obtained String Palace. If the disciples of Taishan Mountain knew what he had gained today, they would not be so friendly towards him. The 10,030th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar drew to a close. On that day, Taishan Mountain, which was usually so peaceful, became quite lively. In addition to all the disciples who had returned from being abroad, the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan were there as well, and they had brought many of their own disciples. On this day, Lord Taishan would teach the way. Everyone gathered together in front of Taishan Palace early in the morning. Although Taishan Mountain did not accept as many disciples as a lot of other places, there were still countless cultivators there. Cultivators from Guqin Valley, Sword Abyss, and other places were all gathered together. For a time, the area outside the palace was incredibly lively. Yi Futian also came quietly. He had come with Little Phoenix. Although he had met many powerful figures and had even been personally taught by the Divine Elephant Emperor, this was the first time he had attended a lecture in this style. This would probably be very helpful for his cultivation. In addition to the countless saint-level disciples, there were also some Renhuang-level figures there, sitting in the foremost seats. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces. The place that he knew the most disciples from was Sword Abyss. Some of them smiled and nodded when they saw him. Shunjing, came a voice. Yi Futian turned and saw a group of people walking up. At the front were Wan Shuyi and Princess Luoyue, as well as Deng Hu and the others who had fought at the ruins. The people from the city lord's office had all come. Yi Futian smiled and nodded at them. How has this period of cultivation been for you? Asked Wan Shuyi with a smile. Not bad, answered Yi Futian, but I am a little bit confounded whenever I practice swordsmanship. If we have a chance, I must ask you to teach me. Wan Shuyi nodded. That makes sense. It is the Guqin arts that you are skilled in. If you run into any difficulties, I can give you a few pointers. His words were modest yet confident. Thank you, said Yi Futian with a nod. Brother Xinjing, came another voice. He saw Ma Yi and his sworn sister of Taishan Tavern walking over. Ma Yi was interested in Princess Luoyue, and when he saw her and Wan Shuyi together, his face changed a bit. Sister Luoyue, he called. Brother, replied Luoyue. I never thought I'd see you here. The last time we were together was at Taishan Tavern, said Ma Yi with a smile. Shunjing, I haven't seen you since the Lord sent you up to Taishan Mountain. How has your cultivation been going? Very well, said Yi Futian with a smile. It makes me a little jealous how well they treat a Guqin master like you. Keep cultivating diligently, said Ma Yi. Then he turned to talk to Luoyue. Without realizing it, he was soon standing next to her, and they were walking together. Yi Futian smiled to himself when he saw this. He was like an open book. Mei was incredibly competitive, but this was not something that he needed to worry about. Shunjing, came another voice. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Since when had he been so popular here on Taishan Mountain? This time the people coming to welcome him were Li Jin and Chen Yu of Guqin Valley. Li Jin had played Flight of the Phoenix pair at String Palace. He was incredibly talented. Yi Futian smiled slightly and inclined his head. How has it been cultivating at String Palace? Which of the 6 songs are you best at? Asked Li Jin. Each of the 6 songs is deep and brilliant. I have only touched upon them as of now. I must put more effort into them all, said Yi Futian. None of the 6 songs are simple, and becoming specialized in one of them is no easy thing. If you want to learn a lot about one of them, then I am afraid it will be difficult to get good at all of them. Given this situation, your best chance is to choose one song and work on it diligently, said Li Jin. What you say is true, but given Shanjing's surroundings, I can't blame him. If I were in his place, I would want to study all the songs too, said Qinyu with a smile. Li Jin agreed. If she were cultivating at the String Palace, it would probably be the same. She would want to study all 6 of the songs. But this was incredibly difficult. Futian smiled and nodded. Very well, I will keep that in mind. The others had no more to say, and so the people from Guqin Valley left him there. Futian smiled ruefully. Would anyone else come and seek him out today? It seems like you are very popular on Taishan Mountain, Little Phoenix whispered to him. Futian rolled his eyes. But although they're being polite to you, I can sense that there is another attitude as well, said Little Phoenix said gloatingly. They are very protective of String Palace. Futian naturally understood this. He had entered Taishan Mountain under the guise of a Guqin master, and had kept things low-key, humbly concealing his skill. Thus, although the disciples of Taishan Mountain were polite to him, they did not respect him that much and did not look at him as an equal. But Futian did not mind this. After all, this was the result that he had hoped for, and he had worked to create this effect. Otherwise, how would he be able to cultivate in peace? Great teacher and second teacher are coming, came an excited cry. Everyone made a path for them. The 2 of them were walking together. Everyone bowed to them, saying, Greetings, great teacher. Greetings, second teacher. They were the head teacher of Taishan Mountain and the city lord of Taishan City. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain stepped forward. His aura was exquisite, and there was a sense of majesty about him. He raised his hand and said, Today Lord Taishan will teach us the way, so there is no need to be so polite towards us. We have come here to listen to him, just like all of you. Yes, teacher. Everyone rose, but their gazes were still full of respect. Great teacher was such an important figure. His power was widely famed. It was said that he was on the same level as Lord Taishan, and was thus one of the most powerful figures in the higher heavens realm. Of course, no one was clear on exactly how strong he was. Not long after, String Emperor and the housemaster of Taishan arrived, but not at the same time. One followed the other. String Emperor came first, and the housemaster of Taishan came after. Most of the people there did not notice, but a few people understood what this meant. String Emperor walked to the front and bowed to the head teacher of Taishan and the city lord of Taishan City. Greetings, brothers. There is no need to be so polite, brother. Please sit, said the head teacher of Taishan Mountain with a smile. String Emperor nodded and sat down. The housemaster of Taishan said nothing. He just sat down beside them. The 4 personal disciples were sitting in the very front row. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out of the palace. In a flash, everyone stood up and bowed, including the 4 great teachers. Greetings, Lord Taishan, they all said. Everyone moved as one. The respect that they felt for him was plain on their faces. The fact that Lord Taishan was willing to teach them the way was enough to make him worthy of their respect. After all, in the face of a powerful figure like this, even saint-level people were little more than ants. Moreover, Lord Taishan would no longer take on new disciples. There was nothing that could be said to sway him on this. Thus, when he taught the way, the ones who were present would be the only ones to ever benefit from it. Please be seated, said Lord Taishan to everyone. Everyone took their seats, and Lord Taishan sat on a rush hassock in front of them all. Although Futian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a while, this was the first time that he had seen Lord Taishan. He had white hair, a white beard, and a cultivator's robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he was so graceful that he seemed to not be of this world, but was rather a truly celestial being. Lord Taishan waved his hand, and suddenly a character was floating in the air in front of everyone. The way. The character was full of vigor and power, as if it had been written in the air by an ink pen. What do you see here? Asked Lord Taishan. A character. The way, people answered. Is that all? Asked Lord Taishan. Everyone looked at the character with a confused expression. They did not understand. All they could see was a character that read, the way. Could it be that this character held some mysteries? They all released their divine spirits and perceived the character in detail. But though they could see it floating there, they could not feel any unusual aura coming from it. The vast area became incredibly quiet. "When I teach the way to you today, I will only speak of this character here," said Lord Taishian. "Can no one see anything else?" Everyone was still silent. No one could answer Lord Taishuan's question. The people who were closest to Lord Taishian were naturally the 4 disciples that he taught personally. They looked at the character in front of them and sensed something, but they did not say anything. They were Lord Taishuan's personal disciples and had often heard their master teach. Today, the main focus was on the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. The character that read the way floated in the air above them. It looked normal, but also abnormal at the same time. But no one could really say what was abnormal about it. Futian stared at the character as well, and his eyes slowly changed as his gaze grew deeper. In that vast space, the world all around him changed. He seemed to see endless beams of light floating between heaven and earth. The will of that character filled the air. He could see the changes of all things. What he was seeing was not a character. It was the way itself. However, he did not say anything. He just sat there quietly. Among all the disciples of Taishan Mountain here today, as a Guqin master, it was best if he said nothing. Although Futian said nothing, it seemed that, at that moment, Lord Taishan sensed something. He looked over towards Futian. Their gazes collided. Futian found himself looking into an infinitely deep pair of eyes, so deep that they seemed to be filled with the way. But the feeling disappeared in an instant. He immediately averted his gaze, but he heard Lord Taishan say, "What is your name?" Futian's heart began to beat faster. He told himself that he had been a little bit too careless. Lord Taishan was such a powerful figure, and his perception was so sharp. He had looked at the character through the eyes of meditation, and Lord Taishan had obviously been able to sense that. He rose and bowed, saying, "Greetings, my lord. My name is Shunjing." "Please sit." "Shunjing," said Lord Taishan. "What did you see?" Many people looked at Futian. They had no idea why Lord Taishan was asking Futian this. Perhaps he had just randomly chosen someone from the crowd. Futian was silent for a time. He did not know if he should speak or not. Seeing that he was silent, everyone's expressions changed. The housemaster of Taishan said, "Master, Shunjing is a Guqin master that I brought up to Taishan Mountain. This character is profound and mysterious. How could he possibly answer you?" "That does not matter. You may answer freely." Lord Taishan seemed extremely kind and gentle as he looked at Futian. "I see the way," answered Futian with a bow. As he said this, a strange look came over everyone's faces. Some of them even frowned. Would he really give such a simple answer? If he did not know, then he could just say that he did not know. The Lord had just randomly picked him, and he would not blame him if he got it wrong. Everyone could see that the character read the way. Everyone had already answered that. Lord Taishan had asked them what else they had seen, but Futian had still answered that he saw the way. But as they were all thinking this, Lord Taishan asked another question. "What way?" This made a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. Lord Taishan had asked him another question. "The way of swordsmanship," answered Futian. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Had he seen the way of swordsmanship? This Xinjing, do not say such foolish things. Futian heard a voice in his mind. Someone was transmitting to him. It was Princess Luoyue. Although Lord Taishan would not mind, if Futian spoke foolishly, it would still be bad. It would affect the people of Taishan Mountain's opinion of him. In that case, it would have negative effects on his future cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and it would not be easy for him to find a chance to become a disciple. Futian had unknowingly helped her, and so she took the time to remind him of this. However, Futian seemed not to hear her reminder. He sat there quietly, looking very calm as if he was not distressed in the least. If Lord Taishan had casually chosen to ask him a question, then he would answer him casually. "Mm." Lord Taishan nodded, then turned his gaze away from Futian. He did not say whether he was right or wrong, but everyone could see that his questioning was over. Lord Taishan would not delve any deeper into Futian's answer. After all, he had just been asking casually. At that moment, an aura bloomed from the character, and flowed through the area. In a flash, the giant character became extraordinary as an invisible wool covered Taishan Mountain. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing that anyone could see was the character. How about now? What do you see? Lord Taishan asked everyone. Will, everyone answered. They all felt an incredibly powerful will that seemed to contain the will of the great path within it. This character was indeed supernatural. Lord Taishan nodded slightly and waved his hand again. The character floated up, and divine light shone from it, spreading down Taishan Mountain. The clouds in the sky changed color, and the will of all things became exceedingly clear. The light shone upon all of Taishan City. At that moment, countless people in Taishan City looked up to Mount Taishan, trembling within their hearts as they did so. As the light of the great path shone, they seemed to be able to see a character that read the way, and an old man who was as graceful and elegant as a celestial being, Lord Taishan. In that instant, they all bowed, showing their respect to that figure. Inside themselves, they were in turmoil. Was Lord Taishan teaching the way? Countless saint-level figures were sitting there, diligently sensing everything. Lord Taishan was transmitting the way into Taishan City, letting them all feel that the way was everywhere. The people on Taishan Mountain could feel it the most clearly. They seemed to be able to see everything in the world. The true fire of the sun fell, and water flowed to the deep places of the earth. Invisible space was everywhere. They saw flowers blooming and dying, and they saw demonic beasts riding the winds high up in the sky. They could feel the wind flowing around them. This is the great path of all things. Everyone's hearts trembled. At that moment, their perception of everything became incomparably clear. It seemed as if they could see through things to their true nature. How about now? Lord Taishan asked again. Everyone was still silent, but they were shaking. In that instant, an even more powerful aura spread out. Lord Taishuan's form seemed not to be real. A phantom appeared up in the sky, and soon, it was everywhere at once. The character that read the way was linking everything together. At that moment, the marvelous will expanded even more. It spread out from the vast Taishan City all throughout the Taishan region. In the distance, the people of Taishan City were looking up into the sky, and their hearts were trembling wildly. Was this the aura of a god? Everything in the world became clearer. The people in Taishan saw countless images. They were images of everything in the world. What is the way? Lord Taishan was no longer asking what everyone saw. He was asking what the way was. No one lights the sun and the moon, and yet they burn brightly. No one arranges the stars, and yet they are well ordered. No one creates beasts, and yet they are born. No one stirs up the wind, and yet it blows. No one pushes the waters, and yet they flow. No one plants the trees and grass, and yet they grow. You do not try to breathe, and yet you do. You do not make your heart beat, and yet it does. Lord Taishan seemed to be speaking to himself. Everything in the world is born into something, or into nothing. Everything in the world has its reasons for moving. We humans cultivate the way in order to chase after these rules. However, the higher the level you cultivate to, the more you feel your own insignificance. Saints feel like they have grasped the way, but they have only touched one corner of it. Seeing some of these rules and operations is called understanding the way, and is called sainthood. Everyone on Taishan Mountain who heard these words felt a little ashamed, especially those who were proud and thought of themselves as cultivators. At that moment, they truly felt their own insignificance. Cultivation is hard. Becoming a saint is very hard, and becoming a runhuang is even harder. But although I say it is hard, at the same time, it is not hard. When you understand the way and understand the motions of the sun and the moon, then you will shine along with them. When you understand the motions of the stars, you will move along with them. But are the sun and moon and stars and everything in the world well ordered? If they are not ordered, how can you understand their changes? Although the way is but one word, it is incredibly difficult to see through. Lord Taishan sighed, and his sigh seemed to cause the sun, moon, and stars to move. He stood up and waved his hand, leaving a deep impression on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Far away in Taishan City, countless people could still see the character. My lord, Everyone's hearts were trembling. Master! Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked shocked as they looked at him. Is the master going to break through to the next level? Said the head teacher of Taishan. Suddenly, everyone's hearts beat even faster. If Lord Taishan was going to break through to the next level, what level would that be? That's out of the question. It is just that in these past few years of cultivation, I have had a feeling. I am teaching the way today for the sake of teaching it to you, but at the same time, I am teaching myself, said Lord Taishan. I must spend a period of time locked away in cultivation. I will stay here on Taishan Mountain and guard it for you, master, said the head teacher. The other 3 stood as well and bowed. They would all stay on the mountain and guard it for him. Lord Taishan nodded slightly, then turned to leave. With a single step, he disappeared. Everyone on Taishan Mountain was still looking at the character that read the way. The character contained the actual will of the Great Path. And it was not only the people on Taishan Mountain who were looking at it. In Taishan City and all throughout the Taishan region, everyone was looking across the vast distance towards the mountain. The character filled all their visions. Let us go to Taishan Mountain, they all thought. They all made their preparations to set out for the mountain. At that moment, as far away from Taishan Mountain as could be, in an elegant hall in Shangxiao Divine Palace, a figure opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce across the vast distance. Lord Taishan, he whispered. And it was not only in Shangxiao Divine Palace. At that moment, many people in the higher heavens realm felt something. They all immediately set out towards Taishan Mountain. The whole Taishan region was shaken. None of them knew what had happened, but when they looked up, they could see a character that read the way, flashing in their eyes. Something incredibly important must have happened on Taishan Mountain. Countless cultivators headed over there. Within Taishan City, cultivators were walking towards the mountain from all directions as quickly as they could. They flew on the wind and rode on swords, their hearts trembling fiercely. Those few Runhuang-level figures among them were even more disturbed. They could faintly feel that Lord Taishan was possibly about to enter a new level. Once he did this, the whole higher heavens realm would be shaken. Of course, the most shocked were still the cultivators upon Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan had said that he would lock himself away in cultivation. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain, speaking for the 4 great disciples, had said that they would guard Taishan Mountain for him. What did this mean? All the disciples felt their hearts beating quickly. Even Futian felt his heart fluttering. Lord Taishan was already at the very peak of the Renhuang level, yet there was still more for him to learn. If he broke through to a new level, would that be the level that Gu Tianqing had broken through to all those years ago? The people of the higher heavens realm did not know either. But after Gu Tianqing, no one in the heavenly mandate dynasty had reached that level. It was said that the old dynasty overlord had possibly been close to or had even reached that level, but that he had been slain by Gu Tianqing in battle and had grievously wounded Gu Tianqing at the same time. After these 2 great figures fell, the heavenly mandate dynasty never again had any figures at their level. The current dynasty overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lady of Brahma's pure sky had not reached this level yet. Futian could only imagine what would happen when Lord Taishan reached this level. He looked at the floating character, and his gaze seemed to fall deep into it. Just this single character was enough to make them understand. This was truly how to teach the way. The city lord of Taishan looked behind him at everyone and said, "All of you cultivate on your own in order to understand this." Then the 4 disciples walked away towards where Lord Taishan was shut away. Everyone else was left there, looking at the character. They were unable to calm the storm raging inside all of them. Is Lord Taishan going to break through to the next level? Someone asked. Very possibly. He might just make it to a new level, someone answered. He is already at the very peak of his current level. Everyone nodded. Given Lord Taishuan's current level, he could only look up. Shunjing, did you truly see the way of swordsmanship before? Someone asked Futian. It was Wan Shuyi, a disciple of Sword Abyss. Previously, he had not seen anything in particular. The character contained all the myriad things in the world and all the laws of motions of the earth. Thus, any answer that he could have given would have been fine. Now, it seemed like Futian had said that the way of swordsmanship was the right answer. His heart was set on swords, and so he had seen the way of swordsmanship. Before, most people had ignored his answer but now it seemed like they were having second thoughts. Could it be that this Guqin master, who had been brought up to Taishin Mountain by fourth sister, was also an incredibly talented swordsman and had seen a strand of sword will within the character? These days, I have been observing the swordsmanship of Sword Abyss, seeing how skilled its cultivators are, and this has been imprinted in my mind. Thus, when I looked at the character, I seemed to see some sword will, said Yi Futian. Wan Shui nodded. Yi Futian's answer seemed reasonable enough. He knew that Yi Futian had indeed been spending a lot of time at Sword Abyss. He went there to observe every day. He had probably watched them so much that he had swords on the brain. The others all relaxed. If this were the case, they could understand what had happened. Even if that is so, why did the cultivators of Sword Abyss not see swords? Someone asked at that moment. This made them all go pale. They turned to look at who had spoken. Junmu. Many people looked surprised when they saw him. He was the head teacher of Taishuan's disciple, Junmu. When Yi Futian had first come up Taishin Mountain, Junmu had left an impression on him the first time he saw him. Do you remember me, Brother Shin? Junmu walked up to Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian nodded. How could I forget such a memorable figure? So, it must have been fate that I saw you coming up to Taishin Mountain, said Junmu with a smile. Fourth uncle brought you up to Taishin Mountain, and Elder Lan let you enter String Palace. Now, third brother has returned, and you are still cultivating in String Palace. Apparently, you are worthy of third brother's favor. Now, you were able to see the way of swordsmanship within that character. Why should you be so modest? I think that you must be outstanding in some way, and you have just been humble and restrained. Junmu's words made everyone look back at Yi Futian. Could it be that he had been downplaying his own abilities? If so, then he was incredibly clever. You are exaggerating, Brother Jun. All of the disciples of Taishin Mountain are incredible. Thus, I must be humble and restrained while I am here. Moreover, I have no right to boast. Fourth sister brought me here and has been very good to me, and so I must concentrate on cultivation. Yi Futian was neither haughty nor humble. He simply and calmly answered Junmu. Well, now you have been cultivating on Taishin Mountain for a while. Have you had any success? Asked Junmu. I have benefited greatly from my time here, said Yi Futian with a nod. I once said that if I got the chance, I would like to enjoy your music. I wonder if I might take this opportunity to listen to you play. Junmu had been smiling all along, but everyone could feel a different sort of atmosphere. Some of the older folks understood what was going on, but the younger people were not clear on why Junmu was being this way. It seemed that he wanted to make Xinjing do something. But what was it that he wanted to see? Did he want to see if he was strong, or if he was weak? All the disciples of Taishin Mountain heard Lord Taishin teach the way today. I was fortunate enough to be here as well, and so my heart is full. How could I dare to play a song here on Taishin Mountain now? Everyone would laugh at me, said Yi Futian with a slight bow. Farewell. Will you really be so disrespectful to me? Said Junmu coldly. An invisible pressure spread out from him and fell upon Yi Futian. I must ask you to satisfy my curiosity once again. Yi Futian felt the pressure falling upon him and said, Lord Taishin is shut away, and the 4 elders have gone to guard him. I am very grateful to fourth sister for bringing me here to cultivate, but I am just a Guqin master of String Palace. I would not dare fight the disciple of the head teacher of Taishin. If you insist on fighting me, I will be ashamed of my own inadequacy, and yet I will have to bear it. Everyone looked surprised. This Xinjing was very frank. He would not fight back, but given how powerful Junmu was, fighting back would be meaningless anyway. Junmu, why are you antagonizing Xinjing? Asked Wan Shui. If you want to test yourself, there are many disciples here on Taishin Mountain. Why have you sought out Xinjing? Said Princess Luoyue. She was a little bit upset. She kind of knew why Junmu was putting pressure on Yi Futian. Now that the elders were occupied, the disciples could do what they wanted. Junmu smiled slightly when he heard what they were all saying. He bowed to Yi Futian and said, Forgive my rudeness. As he said this, his aura dissipated. He turned and sat down, his gaze fixed upon the character that read, The Way. Why don't you go, Xinjing? Said Wan Shui to Yi Futian. Princess Luoyue looked at him as well. Yi Futian nodded. "Farewell," he said with a bow, and then turned and left. Junmu had tried to force him into a fight, but his heart was as calm as still water. He was not distressed at all. He still remembered his identity. At Taishan Mountain, he was just a Guqin master. How could he fight one of the disciples of the head teacher of Taishan? What would he do if he won? When he returned to String Palace, Futian looked back up at the character that floated high above Taishan Mountain. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Little Phoenix. She looked at Futian and said, "Why did you yield?" Although she often quarreled with Futian, she and he had become very familiar with each other after spending so much time together. She knew how talented he was. He had been successful in cultivating the 6 famous songs and the fleeting divine sword. How many people on Taishan Mountain could say the same? Futian smiled and said, "Are you worried for me?" Little Phoenix looked at him with disdain and said, "I've just never seen you be so cowardly." Futian laughed and shook his head. "Little Phoenix, your personality is terrible, but you have a good heart. Your parents are a little fierce, but they have never been that way to me. And String Emperor and Fourth Sister have been so good to me. Why should I have gotten into a fight over such a trivial matter? That would just be giving in to my personal feelings." Today was the first time he had seen Lord Taishan, and he had met with String Emperor only a few times and had talked with him very little. And it was the same with Fourth Sister. But he was still grateful for the way they had treated him. Compared to that, the affair with Junmu was not even worth mentioning. "All right, I am going to cultivate." Futian sat cross-legged and looked up at the huge character. The process of freedom meditation began, and his eyes became incomparably deep as his gaze pierced through the air towards the character. At that moment, Futian could faintly feel his soul leaving his body. It entered into the realm of the way that floated in the air. A voice appeared in Futian's head. All things are either born into something or into nothingness. No matter whether or not you could feel it, the way was there. It was everywhere. Futian seemed to be able to feel the ordered sequence of everything in the world from that character. His will stretched out continuously into the distance. He saw all of Taishan Mountain and then continued downwards. He saw countless figures heading towards the mountain, as well as the chaos within the mountain. On New Year's Day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless figures had gathered below Taishan Mountain. This had led to a huge disturbance within Taishan City. Many of the people there were powerful figures, including some of the top figures of the higher heavens realm. On the first day of the year, an invitation came down from Taishan Mountain. All the people from the top forces were invited up onto the mountain to meet with Lord Taishan. Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples were standing outside Taishan Palace and looking over the invitations. The signature on each of these invitations was enough to cause a sensation throughout the higher heavens realm. "Why have you done this, brother?" said the city lord of Taishan to the head teacher. At that moment, the great figures of the realm were handing them their invitations. If they ignored them, it would be impolite. "Our friends have come from far away. How can we be impolite to them?" said the head teacher. "We must invite them up the mountain and set up a feast for them." "Won't this disturb our master's cultivation?" asked the city lord of Taishan. "I agree with our brother. Since these people are here, why don't we invite them to come up the mountain?" said String Emperor. The city lord of Taishan glanced at him but did not reply immediately. "In that case, I will go and make arrangements," said the city lord of Taishan after a while. Then he turned and left. On the first day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the usually very peaceful Taishan Mountain shook all of the higher heavens realm. It was announced that everyone who had come could go up the mountain. For a time, countless cultivators were climbing the mountain. Taishan Mountain was vast, so even though they had come from all directions, it was still not too crowded. Most of the people who had come were from the Taishan region. They had come with a desire to advance towards sainthood. After all, this was the holy land of the Taishan region. Moreover, Lord Taishan was shut away, cultivating, trying to break through to the next level. Was it possible that he could do this? And if he did, what would happen? Would Lord Taishan start a whole new school of thought? Shangxiao Divine Palace was, without a doubt, the most influential force in the higher heavens realm, as they had countless powerful figures and taught people from all over the world. so they had trained countless heroes. Many of the top families would send their younger members to Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate, and even some people from other realms would make the journey here, sending their younger members to seek the path. Thus, when talking about influence, Shangxiao Divine Palace was certainly worthy of being called the most influential force in the higher heavens realm. In addition to them, several other forces stood at the peak. Compared to them, Taishan Mountain was not so brilliant, even though Lord Taishan was so powerful. The Taishan region was not that big. This was because Lord Taishan had not set up his own school of thought. He had only taken 4 disciples. And it was only because his own disciple, the Taishan Hierophant, had set up his own school that the Taishan region had expanded at all. Many of the cultivators in the Taishan region had thoughts about this situation. They hoped that Lord Taishuan's influence would increase and that he would take on more disciples, giving them a chance to go to Taishan Mountain to cultivate. Now, if Lord Taishan had a chance to advance a step, his influence would certainly increase. This would shake the higher heavens realm. If he started his own school of thought, then cultivators would flock to him. That was obvious from what was happening now. Countless people looked up at the character that read, "The Way," floating above Mount Taishan. They seemed to be able to see the way of all things. It was an incredibly magical feeling, which was enough to make them stare in wonder for a long time. But right now, Taishan Mountain was not a good place for cultivating. Too many cultivators had come. At that moment, everyone saw a group of figures coming forward. It was Lord Taishuan's 3 disciples besides the Taishan Hierophant. The city lord of Taishan was at the forefront. They walked towards a group of figures with powerful auras. One could tell how extraordinary they were at a glance. "The people from the Divine Palace," someone whispered. He recognized who this group was. Some of the great figures of the Divine Palace had come here to Taishan Mountain along with their disciples. It seemed that Lord Taishuan's actions had truly shaken the higher heavens realm. "Greetings, Lord of the Divine Music Palace," said the city lord of Taishan with a slight bow. The old man who was in charge of the Divine Palace had deep eyes and wore a silver robe. He truly looked like he was the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. "No need to be so polite," said the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. His tone was cool. Although he said that there was no need to be so polite, he accepted the politeness quite naturally. After all, it was due to his station. "How is Lord Taishuan's cultivation going?" he asked. This was the question on everyone's mind. Had Lord Taishan broken through to the next level? Right now, he is locked away. Our brother is guarding him. "We are not sure how his cultivation is going at this moment," answered the city lord of Taishan. "We have prepared a feast on Taishan Mountain. Please come with us." On saying this, the city lord of Taishan led the way. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace followed behind him with all his disciples. Afterward, the cultivators of many top forces arrived one after another. The city lord of Taishan greeted them all politely. At that moment, a powerful aura spread through the air. Everyone looked up and saw golden light falling, brilliant to the extreme. They all covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only cracks so they could look up into the sky. A group of brilliant figures was descending amidst the dazzling light. The divine nation. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw these figures. Even people from powerful families were stunned. There was an incredibly old family in the eastern part of the higher heavens realm who called themselves descendants of the gods. Golden blood flowed through their veins, and they were full of so much vitality that it was said that they could not die, and their bodies could not be destroyed. They had founded an ancient nation in the east, the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation was the absolute overlord of the eastern portion of the higher heavens realm. Their power was beyond compare. But the people who had come were not the rulers of the Divine Nation, just some of the top figures. They were the divine generals of the Divine Nation. According to rumors, there was another top figure of the Divine Nation who was a general under Donghuang the Great of the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Nation had gone to war on Donghuang the Great's behalf and had achieved great victories. Now they had treasures that had been gifted to them by Donghuang himself, which made the Divine Nation a force to be reckoned with. They were truly awe-inspiring. The crowd parted to let them pass. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward, and the city lord of Taishan and the others rose to greet them. They were a little bit distressed by this. They had not thought that Lord Taixian locking himself away would have caused such a stir that top forces like Shangxiao Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation would come here. "Where is Lord Taixian?" came an overpowering voice. Everyone on Mount Taixian frowned and looked towards where the voice had come from. They saw a group of figures in black robes coming towards them. All of them had incredibly imposing demeanor, and their bodies were surrounded by fierce auras. This was especially true of the man at their head. An overwhelming sense of power covered him from head to toe. The city lord of Taixian and the others all watched them, and their expressions changed slightly. So, they had come as well. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling. All the cultivators on Taixian Mountain were shaken. Another top force had arrived, and it was the prince of the divine capital of Xiling himself, Luo Chongyang, who had come personally. The prince of the divine capital of Xiling had been cultivating for many years and was very powerful. Although he was only a prince, he was still a top figure. Plus, his father was old demon Luo. The two of them were absolutely dominant, and no one dared question their majesty. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling controlled a vast area. Old demon Luo was not there, and no one knew if he was coming or not. But Luo Chongyang was there, and that was enough to make people take notice. No wonder he had dared to directly ask where Lord Taixian was as soon as he arrived. This was Luo Chongyang, and there was nothing strange about that. "I am Luo Chongyang of the divine capital of Xiling. I have heard that Lord Taixian is teaching the way, and I have come to pay a visit to him," he said clearly. His voice was very loud, and it rang throughout Mount Taixian, making a look of surprise come over everyone's face. The people of the Taixian region were a bit upset. Was he trying to disturb Lord Taishuan's cultivation? But he was Luo Chongyang, so they did not dare say anything against him. "Luo Chongyang, if you are going to be so rude, then get off the mountain," came a voice from a distance. Everyone looked to where it had come from and saw a figure emerge from the depths of Taixian Mountain. It was the Taixian Hierophant. His aura was overpowering as he walked towards Luo Chongyang with a cold expression. "You are mighty indeed, Hierophant," said Luo Chongyang with a bright and honest smile. "I have come to visit Lord Taixian. Am I not welcome? He is shut away cultivating right now. If you have come to visit him, you will have to wait quietly. My brothers will attend to you," said the Taixian Hierophant coldly. "How long until he comes out?" asked Luo Chongyang. "I don't know," said the Taixian Hierophant. "How long will I have to wait? If Lord Taixian is going to break the shackles of orthodoxy, why wouldn't he want the people of the world to witness it and admire his magnificence?" Luo Chongyang had obviously not just come to pay a visit to Lord Taixian. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling did not have a friendly relationship with Taixian Mountain. Now, Lord Taixian was possibly about to break through to the next level, and it was natural that they would be worried about this. Luo Chongyang had probably come to Taixian Mountain to make trouble. He wanted to disrupt Lord Taixian, thereby preventing him from breaking through to the next level. "That is for Lord Taixian to decide, Luo Chongyang, not for you," said the Taixian Hierophant coldly. At that moment, all the people on Taixian Mountain could see that Luo Chongyang had come for a nefarious purpose. "Indeed," said Luo Chongyang with a smile. He looked up at the giant character that read, "The Way," and said, "Lord Taixian is clearly at a higher level than any of us." He carved a character into Taixian Mountain and taught the way to all of these disciples. He must have created many powerful figures today. I did not come to disturb him, but I would be so bored just sitting here. I always need to have something to do. You all go and test how powerful the disciples of Taixian Mountain are. Make sure to seek out their advice and see your own flaws. As you command, my prince." As he said this, the figures behind him stepped forward towards the disciples of Taixian Mountain. This made the people who had come from around the Taixian region look a little worried. Luo Chongyang had indeed come to make trouble. There was no question of it. He had directly asked the people he had brought with him from the divine capital of Xiling to get into fights. Nominally, they were just asking for advice, but in reality, they were going to provoke and challenge the people there to cause a disturbance. The powerful cultivators stepped forward, their mighty auras sweeping out. The people from the divine capital of Xiling were about to start fighting. They were worthy indeed of being old demon Luo's messengers. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all looked at the Taishan Hierophant and saw that his expression was cold. His robes flapped in the wind. His mighty aura bloomed, but Luo Chongyang just smiled at him. He looked like he was just waiting for him to attack. He had asked his juniors to challenge the disciples of Taishan Mountain. If a Renhuang-level figure attacked, he would naturally have to fight back. A battle between Renhuang-level figures could easily cause Taishan Mountain to collapse. Lord Taishuan's cultivation would be disrupted, and he would not break through to the next level. Boom! At that moment, the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling launched their attacks. A dark death airflow flowed through the air. An overpowering demonic power swept out. Their attack power was overwhelming and carried fierce killing power with it. They were not holding anything back. They were not just testing themselves. "I'm still waiting to see what you do," said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. Suddenly, all the saint-level cultivators of Taishan Mountain released their auras one by one and stepped forward. At that moment, a chaotic battle broke out on Taishan Mountain. At that time, Futian was still cultivating in String Palace. His will seemed to be immersed in the character, and he could feel the will of the Great Path. At the same time, he could naturally feel what was happening on Taishan Mountain. There were those who did not want Lord Taishan to break through to the next level, and so they had found an excuse to attack. A chaotic battle had broken out upon Taishan Mountain. A group of saint-level cultivators had begun fighting wildly. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling had overwhelming attack power, and there was a sense of excitement about them. It seemed that they would not show any mercy. At that moment, at a certain place among all the chaos, a cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling stepped through the air. Demonic power rolled and broiled around him. An airflow of death surrounded him, and a demonic image floated behind him, which was frightening to behold. He struck out with his fist. His opponent brought his hands together to block him, but fist will pierced through his guard. A terrible dark airflow penetrated him. In a flash, countless dark airflows appeared upon the cultivator from Taishan Mountain. Death will was infecting his body. The people from Taishan Mountain all looked shocked. The cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were not being polite in the least. A fist swept out, and there was a loud noise as the cultivator from Taishan Mountain's internal organs shook. His body was filled with deadly qi as he was sent flying back and landed on the ground. "This is ruthless." The cultivators of Taishan Mountain began to look angry as they beheld this scene. The man stepped forward and thrust out his fist again, wounding the man in front of him. No one could stop him. He is the prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Yuming. Someone had recognized the saint-level figure who was attacking. He was another one of the princes of the divine capital of Xiling. He was incredibly strong. At that moment, he walked towards Luo Yuming. He struck out, and his fist collided with Luo Yuming's. Just when everyone thought he would be sent flying backward, they saw that the figure was unmoved. Both of their wills burst forth, and the air around them seemed to be shattered. They stepped back at the same time. Junmu. The disciples of Taishan Mountain looked at the man who had stepped forward. It was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, Junmu. But his face had turned ugly after he had stepped back. Death currents were raging through him, infecting his vitality. Luo Yuming smiled at Junmu and said, "You'll do." On saying this, he stepped forward, and the two of them began to fight. While that was going on, other battles were breaking out all over the place, leaving the onlookers astonished. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they pressed forward and took a commanding position on the battlefield. They had obviously prepared for this. One could see the disparity in power between the two sides, but there was nothing unusual about this. The divine capital of Xiling was a great power, and Lord Taishan had not founded his own school of thought. After the four great disciples had succeeded at making names for themselves, Taishan Mountain had no more figures who had the potential to become famous throughout the higher heavens realm. After all, Taishan Mountain was not that kind of holy land. In that respect, Shangxiao Divine Palace was naturally the strongest holy land. The Taishan Hierophant and the others watched the battle with dark looks on their faces. Their master was shut away, cultivating at the moment, and they had had a feeling that someone would come to make trouble. Thus, They had been left here to guard Taishin Mountain for him. And indeed, people had come. The divine capital of Shilin had come. Luo Chongyang had been staring at the Taishin Hierophant all along. It was as if he was waiting for him to act. He wanted to take on this great challenge. However, the Taishin Hierophant was quiet and contained his anger. Even as he saw many of the disciples of Taishin Mountain be wounded, he said nothing. He had a calm expression on his face. Lord Taishin personally taught them the way, yet the disciples of Taishin Mountain are nothing to write home about, Luo Chongyang said as he swept his gaze over the battlefield. There was a bit of disdain in his voice that made the disciples of Taishin Mountain feel humiliated. Wan Shuyi and the disciples of Sword Abyss pressed forward with their swords, cutting through the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilin like bamboo and wounding many of them. But a group of their opponents came forward. A hand swiped through the air, and in a flash, countless dark death currents pierced through the air like sharp swords, forming a terrifying death storm. Humph! A sword cut through the sky. Wan Shuyi's body became phantom-like as he cut among the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilin. Blood flowed from their bodies, and they were sent flying backward as they were wounded by his swordsmanship. At that moment, a massive demonic image appeared in front of him. Two massive demonic cultivator hands materialized, and in a flash, 3,000 death currents pierced through the sky towards Wan Shuyi. An afterimage of Wan Shuyi appeared as he shot forward. He slashed his sword, using the cleave of all things. He collided with his opponent and became tangled up with him. At the same time, the other cultivators of the divine cultivator of Shilin formed seals. The demonic seal of death descended from the sky, pressing down on the disciples of Sword Abyss. The disciples of Sword Abyss were scattered in an instant, and many of them were wounded. Luoyue was on the battlefield as well. She was forced to retreat. One cultivator seemed to be staring at her. Countless death currents snaked through the air, covering her within them. She stood there holding her sword while shrieking all around her. The demonic cultivator from the divine capital of Shilin stared at her with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, countless death currents shot out like swords towards her. Whoosh! Sword will swept through the sky as Luoyue's figure flashed. The images of thousands of swords appeared, and they collided with the death currents that were rushing towards her wildly. The fleeting divine sword, whispered the cultivator from the divine capital of Shilin. What an excellent sword method. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship still needs some work. As he said this, demonic power billowed up into the sky. He pointed down, and in a flash, the countless black death currents seemed to transform into deadly spears. They shot down towards Luoyue wildly. She flung her sword away and used her now free hands to form a seal. Countless sword images appeared and spiraled upwards. Her attacks smashed into his, but in the end, her swordsmanship was overwhelmed and Luoyue was smashed down towards the ground. Finally, her sword returned to her hands. She gripped it, and sword light burned as a sword curtain spread out around her. Bang! 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 The attacks continued to fall. She was forced further and further down. Finally, she groaned and her face turned pale. Boom! There was a loud noise as Luoyue set foot on the ground, her face white as a sheet. Divine light bloomed as she summoned her sword life spirit. It melded with the sword in her hands, and a beam of divine radiance flashed. The sword cut through the air, and in a flash, everything in front of her was shattered. At the same time, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The sword cut into the cultivator from the divine capital of Shilin, and his face quickly became very solemn. He stepped through the air, and demonic figures appeared, covering the sky. They tried to cover Luoyue. Go! Luoyue's sword cut through the air, shining brilliantly. But all the demon images attacked at once, and the deadly spears fell upon the sword as well. There were also overwhelming palm prints that made the sword stop in midair, shaking. Every time it shook, more blood flowed from Luoyue's mouth, and her face grew paler and paler. Cold will bloomed from the city lord of Taishuan's body as he beheld this scene. His daughter was being attacked, and he was not about to just let that go. His power surged, but at the same time, Runhuang-level figure from the divine capital of Xiling released his power as well. It seemed that if he got involved, the cultivator of the divine capital of Xiling would attack him immediately. Boom! There was a burst of incredibly sharp air that seemed impossible to suppress. It seemed that if his opponent dared to do anything, the city lord of Taishan would attack him as well. Within String Palace, Yi Futian's will seem to link up with the character that read the way. He could clearly see the battle on Taishan Mountain. Many of the disciples of Sword Abyss had been wounded, and Luoyue was being suppressed. Taishan Mountain had no conflict with the outside world and did not train its disciples as part of a faction. But even though the tree may crave serenity, the wind would not stop. Just because they did not have any conflicts did not mean that others did not have conflicts with them. He looked at the character on the peak of Taishan Mountain and could feel the great path of all things. He could feel the flow of the aura of all things between heaven and earth. At that moment, a sword appeared in his eyes. A sword seemed to appear within the giant character as well. The atmosphere on Taishan Mountain became very harsh. Everyone was watching Luoyue's battle. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan seemed to have already been pushed to her limit. Blood stained her robes. However, her eyes were still filled with a cold determination. Sword will covered her until her body seemed to be made out of swords. She shot up into the sky, forming sword seals with her hands. Sword will shrieked through the air. It seemed that she would still fight. Whoosh! Sword will shot through the air above her. A terrible, harsh sword formed, and many other swords began to materialize. After the first sword, another came, and then a third. In a flash, there were countless swords in the air above Luoyue. What is going on? The city lord of Taishan was stunned. Those swords, it was not only him. Everyone else looked surprised as well. Luoyue still had a trick up her sleeve, but surprisingly, a look of confusion came over Luoyue's face as well. These were not the swords that she had summoned. Cut! She cried out and released her sword. But at the moment she yelled this, countless swords moved at the same time, forming a line as they cut through the air. The huge line of swords transformed into a worldly prison of swordsmanship. The cultivator from the Shangxiao Divine Palace looked surprised. He cried out, and demonic will billowed from him. The death currents transformed into spears and shot out. Crack! The spears were destroyed in an instant. Countless swords cut into the space where he was standing. It looked like countless crosses crashing into each other. The cleave of all things. It was the cleave of all things, the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, and it was perfect. It was the best possible interpretation of the strike. Even Wan Shuyi could not have displayed such a perfect cleave of all things. Was Luoyue transforming in the middle of battle? There was a terrible cry as the cultivator of Shangxiao Divine Palace was pierced by countless cries. He was covered in blood, and his aura weakened. He seemed to have been completely crippled. He fell to the ground, looking like he was in a daze. What a powerful sword! All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were looking at Luoyue. The city lord of Taishuan's daughter was really this outstanding? So why had she been losing earlier? Had she been hiding her power, or had she just made it to the next level? Some of the Renhuang-level cultivators felt that something was not right, but none of them could say specifically what it was. They looked up at the character that read the way. It seemed that a burst of power had put the character into motion, and it was resonating with heaven and earth, and sword will was spreading out from it. Had Luoyue done this? What is going on? The city lord of Taishan had some doubts in his heart as well. This did not seem like a sword that Luoyue could have summoned, and he was also having a mystical feeling. He looked at his daughter. She herself looked a little bit confused by all of this. She seemed very surprised by that sword. It was not hers. But the sword was truly powerful. The cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling frowned slightly. Many of the fighters looked over to where Luoyue was. Death will wrapped around the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling. There was a cold look in his dark eyes. You truly are the daughter of Lord Taishuan's second disciple. What are you all looking at? Get back to fighting. When Luo Chongyang roared this, the other cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards where Luoyue was. As she stood there, Luoyue could feel an intense amount of pressure. Boom! Several of the cultivators stepped forward, and Luoyue seemed to be able to feel the power of a god of death in the air. Invisible death was spreading through her body, infecting her, but she saw that the powerful sword in the air above her was still circling. She formed a sword seal, and in a flash, a formless brilliance emitted from the giant character that read, "The Way," on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Sword formed all around her until a terrifying storm of sword chi appeared. It swept through the sky. At that moment, Luoyue realized that the person who had helped her was still there, helping her in secret. She did not hesitate. She gripped her sword and pointed it up into the sky. In a flash, countless divine swords whistled through the sky, leaving streaks in the air. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling looked surprised. They released their powerful demonic will to block the onrushing sword will. The countless swords cut through the air. It seemed like the entire area would be shattered by the storm of sword chi. Crack, crack, crack. Lines of blood flew through the air, and many cultivators cried out bitterly. All of the cultivators who had been coming to attack Luoyue had been grievously wounded. They were covered in blood, and they fell limply to the ground. Luoyue's battle had taken a lot of the pressure off the other disciples of Sword Abyss. Wan Shuyi looked at her in shock. He had cultivated the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things, for many years and still did not fully understand it. Now, Luoyue had used this technique. She must have reached a new level. Moreover, she had used the will of the worldly great path to resonate with the character that read, "The Way." This showed how prodigiously talented she was. When had Sister Luoyue gotten so strong? Who was helping her secretly? Why can't I see you? Luo Chongyang swept his gaze over the giant character that read, "The Way." His expression was cold. Given his level, he was able to sense that this was not Luoyue's sword. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan was just not that good. He sent some people to surround her. He wanted to see if the one who was secretly helping her would act again, so he could pinpoint his location. But he discovered that the hiding person was using his will to interact with the character that read, "The Way," floating at the peak of Taishan Mountain. He was unable to find out where the man was by using his spiritual will. Many people were cultivating on Taishan Mountain and had not come here. However, there was no one there at the Nirvana level. They were all contemplating the character, and people who were below the Nirvana level did not have the ability to do this. Even Nirvana-level figures would have trouble doing this. Thus, his level was not high enough to find the person. A look of surprise came over everyone's face when they heard Luo Chongyang's words. They were stunned. Was this really not Luoyue's sword? Someone was helping her secretly. But who could produce such brilliant swordsmanship from a secret position? This was a sword that was able to use the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. Even Wan Shuyi could not do this. Didn't you want to test the power of the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Do they have to stand right in front of you for you to test their power? The Taishan Hierophant said to Luo Chongyang. He also did not know who it was, but it was not important. What was important was that they had gained a little bit of time. They had to fight for more time for their master. Time was extremely precious to Lord Taishan, who was about to break through to the next level. He naturally did not want Lord Taishan to be disturbed. Who knew that she had a Run Huang-level figure helping her? Said Luo Chongyang coldly. He looked up at the character that read, "The Way." He stretched out his hand, and in a flash, the sky darkened. A huge palm print appeared in the sky and slammed down into the character. Boom! There was a loud noise as all of Taishan Mountain trembled violently. The character that read, "The Way," was shattered. In that instant, all the people on Taishan Mountain could no longer feel its mystical will. All of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked coldly at Luo Chongyang. Old Demon Luo had always been overbearing and unreasonable, and now it seemed that Prince Luo Chongyang had inherited his temperament. He was just as overbearing. He had actually directly destroyed the character that Lord Taishan had carved. The Taishan Hierophant looked up at the peak of the mountain. At that moment, he realized that since his opponent wanted to make trouble, he would not delay for too long. No matter what, he would find an excuse to attack. The people from the divine capital of Xiling had come here to disturb Lord Taishan and make him unable to reach the next level. When you reach the Run Huang level, Every time you tried to advance, you were making a gamble with heaven and earth. This was especially true of someone at the peak of the Renhuang level. They must have profound insight, and then they had to seize an opportunity to break their shackles. Once their concentration was broken, the way would be blocked, and there was a high probability that they would fail and would have no way to break through to the next level. The character that read the way was not only for the benefit of the people who had come here to cultivate. Lord Taixian had also carved it for himself. He had used the character to connect himself to the heavens and the earth and to help him understand things. Now, Luo Chongyang had raised his hand and destroyed it. Luo Chongyang, said the Taixian Hierophant coldly, that character was carved by our master. If you had come here as guests, we would have welcomed you, but you came here to cause trouble, so go on back to Shieling. He stepped forward as he said this. In a flash, Mighty will press down all over the mountain, covering everyone within it, including both the disciples of Taixian Mountain and the cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling. It seemed that if Luo Chongyang did anything, he would be burying everyone else along with himself. Luo Chongyang allowed his aura to burst forth as well. He stood there like a god of death. He looked at the Taixian Hierophant with his black eyes. Taixian Mountain went dark, and death will wrapped around everyone. If any Renhuang-level figures acted, any saint-level figures would be about as useful in the fight as ants. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to inflict suffering on the innocent. The god of the golden divine nation released his dazzling golden radiance, covering himself and the cultivators of the golden divine nation. He had formed a golden light curtain. The palace lord of the divine music palace took a small step forward as well. The heavenly music of the great path rang out, protecting the disciples of the Shangxiao divine palace. An invisible storm of the great path swept through the air, terrible to the extreme. The saint-level cultivators there felt that they were insignificant in the face of its might. Many of the people regretted having come to Taixian Mountain. They should never have come here. Once the battle really started, the consequences would be too disastrous to imagine. The city lord of Taixian and String Emperor stepped out, and their might covered all of Taixian Mountain. It seemed like once their opponents started fighting, they would do whatever it took to defeat the cultivators from the divine capital of Shieling. But at that moment, they saw a cold light flash in Luo Chongyang's eyes, and he smiled. He seemed to be mocking them. Lord Taixian is your elder, and under his tutelage, your cultivation has reached the heavens. I came here to pay a visit. How could I have come here by myself? Said Luo Chongyang coldly. As he said this, the Taixian Hierophant's expression changed a little bit, as did the others. In reality, the Taixian Hierophant had thought of this. His spiritual will covered all of Taixian Mountain, but he had not sensed old demon Luo. But there was a possibility that his level was just too high, and so he could not sense his existence. This isn't good. The Taixian Hierophant suddenly sensed a powerful danger. Although he still did not sense an aura, someone's incredibly high level still made him feel that indescribable threat. Indeed, at the moment that he felt this, a burst of terrible demonic power descended. A hand stretched down from the sky. It was a demonic palm print from the heavens, smashing into Taixian Palace at the peak of Taixian Mountain. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the palace at the top of Taixian Mountain was reduced to dust. In the next moment, everyone saw a demonic figure appear in the sky. It was the lord of the divine capital of Shieling, old demon Luo. I had heard that Lord Taixian was about to break through to the next level, and so I came to pay my respects, said old demon Luo, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. The people of Taixian City could not help but tremble. Old demon Luo had come here himself just to stop Lord Taixian from breaking through to the next level. He had not hesitated to start a battle and destroy Taixian Palace. His determination was obvious. The divine capital of Shieling did not want to see Lord Taixian advance to the next level. My lord. The Taixian Hierophant and the others looked up. Everyone's gaze fell upon the ruined palace. Taixian Palace had stood at the peak of Taixian Mountain and had stood as a symbol for them. Now, it had been destroyed by old demon Luo. Amidst the ruins, a figure gradually opened his eyes. Lord Taixian was dressed in a simple robe, and his body was covered in dust, but this could not hide his elegance. The Taixian Hierophant and the others bowed. We were not strong enough to protect you. We let them disturb your cultivation. Old Demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling came. How could you have defended me? Lord Taishian answered indifferently. He obviously did not blame them. Old Demon Luo was at his level and had brought his son Luo Chongyang. If his opponents wanted to forcibly disturb his cultivation, they would have had no way to stop them. Long time no see, Lord Taishian, said Old Demon Luo calmly, just like they were old friends. There was none of the fierceness from before. Lord Taishian nodded. Indeed, I have missed you all this time. At that moment, everyone in Taishan City felt a suffocating pressure. The two of them were talking casually, but they could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere. The worldly great path flowed, and the weather changed. A brilliant light shone from Lord Taishuan's arms. It was sword light. At that moment, all of the vastness of the world seemed to shine with sword light. There were swords everywhere. Lord Taishian himself was suffused with brilliant light as if he was a sword himself. The third strike of the fleeting divine sword is fleeting swordsmanship. I see it clearly, said Lord Taishian. His voice rang out across Taishan Mountain. Everyone's faces became very solemn as they looked towards him. Was he talking to someone? Or was he speaking to all of the swordsmen on Taishan Mountain? The third strike of the fleeting divine sword was the most powerful, and it was the final one. Everyone was staring at him. As they watched him, he raised his arms and pointed at the sky. On Taishan Mountain, at this moment, it seemed that there was only Lord Taishian. The moment his finger fell, the vast and endless space seemed to stand still. Everyone felt an inexplicable breath, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Between heaven and earth, there was only that one sword. As this sword was unleashed, the sky glimmered, and the figure of Lord Taishian became illusory. While he seemed to be in the same place, his actual body had appeared in front of Old Demon Luo. That finger, a sword, pierced through the sky. When Lord Taishian made his move, Old Demon Luo had already sensed it. The demonic might on his body exploded instantly, sending pressure across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The sky turned to darkness, pitch black. His palm slammed down without any hesitation, colliding with that sword. In an instant, the world was dimmed and dull. Darkness fell in front of many people's eyes, and they felt that death had descended. But in the darkened sky, an incredibly bright sword light pierced through the sky, and the divine light penetrated from Old Demon Luo's body, reaching directly above the sky dome. In the next moment, the endless divine light of swordsmanship pierced the darkness, causing the light to shine through. Old Demon Luo's body drowned in the sword light, awash like the water, and Old Demon Luo's body seemed to turn elusive. All the will of the way was broken. Under this ultimate attack, time seemed to stand still. The crowd seemed to witness the struggle of Old Demon Luo. Up and down Taishan Mountain, even the people of the entire Taishan city felt the power of this blow. Countless ideas came into their heads, but in fact, it was perhaps only for a moment. Buzz! The divine light sailed across. The crowd saw a sword stab at the sky. Countless divine swords pierced the darkness, and the demonic might roiled non-stop. Old Demon Luo's body shot straight above the sky dome and gradually faded until it disappeared. However, soon, a face appeared in the sky. It was Old Demon Luo's face. At this time, the face was somewhat distorted. Its eyes were extremely cold. Many did not even dare to look at those eyes. It was as if they would fall into them. You broke through? Old Demon Luo's voice was gloomy. Lord Taishian didn't answer his question. His eyes swept up to the place above the sky. He said, Divine capital of Xiling put in such a great effort because you didn't want to see me break through? He had the disciples provoke disputes, and the crown prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Chongyang, pinned down several of his disciples. At the same time, Old Demon Luo attempted to destroy Taishan Palace. This was not only just to interrupt his cultivation, but to possibly injure him severely, completely stopping any hope of him making a breakthrough. As a major demonic figure of Xiling, Old Demon Luo was ruthless and vicious. He showed absolutely no mercy. Just want to take a look at your present state. Now that I have seen it, divine capital of Xiling will bid our goodbyes, Old Demon Luo said. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang and the others were eager to retreat. He could see that one sword strike just now had already injured his father. Lord Taixian had wounded his father with one blow, which showed that there was another breakthrough in his realm. Taixian Mountain clearly was not a place for him to tarry any longer. "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Lord Taixian said as he waved his hand toward the void. A huge character of the way appeared suddenly, hanging high above the sky. "Luo Chongyang, previously, when you destroyed my character of the way, I didn't pursue the matter on account of your junior status. Now, walk out of this character on your own. You are not allowed to use power of any kind," Lord Taixian said to Luo Chongyang. Luo Chongyang's expression suddenly stiffened as he glanced at the word. At this moment, the power of the character was even more tyrannical and contained a terrible power of destruction. His face was sullen as he glanced at Lord Taixian. Eventually, he stepped into the void and walked toward that character, actually entering right into it. Infinite sword will condensed and manifested from the character of the way, tearing at Luo Chongyang's body. He seemed to be suffering under a terrible might of the way. His surroundings were distorted, and his body seemed to be pierced by infinite divine swords of the great path. Blood dripped from him. Every drop of blood contained the horrible will of the way. Bang! Luo Chongyang's hair, disheveled, was flying in the wind. His body seemed to have stepped into the swordsmanship of Lord Taixian. Although Lord Taixian stood below, the character seemed to be one with his mind, emitting sharp, scraping sounds. Luo Chongyang walked through it step by step, and when he passed through the character completely, his body was covered in blood. The wild breath above his body was also floating. "What does my lord think?" Luo Chongyang asked Lord Taixian. Everyone who witnessed this scene below was trembling. Luo Chongyang had suffered such humiliation, but old demon Luo did not come out. It was obvious that the old demon must be injured so that he did not intervene, allowing Luo Chongyang to suffer such disgrace. Just how strong was Lord Taixian at this moment? Had Lord Taixian really made a breakthrough? Some prominent figures, such as the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace and the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation, fixed their attention on Lord Taixian. The strength of Old Demon Luo was well known to them, but now, Old Demon Luo not only failed in the sneak attacks but was also wounded by Lord Taixian. It was obvious that Lord Taixian had grown more fearsome than before. The position of Taixian Mountain in the higher heavens realm would change again. "We have finished with the matter of you destroying the character of the way. Next, since the disciples of the divine capital of Shieling wanted to spar with the disciples of Taixian Mountain, and you were the one who forcibly interrupted the whole affair, the discussion is not yet over. Let's continue with the exchange," Lord Taixian said again, intending to deal with each and every one of the transgressions. First, it was Old Demon Luo, then it was Luo Chongyang, and finally, it would be those disciples of the divine capital of Shieling who came to pick a fight. Moreover, he even re-added the character and re-engraved it in the void. Was it to allow those who had made their moves before to continue leveraging its power? The disciples of the divine capital of Shieling were no longer aching to fight. Their king of the divine capital, Old Demon Luo, was defeated, and the crown prince Luo Chongyang was forced to walk through the character of the way. It could be said that they had completely failed, having been unable to affect Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. What was the point of continuing to fight? Disciples of Taixian Mountain, on the other hand, looked rather sharp. At this time, Futian still sat in the string pavilion. He looked at the character of the way and resonated with it. There were some waves in his heart. The sword strike that was previously unleashed by Lord Taixian was too profound. The fleeing divine sword. With one strike, yin and yang were thrown into pandemonium, causing the passage of time, which was destroyed. One point of the finger was one strike, and one strike caused the fleeting passage of time. Such a strike, even at his utmost, was impossible to comprehend fully. He had only observed the magnificence of the fleeting divine sword and was perceiving what kind of technique it was. Now, was Lord Taixian reminding him to continue fighting? Although the advantage was entirely theirs, it was still really difficult for the disciples of Taixian Mountain to defeat the disciples of the divine capital of Shieling. Therefore, Lord Taixian may still allow him to continue to strike back. When his thoughts turned to this, Futian's mind moved, and in an instant, in the land above Luoyue, the sword will whistled as if calling her. Luoyue revealed a strange look. Was the sword looking for her? This was clearly wanting to use her for the strike. It was as if it was really her sword. Luoyue had no words but still cooperated. Her palms were outstretched, and a sword was born, clamoring in the void. With the vast sky, the light of countless divine swords was whistling this way, surrounding her sword. The sword chi turned destructive, leaving sword marks between the sky and earth. Go! Luoyue pointed her finger through the air. Although the others were making their move, it did not prevent her from controlling her sword. But the other swords also followed hers, cutting at the disciples of the divine capital of Shieling, who were in the void. The second level of the technique, cleave of all things, though not as powerful, was equally terrifying. Countless blood splattered, and many of the disciples of the divine capital of Shieling were pale as they were bleeding. There were even cultivators whose bodies were penetrated by the swords. The character of the way resonates. Many on Taishan Mountain looked up at the character in the void, and they all felt the power of its resonance. It was as if this character was hidden within it. Therefore, it urged the terrible fight of swordsmanship on the battlefield. In a blink of an eye, almost all the cultivators from the divine capital of Shieling were injured by sword chi with varying degrees of injuries. A moment later, the whistling swords stopped. Those cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling, who were arrogant and overbearing when they arrived, now appeared exhausted and powerless. Take your people and get out of here. Next time, if you dare to come to Taishan Mountain like this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lord Taishan looked at Luo Chongyang and admonished him. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang hung his head and led his cronies away. Without any hint of anger, Luo Chongyang waved his hand and led the people from the divine capital of Shieling away from Taishan Mountain. Watching the disappearing figures in the void, everyone on Taishan Mountain felt strong feelings of emotion and shock. Lord, one after another, the voices called out as their eyes looked toward Lord Taishan. Did Lord Taishan make the breakthrough? Master! The four disciples of Lord Taishan also looked at their master because even they did not know if their master had broken through or not. Congratulations to Lord Taishan for great success this time, and the realm is deeper. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace said and bowed slightly to Lord Taishan. Congratulations to our lord, others said one after the other. They bowed in the direction of Lord Taishan. That thought of those who cultivated on Taishan Mountain reappeared. Would the master establish a clan and pass on his teachings? Now that the master had stepped into another level, even prominent characters as powerful as old demon Luo could not withstand his attack. If Lord Taishan took this opportunity to establish his own clan, many superior cultivators would flock here, answering his call. When their thoughts turned to this, many in Taishan region were very much looking forward to the future. No need for the formalities. Lord Taishan waved his hand. On Taishan Mountain, with the defeat of old demon Luo, there would be no more trouble, and everyone was feeling relaxed. Lord Taishan looked at the crowd and said, "Today, Taishan Mountain is honored by the arrival of so many people in the upper heavens realm. However, as I still need to continue my retreat and cultivate for some time, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with all of you. Soon, my disciples will entertain our guests in my stead." Upon hearing Lord Taishuan's words, everyone looked a bit tense. It seemed that Lord Taishan had not completely finished his breakthrough. Before, he had been forced out of retreat by old demon Luo and had to come out to fight him. Now that old demon Luo had taken the cultivators of the divine capital of Shieling away, Lord Taishan was ready to continue his cultivation in solitude. Everyone nodded to demonstrate their agreement. They had come here to see if Lord Taishan could step foot into another level. At such a crucial state, Lord Taishan was unlikely to spend time relaxing. My lord's retreat is an important matter. What happened before was nerve-wracking, but fortunately, my lord's swordsmanship defeated old demon Luo. However, this exposed the weaknesses of Taishan Mountain's defense. My lord did not accept disciples for a long time, and if I'm to be honest, the disciples on Taishan Mountain nowadays leave much to be desired in their cultivation. At this time, a voice spoke up. The cultivators of Taishan Mountain were greatly embarrassed upon hearing those words, but they also knew that what the others said was true. Taishan Mountain had been neglecting the cultivation of its disciples. The person who spoke was a divine general from Golden Divine Nation, whose momentum was magnificent and super powerful. Everyone was puzzled as to why he was saying this now. Lord Taishan looked at him, waiting for the other to continue. My lord's cultivation is now matchless, and a clan and school ought to be established, the divine general continued. Everyone continued to pay attention to him. Some divine general from the Golden Divine Nation actually took the initiative to persuade Lord Taishan to establish a clan and school. With Lord Taishuan's strength, if he retreated for a period of time, his cultivation might reach a terrifying level. Once a clan and school were established in time, a new superpower would be born in the upper heavens realm. To the Golden Divine Nation, this was not a particularly beneficial situation. Otherwise, old Demon Luo would not have paid such a heavy price to stop Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Of course, in this midst of all this, there was also their personal grudges. But the Golden Divine Nation had no reason to persuade Lord Taishan to establish his own school and set up his own clan unless there were some ulterior motives. Gai Shir, the prince of our divine nation, received the inheritance of the Overlord, but has not yet met a worthy teacher. Previously, there were plans of sending him to Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate for a while, but it so happened that my lord made a breakthrough. If my lord wishes, he might accept him as a disciple and allow his highness to cultivate under my lord, the divine general continued. Suddenly, everyone understood his plan. Now that Lord Taishan was about to enter another level, if the prince of the divine nation could become his disciple, it would indeed be a win-win situation for both parties. The Golden Divine Nation had been bestowed its power by Donghuang the Great. Its background was profound, and it was absolutely a force in its own right at the peak of the higher heavens realm. Lord Taishan had extensive knowledge of many things and knew much about the past and present. If he were to ally with the Golden Divine Nation, it would definitely be of great benefit to Taishan Mountain. As long as Lord Taishan desired to establish a clan and school, the Golden Divine Nation could be of service. Furthermore, it would be of great significance if he accepted Gai Shir as his disciple. Gai Shir was also quite renowned. His talents were extraordinary. It was rumored that the inheritance of the Golden Divine Nation had gone on for 10 generations, hence the meaning of his nation, more powerful than 10 generations. It was an extremely arrogant name. He did not disappoint his elders, and there was indeed a powerful temperament about him. If it wasn't for a few older brothers, whose cultivations were higher, he would probably have already been named the Crown Prince of the Golden Divine Nation. The Master has not accepted any disciples for many years. It would be a happy event if he made an exception and accepted Gai Shir as his disciple, some thought. They looked toward Lord Taishan, wondering if he would make such an exception today. Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked at their master. Over the years, the Taishan Hierophant had advocated that their master take another disciple numerous times, but Lord Taishan never did accept a 5th person. However, the cultivators of Taishan Mountain wore an odd look. They were a little displeased. Never mind that the other had bluntly stated that there were no decent cultivators on Taishan Mountain, but in the matter of the 5th disciple, all the cultivators at Taishan Mountain had been waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the other wanted to skip everyone, it was naturally a cause for embarrassment for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. But the one thing they had to admit was that Gai Shir's aura was much more dazzling than any of theirs. He was indeed more suitable than anyone else to become the 5th disciple of Lord Taishan after he broke through the shackles of the realm. Lord Taishan glanced at Gai Shir, who stood next to the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation. He saw the peerless mettle of this young man. The golden robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also golden, and from them was terrible divine light that exuded extreme sharpness. One could even vaguely feel the majestic breath inside his body. With just one glance, Gai Shir's outstanding talent was apparent to all. Everyone felt the sharpness he exuded. Young and gallant, and his aura was just like his name. I assume you all know that I once said I would not accept any more disciples. Even now, I will not break this promise. The prince is outstanding and peerless, and he does not need to worry about not finding a suitable teacher, Lord Taishan responded, making everyone on Taishan Mountain feel a sense of pity. It seemed that Lord Taishan really wouldn't accept any more disciples if he was now refusing someone as exceptional as Gai Shir. I heard about my lord's vow at the time, but now that the talent on Taishan Mountain is dwindling, giving way to the disciples of divine capital of Shilling to do whatever they want, my lord need not insist upon those words of the past. The divine general of the golden divine nation continued. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all revealed a strange expression. They were so bluntly demeaned by outsiders, which embarrassed them. If it were not for that mysterious character who struck just now, they would have been defeated. Disciples of Taishan Mountain are not entirely as useless as Elder has described, a voice said. It was Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. Before that, his master had wanted to send him to Lord Taishan to cultivate, but Lord Taishan did not agree to that either. Now, the people of the Golden Divine Nation were being so blatantly disrespectful, so he felt greatly displeased. The Divine General glanced over. At the same time, Gai Shir, who was next to him, also looked at Jun Mu. Those eyes emitted a divine golden light that were able to penetrate through everything. Jun Mu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Everywhere he shot his gaze, there was a towering golden beam, which made his eyes feel very uncomfortable. Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo, couldn't bear the power of my halberd, Gai Shir said lightly, slight contempt in his eyes. Previously, in battle with Jun Mu and Luo Yuming, they were suppressed, and now he dared to claim that Luo Yuming could not bear the power of his halberd. But Luo Yuming's reputation in the higher heavens realm was indeed quite a bit behind Gai Shir's. Although the cultivators on Taishan Mountain are not as talented, didn't you see that there was a sword that repelled everyone? Lord Taishan said with a smile. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that it was a swordsman of the Saint Plain on Taishan Mountain. But just who was it? Whose swordsmanship was so advanced? Could it be that the Sword Abyss had disciples with hidden strength? Luo Yue wanted the most to know who it was. Before, the other had borrowed her sword, which made it look like she was the one in control of the sword. When had the Sword Abyss have such a powerful person? This youngster is pretty good. Who was it? The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace asked. To be able to resonate with the character of the Way, and use the will of the Way in the character to form a sword and unleash the second level of the fleeting divine sword was indeed commendable. His perception of the Way was bound to be extremely strong, and his talent must be unmeasurable. He didn't want anyone to know, so the Palace Lord need not pursue it further, Lord Taishan smiled. Probably only he, as the one who had engraved the character of the Way and who was one with the character, would know who it was that used his will to ignite the will of the Way. Others could not connect with the character of the Way, so they couldn't perceive it. A strange look flashed across Gai Shir's eyes. It seemed that Lord Taishan greatly valued the mysterious disciple who didn't reveal himself. Could that be the reason Lord Taishan refused him as a disciple? No matter how strong the opponent was, how strong could they really be? Yi Futian watched all this and took everything in. Gai Shir must be a tyrannical character. He was the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, whose name was arrogant and unparalleled. He was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lord Taishan to conceal the truth for him and did not expose him. What happened today attracted Lord Taishuan's personal attention. In fact, exposure had a limited impact on him, but Lord Taishan still respected his choice. Very well, I should get back to cultivating. Anyone who comes to Taishan Mountain can meditate with me here, but if someone else is looking for trouble again, don't be upset if I don't react well to it. Lord Taishuan's tone suddenly became harsher. He said to the Taishan Hierophant, "Take care of our guests." "Yes, Master." The Taishan Hierophant nodded and saw the Master walk forward. As he raised his hand and waved, suddenly, an ancient peak appeared out of thin air, rising from the ground. He waved again, and Taishan Palace appeared. He took a step and walked into it, sitting there. He was one with the character of the Way, comprehending and cultivating. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the will of the Way roiled toward the endless void, flowing into the distance. Many looked yonder with a solemn look. Lord Taishan was using that character to perceive the world. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace did not leave. Neither did the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation or the representatives of many top principalities. They were all standing there and watching. Even if it was only observing Lord Taishin cultivate, they could still gain some insight from it. As for those youngsters, the impact on them was even greater. That character of the way alone was enough for them to meditate. It seems that our Lord will really be stepping into another level. Many people thought as they looked over there, preparing to witness this event together. On Taishan Mountain, Yi Futian came to the crowd as he looked in the direction of Lord Taishan. He was now closer than he was at String Pavilion and could see everything more clearly. It just so happened that Luoyue was standing next to him. She glanced at Yi Futian, who had come to her side, and said, "How come I didn't see you before?" "I was cultivating at the String Pavilion," Yi Futian replied. Luoyue's tone indicated some displeasure. But when she thought that Yi Futian was just of the unblemished plain, Luoyue thought that she did not need to get angry with him about his failure to participate in the battle. Instead, she said, "This character contains the true will of the Great Path. You must take care to meditate with it." Yi Futian nodded slightly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.